Chapter 518. In the pavilion, Jiang Ci sat upright and still, looking very serious. Wine Sword Immortal, on the other hand, was much more casual, with his clothes unbuttoned. Seeing Jiang Ci's serious expression, he smiled and said, "Don't be bound by some complicated formalities. We humans do pay attention to respecting our masters, but there's no rule that says we can't have more than one master. Actually, many experts will choose to learn from other masters on their path of growth. For example, I had many masters before I became an immortal. Because everyone's understanding of cultivation and Tao arts is different. Through taking a master, one can absorb different concepts and gather the strengths of a myriad of schools to become stronger." Jiang Ci nodded slowly, no longer insisting on his previous thoughts. Moreover, even if he took another expert as his master, it wouldn't affect his relationship with Wine Sword Immortal. "But, Master, so many perfected lords have sent me messages, and I don't know them well. Who's strong, who's weak, who's more suitable, I'm not sure. It's not easy to choose," Jiang Ci said. In fact, if he really had to choose a master, he would lean towards True Lord Six Virtuous. This ancient existence had once guided him in the Sword Tao. Unfortunately, True Lord Six Virtuous didn't send him a message. "I have a suitable candidate," Wine Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously, putting away his casual attitude. "Oh, which perfected lord?" Jiang Ci asked. "Not a perfected lord." Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said seriously, "It's Tao Lord Nine Firmament." "Tao Lord Nine Firmaments?" Jiang Ci was shocked. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the strongest expert in the Purple Firmament sect, guarding the ancient Tao origin world. Moreover, the only city in the ancient Tao origin world, Nine Firmament City, was named after Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. He was definitely one of the top 3 existences in the human race. "Master, but Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't send me a message? Do I have to go to Nine Firmaments Palace myself?" Jiang Ci hurriedly asked. It was still unknown whether the other party would accept him if he took the initiative. "Indeed, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't send you a message." Wine Sword Immortal smiled and then said, "However, 2 days ago, he sent someone to tell me that I can accept you as a registered disciple." Jiang Ci suddenly understood. He knew that his master had a certain connection with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The most obvious example was 200 years ago when the Wine Sword Immortal requested for a dharmic decree from the Tao Lord of the Nine Heavens in order to save him. If they didn't have a relationship, they wouldn't be able to do that. "Just a registered disciple?" Jiang Ci asked. "The personal disciples of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments are basically all perfected Lord-level experts. You're still at the Essence Soul realm. It's already pretty good that you can become an in-name disciple." The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Jiang Ci nodded slowly. One era, 36 million years. 10,000 epochs was only 360 billion years. In the eyes of a Tao Lord, it was probably equivalent to a year in the life of a mortal. A powerful existence like Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had seen countless epochs of geniuses over the course of countless eons. To be able to accept him as an in-name disciple was already very rare. "Do you know who the master of the current Heavenly Court's Emperor is?" The Wine Sword Immortal asked again. "Could it be Tao Lord Nine Firmaments?" Jiang Ci was shocked. "That's right." The Wine Sword Immortal nodded and said, "You don't feel like you're at a loss now, right? The reason why the Emperor could become the master of the Tao Alliance's heavenly courts and rule over the human race is because he's strong. Another reason is because of Tao Lord Nine Firmament's support." After hearing the confirmation, Jiang Ci's face was filled with shock. This was definitely a huge secret. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the master of the Heavenly Court's Emperor. To the human race, the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Courts was the highest authority that ruled over the massive human territories. As the master of the Heavenly Courts, the Emperor stood at the very top of the Heavenly Courts. Needless to say, his strength was definitely one of the top experts of the human race. Then, how strong was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Ci thought that he was at least one of the top 3 existences of the human race. Don't look down on him just because he's an in-name disciple. In terms of status in the human race, An in-name disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments is definitely higher than a personal disciple of a perfected Lord. Furthermore, when your cultivation increases or you display greater talent in the future, you'll have a chance to become a personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. By then, no one in the human race will dare to offend you. People like Qiao Tu will even hide far away from you. The Wine Sword Immortal added. Jiang Ci nodded. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was definitely a huge backer, there was no doubt about that. In the entire human race, probably only the Daoist sect's tomorrow supremacy could suppress Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Of course, those foreign races will definitely not give face to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine. Jiang Ci laughed as well. It would be strange if the foreign races gave face to him. If he really acknowledged Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as his master, the foreign races would probably raise his assassination ranking very quickly. At this point, Jiang Ci had already made up his mind to acknowledge Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as his master. Master, is there anything I need to pay attention to when I visit Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Ci asked. Something I need to pay attention to? The Wine Sword Immortal thought for a moment and said solemnly, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments is an expert who has contributed greatly to the human race. When you meet him, you must be respectful. You can't be as casual as you are in front of me. Your disciple will bear that in mind. Jiang Ci said respectfully. Oh right, before you meet Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, remember to meet True Lord Iron Mountain. He's your direct True Lord and should be reported to him. The Wine Sword Immortal said. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. After becoming Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' in-name disciple, he no longer belonged to True Lord Iron Mountain's faction. In fact, after he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would be qualified to form his own faction in the sect. After that, he left the Wine Sword Immortal's residence and headed towards Nine Firmaments Palace. On the way, he used his communication pearl to contact True Lord Iron Mountain. A wisp of spiritual sense passed through the communication pearl and turned into a transmission phantom that appeared in True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. When True Lord Iron Mountain learned that Jiang Ci wanted to become Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' disciple, he felt a little helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he encouraged Jiang Ci to cultivate well with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Ci noted everything down. He also maintained his respect for this old superior. When Earth was in danger, True Lord Iron Mountain didn't hesitate to send his army of immortals to help him guard Earth. This was also a favor. After Jiang Ci and True Lord Iron Mountain finished their transmission, they arrived at Nine Firmaments Palace. This majestic palace was incomparably huge. It was like a prehistoric beast crawling on the grey earth of the ancient Tao origin world. He was quite familiar with this place, but it was limited to the Hall of Inheritance. The 44 inheritance altars were in the Hall of Inheritance in the outer city of Nine Firmaments Palace. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments lived in the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace. He needed to continue along the stone path. Along the way, he could see many cultivators hurriedly walking in the palace, but no one dared to make a noise. The deeper he went, the stronger the cultivators he encountered. In the end, only immortal Tao powerhouses were left. Jiang Ci was a primordial soul stage cultivator, so he was particularly eye-catching. In the end, he stopped at the gate of the inner city, where a group of Tribulation Transcender guards stopped him. The Tribulation Transcender in the lead shouted, "Who is it?" Jiang Ci stated his purpose for coming, and the other party checked and verified his identity. However, even if his identity was verified, the Tribulation Transcender guard didn't let down his guard and led him into the inner city. The security is tight. Jiang Ci thought. After entering the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, he saw many Tribulation Transcender guards patrolling the city. Soon, Jiang Ci was brought to a palace. The Tribulation Transcender guard said, "This is True Lord and Feng's residence. You can go in by yourself." "Thank you." Jiang Ci thanked him and stepped into the palace. He didn't ask why he wanted to see True Lord and Feng first. He believed that this Tribulation Transcender guard wouldn't play tricks on him. In Nine Firmaments Palace, no one dared to play tricks. Inside the palace, A young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. After seeing Jiang Ci, he smiled, giving off a gentle feeling. Jiang Ci was somewhat surprised. He had seen several true lords before, and each of them had a different temperament. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they made people afraid and didn't dare to look directly at them. However, this true lord Unfeng was obviously different. He didn't look like a true lord, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Jiang Ci greets true lord Unfeng. Jiang Ci respectfully saluted. True lord Unfeng asked, "Since you took the initiative to come to the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, you should be willing to take master as your master, right?" "Yes." Jiang Ci nodded. True lord Unfeng smiled kindly and said, "In that case, you can just call me third senior brother." He explained, "I'm a disciple that master took in a long time ago, so I can be ranked third among master's many disciples. However, among these brothers, there are many who are stronger than me." Jiang Ci saluted again. "Greetings, third senior brother." True lord Unfeng turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. "Then, follow me to the Nine Firmaments realm." The Nine Firmaments realm? Jiang Ci didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly followed him. In just a moment, they arrived in front of a secluded bamboo forest. There was a small path in the forest, which led to an unknown place. After stepping on the small path, heaven and earth spun and space changed. After everything calmed down, Jiang Ci looked carefully and found that he had arrived in a vast world. He saw a boundless river of killing intent flowing between heaven and earth. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood stretched across the earth. Those piled up corpses basically didn't have a human shape. They were all foreign race corpses. Moreover, the aura they emitted shocked Jiang Ci. They were very strong. Could they all be killed by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? He followed behind true Lord Unfeng with shock and doubt in his heart and walked through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soon, he saw a tall figure standing in the void above the sea of blood ahead. Judging from his face, it was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and his eyes were closed. However, the blood-colored armor and long hair emitted a terrifying aura, as though this person was the source of all the killing intent. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Ci's hair stood on end with a single glance and endless fear rose in his heart. It was too scary. Rumor had it that one couldn't look directly at some powerful existences, let alone call them by their names. Otherwise, one would be stared at. It seemed like the rumor was true. True Monarch and Feng bowed and said, "Master, Riverward is here." Jiang Ci? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Ci. Swoosh! The boundless killing intent retreated instantly. The fear in Jiang Ci's heart vanished without a trace as well. "Greetings, Lord Nine Firmaments, Jiang Ci." Jiang Ci knelt on the ground. In front of such a supreme existence of the human race, he felt extremely insignificant. "I saw how you cleared the Tongtian mountain. You're quite talented to be able to clear 13 levels without using the other 3 great Daos." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Although Jiang Ci maintained his composure on the surface, he was shocked and even uneasy internally. He had never displayed the great Daos of wind, fire, and metal, but Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew about them. It felt as though he had no secrets in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In that case, did Tao Lord Nine Firmaments know about his experience points panel? While he was feeling uneasy, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, "To be able to master the first sword of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords within 50 years, your comprehension of the secret skills of the Tao of the sword is rare as well." Jiang Ci knelt there obediently and listened. "Your talent and comprehension are excellent. Are you willing to become my in-name disciple?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Ci. "I'm willing." Jiang Ci bowed and kowtowed. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. He no longer looked like the killing god from before. Only his blood-colored hair was still fluttering slightly, causing one's heart to palpitate. He rarely took in disciples because there weren't many geniuses that could pique his interest. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe and the life forms they nurtured were naturally the most intelligent compared to other races. There was no lack of geniuses at all. In an era, The geniuses of an epoch might be able to suppress the current world. However, there were very few who could still emit a dazzling glow over the endless years. As a pinnacle existence of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had seen countless geniuses. However, there were very few that he truly valued and wanted to take in as disciples. That was unless it was the top epoch geniuses such as Liu Yang of Sword Sect, who cultivated as easily as drinking water and had a chance of becoming a Tao Lord in the future. This time, he wanted to take in a disciple on a whim. Another reason was that Jiang Ci came from Earth. Of course, Jiang Ci himself had shown sufficient talent. Although he was only taking in Jiang Ci as an in-name disciple, the main purpose was to observe him first. After all, Jiang Ci was still inferior to epoch geniuses such as Liu Yang. Jiang Ci, I know that you've already comprehended the 350 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao. The requirement to cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords is to completely comprehend the fourth transformation of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, which is the 1105 transformations. I'll allow you to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 1,000 years. If you can comprehend the 1105 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao and cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords within 1,000 years, you can become my personal disciple, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ci didn't feel surprised. However, perfected Lord Enfeng next to him was very shocked. He then looked at Jiang Ci sympathetically. However, Jiang Ci didn't notice this. He was full of confidence. If he couldn't cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years in the ancient Tao origin world, then he should find a ball of cotton and kill himself. Enfeng. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at perfected Lord Enfeng. Disciple is here, perfected Lord Enfeng hurriedly said. He had already regained his composure. You've cultivated the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords before. For the next 1,000 years, go and give Jiang Ci pointers every 10 years, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Disciple obeys. Perfected Lord Enfeng bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ci also bowed. Millimeter, I hope you can cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and said in a deep voice, remember, the better your performance in the human race, the more resources you'll receive. Yes, disciple will do his best. Jiang Ci said solemnly. He and perfected Lord Enfeng disappeared from the Nine Firmaments realm. In the next moment, the two appeared outside the bamboo forest. Jiang Ci secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he relax a little. When facing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments just now, even if he didn't feel fear, he still felt pressure. Perfected Lord Enfeng asked. Millimeter Jiang Ci nodded. It's normal because this is Master's slaughter clone. Even if I'm a rank 4 Tao immortal now, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing Master's slaughter clone, perfected Lord Enfeng said with a smile. Third senior brother is a rank 4 Tao immortal? Jiang Ci was very surprised. The two words perfected Lord were actually a respectful title for Tao immortals. Their actual realm should be Tao immortals. He wasn't surprised that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had a clone, but perfected Lord Enfeng's strength. Yes, why? Do you think I'm not strong enough? Perfected Lord Enfeng laughed. Senior brother, you must be joking. A rank 4 Tao immortal going through life and death 4 times. Not many people in the human race can do that, Jiang Ci praised. Tribulation transcenders went through 9 tribulations, and each tribulation would increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Tao immortals, on the other hand, could reverse life and death. Once they succeeded, they would have endless lifespan. At the same time, their strength would greatly increase. However, since it was reversing life and death, it was naturally accompanied by life and death. One thought to life and death. Countless talented geniuses fell at this step after transcending the 9 tribulations and becoming 9 tribulation transcenders. Jiang Ci thought of his master, Wine Sword Immortal. This peerless sword immortal genius was unable to reverse life and death because of the demonic intent in his heart. If one couldn't become a Tao immortal, their lifespan would be exhausted and their Tao would vanish. In addition, Tao immortals could reverse life and death 5 times at most. Therefore, The highest realm a perfected lord could reach was a rank 5 Dao immortal. There weren't many people in the human race who could go through life and death 5 times and still survive. Jiang Xi had learned from Winesword Immortal that perfected Lord 6 Virtuous and perfected Lord Myriad Poison were both rank 5 Dao immortals. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain was a rank 2 Dao immortal. Perfected Lord Baoyang, who was known as the Daoist Epoch Genius, was a rank 4 Dao immortal like perfected Lord Enfeng. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't dare to underestimate perfected Lord Enfeng. He didn't even dare to underestimate a rank 1 Dao immortal, as he could kill him with a breath. Then, the two returned to the palace. Perfected Lord Enfeng suddenly asked, "Master ordered me to guide you in cultivating the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords. Do you know the origin of the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords?" "I only know that it's a peak combat mystic technique," Jiang Xi answered truthfully. "I thought you knew since you were so confident just now." Perfected Lord Enfeng was a little surprised. "Huh?" Jiang Xi was puzzled. "The ignorant are fearless." Perfected Lord Enfeng shook his head and said, "The Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords was created by perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm of the Sword Sect countless eras ago. He could have used this peak mystic technique to become a Dao immortal, but unfortunately, he died in a battle. It's not a Dao immortal's mystic technique?" Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Perfected Lord Enfeng smiled and said, "Peak mystic techniques don't necessarily mean that they were created by Dao immortals." He continued, "Perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm was a rank 5 Dao immortal, but the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords he created amazed even Dao immortals who cultivated the Sword Dao. I've cultivated it before. Although it was only used to assist in battle, I think I have a thorough understanding of this mystic technique. However, do you know how long it took me to master the second sword?" Jiang Xi shook his head. 800 years. Perfected Lord Enfeng said seriously. 800 years. River Word was stunned for a moment. He himself had used 40 years to master the first sword. Even if the difficulty of the second sword was 10 times higher, he should have mastered it in 400 years, right? Was third senior brother's talent that bad? He actually took so long. "Do you know how long it took me to master the first sword?" Perfected Lord Enfeng asked again. Before Jiang Xi could answer, he answered himself, "Half a year." Jiang Xi's expression changed. Half a year. 800 years. That was a huge difference. Didn't that mean that the difficulty of cultivating the second sword was more than 1,000 times higher than the first sword? Furthermore, I was already a rank 1 Dao immortal when I cultivated the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords, perfected Lord Enfeng added. Jiang Xi's expression changed starkly. If a rank 1 Dao immortal took 800 years to master the second sword, how long would it take for his essence spirit? Furthermore, he had to fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, which was the 1105 transformations of the Green Lotus, before he could start cultivating it. Right now, he had only comprehended 350 transformations of the Green Lotus and was still far from the 1105 number. He would definitely need a lot of time in between. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments only gave him 1,000 years. It was no wonder why perfected Lord Enfeng said that the ignorant were fearless. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "I'll guide you once every 10 years according to my master's instructions for 3 days each time. Before you fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, I'll guide you on your Sword Dao first before the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords," perfected Lord Enfeng said. "I'll have to trouble you then, third senior brother," Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. "It's no trouble at all. You still have to rely on yourself. Whether or not you can become my master's personal disciple will depend on your own efforts," perfected Lord Enfeng smiled. He did not know where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. In any case, he felt that it would be difficult. Perhaps, Jiang Xi truly needed some luck. Following that, Jiang Xi did not waste any time or resources and asked perfected Lord Enfeng about the Green Lotus Sword Dao. As expected of a perfected lord that cultivated the Sword Dao, perfected Lord Enfeng's understanding of the Sword Dao was unique. In just 3 days, River Word had benefited a lot from it. He experienced the benefits of having multiple masters that his master, the Winesword Immortal, mentioned. He only left the inner city of 9 Firmaments Palace after the 3 days of guidance ended. The next time he wanted to seek guidance from perfected Lord Unfeng, he would have to wait for 10 years. After returning to his stone house, Jiang Xi did not immediately enter cultivation. He was calculating the possibility of mastering the second sword move of the cloud-encased 7 swords within 1,000 years. First, I have to completely comprehend the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. There are a total of 1,105 changes. I have already comprehended 350 changes, and I still need 755 more. This was not too difficult for Jiang Xi. This confidence came from the cultivation of the secret Dao pattern technique. The Dao pattern technique not only increased the strength of the body, but also the affinity of the Dao. Dao pattern technique, 4 patterns, 40 billion, 40 billion. Ever since his strength underwent a drastic change, the Dao pattern technique of the body-tempering secret technique correspondingly increased to the 4 patterns realm. The prerequisite for cultivating to this realm, apart from the Dao realm, was that the body had to integrate 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. He relied on his second-level mental state to withstand the impact of the Dao pattern blood crystals' baleful aura. In the past 50 years, he successfully integrated 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Each Dao pattern blood crystal could increase one's affinity with the Dao by 1-fold. In other words, he now had 99 times the affinity of the Dao, and the deduction efficiency had become 99 times the original. Therefore, comprehending the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao was not too difficult for him. The biggest problem now is, after comprehending the Green Lotus Sword Dao, can I master the second sword move of the cloud-encased 7 swords within 1,000 years? Chapter 519. Could he master the second sword of the cloud-clustered 7 swords within 1,000 years? The answer was yes. Jiang Xi realized that he had been led astray by perfected Lord Unfeng. Perfected Lord Unfeng's so-called 800 years to master the second sword referred to the entire process from the initial comprehension to greater mastery. However, he did not need to do that. He only needed to complete the initial comprehension of the second sword, and the cloud-clustered 7 swords on his experience points panel would turn into the second level. At that time, he could use his experience points to raise it to perfection without wasting any effort. Therefore, the question was, how long would it take for him to comprehend the second sword? Jiang Xi could not be sure about that. He could only attempt to cultivate the second sword of the cloud-clustered 7 swords after he completely comprehended the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. In the following days, Jiang Xi placed his focus on his sword Dao. Apart from his usual deductions, he would occasionally head to the Green Lotus altar to comprehend and verify the Green Lotus Sword Dao. After clearing 6 stages in a row, he had 6 chances to visit the inheritance altar. Each time was 10 days, which was 60 days. Every single day was precious and could not be wasted. That was because his Dao technique affinity was 99 times. Coupled with the fact that the Green Lotus altar itself increased his sword Dao deduction speed by 100 times. In summary, his efficiency when he was deducing his sword Dao at the Green Lotus altar was 9,900 times. A single day was equivalent to 27 years. Therefore, he would only head to the Green Lotus altar for a day or 2 after his comprehension of the Green Lotus Sword Dao had accumulated to a certain extent. That way, he could ensure that his deduction efficiency and sword Dao improvement speed were at a very high level. The difficulty of cultivating the Green Lotus Sword Dao naturally increased as one's cultivation realm increased. The difficulty of comprehending each additional transformation increased exponentially. However, under such efficient deductions, his improvement speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Time passed and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Xi stopped cultivating for the time being and rested at the place of his master, Wine Sword Immortal. The two of them sat on the ground and drank wine while chatting. How is it? How many Green Lotus transformations have you comprehended? Wine Sword Immortal asked. 414 types. Jiang Xi took a sip of wine leisurely. Oh! Wine Sword Immortal was very surprised and said, "It's only been 5 years and you've already comprehended 64 more types. He was well aware of Jiang Xi's cultivation speed. After coming to the ancient Tao origin world, Jiang Xi had only comprehended 180 green lotus transformations in the first 50 years, which was less than 4 transformations per year. However, in the past 5 years, he had comprehended 64 transformations of the green lotus, which was equivalent to comprehending 12 transformations in a year. This cultivation speed did not decrease but instead increase. Jiang Xi smiled gently and explained the actual reason. My Dao pattern art has reached the 4-pattern realm and has fused with 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Sigh. Wine Sword Immortal sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked. Fusing with 99 Dao pattern blood crystals was equivalent to 99 times the Dao technique affinity. He knew that Jiang Xi had obtained a secret Dao pattern art in the Do pattern continent, but he did not expect Jiang Xi to have such high attainments in this secret art. With the strength of your spiritual sense, you shouldn't be able to withstand the impact of 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Wine Sword Immortal frowned and seemed to be talking to himself. Is it the inheritance of the divine palace of Kongming? Wine Sword Immortal's eyes lit up. Jiang Xi smiled and did not admit or deny it. It was indeed related to the divine palace of Kongming, but it was mainly due to the mental cultivation brought by the peacock visualization method that allowed him to withstand the increasingly powerful impact of the Dao pattern blood crystals. It's still not right. I remember that a 4-pattern Do zone in the Do pattern continent can only fuse with 36 Dao pattern blood crystals at most. How can you fuse with so many? Wine Sword Immortal finally grasped the crux of the problem. Master, have you forgotten that I also cultivate 3 other Dao techniques? Jiang Xi smiled. Have you also reached the great Dao realm? Wine Sword Immortal calmed down and looked deeply at Jiang Xi. Yes, that's why I can fuse with so many Dao pattern blood crystals. Jiang Xi nodded. Does Dao Lord 9 Clouds know about this? Wine Sword Immortal asked he should know. The first time we met, he pointed out the realms of the other 3 Dao techniques. No wonder he asked you to master the second sword of the Cloud Book 7 swords within 1,000 years. To others, this is a test that is almost impossible. However, you still have a chance of completing it. Wine Sword Immortal smiled. At the same time, he was filled with emotions. He thought that he knew this disciple very well, but now he realized that he only knew the surface. What Jiang Xi was telling him now might only be 10% or 20% of what he knew. Of course, he was not unhappy about Jiang Xi's concealment. Instead, he was very gratified. The more trump cards Jiang Xi had, the better. In the future, when he went out to experience life and death, the chances of him surviving would be higher. Disciple, you can only tell me and Dao Lord 9 Clouds about your hidden strength. Don't tell anyone else. Don't even tell us, Wine Sword Immortal said with a serious expression. I understand. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. In fact, it was as Wine Sword Immortal thought. The strength that he revealed was only a small part of his hidden strength. The other techniques, such as the Dao Fusion technique of the 4 paths, the Dao Seal technique, and the Heavenly Tower, had never been shown in front of anyone. Even if there were, those who saw his techniques were already dead. For example, the 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal who tried to assassinate him. I remember that in 2 days, it will be the Cloud Top competition for the Primordial Soul Realm. If you participate now, you will be bullying others. Wine Sword Immortal smiled and became casual again as he reclined there. Bullying others? Heh, those senior disciples have always looked down on me. I remember that. Jiang Xi looked like he was holding a grudge. Haha. Wine Sword Immortal and Jiang Xi laughed at the same time. The strongest of the 10 Primordial Soul Realm senior disciples in the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect had only passed the 11th level of the Heaven Connecting Mountain. And Jiang Xi had the strength of the 13th level just by using the Tao of the Sword. How could those senior disciples fight with him? They were really bullying others. They were not on the same level at all. However, even if the disparity in strength was huge, this competition still had to be carried out. The Cloud Top competition for the Primordial Soul Realm was held as scheduled. All the primordial soul realm core disciples in the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect gathered on the cloud-top platform of the heaven-connecting mountain and river painting. The people in the first, second, and third heaven did not know about Jiang Xi's results on the heaven-connecting mountain. Only the 10 primordial soul realm senior disciples in the fourth heaven knew. When Jiang Xi's figure appeared on the cloud-top platform, the 10 primordial soul realm senior disciples in the fourth heaven immediately looked over. Originally, everyone did not put a newcomer in their eyes. But now Jiang Xi had become the focus of the whole scene. He is Jiang Xi. He has only cultivated for a few hundred years and his strength has far surpassed us. To be in the same era as him is not only lucky, but also sad, the senior disciples discussed animatedly. Only that purple-haired youth, Gong Sui, kept silent. 5 years ago, he had once expressed his disdain for Jiang Xi when he was chatting with a Sword Gate disciple outside Sword Immortal Nangong's residence. And it was heard by Jiang Xi. Then, only an hour later, Jiang Xi did the shocking thing of passing 6 levels on the heaven-connecting mountain in a row. Intuition told Gong Sui that perhaps because he heard those mocking and disdainful words, Jiang Xi had the idea of passing through the heaven-connecting mountain. Therefore, when he learned of this news, Gong Sui's face hurt very much. He had previously mocked Jiang Xi as an idiot. Perhaps in Jiang Xi's eyes, he was the real idiot. However, to be able to become a fourth heaven primordial soul realm core disciple, besides having good talent, his temperament was naturally not bad. The experience of being slapped in the face after mocking him had taught him a lesson. Even if I can't make friends with this kind of genius, I can't make enemies with him. Gong Sui looked at Jiang Xi from afar and sighed in his heart. Jiang Xi stood in the distance with an indifferent expression. He sensed the gazes that were converging on him. He had no intention of talking to those senior disciples. Firstly, he was not familiar with them, and secondly, there was no need to. The difference in strength would make everyone feel a sense of distance. Even if he went over to talk, it would only be a general conversation. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a grey robe appeared in the sky above the cloud platform. The immortal aura he emitted revealed his identity as an immortal greetings, exalted immortal. Everyone bowed in unison. The grey-robed man nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xi for a while, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes. The little guys below did not know that Jiang Xi had become Dao Lord 9 Firmament's in-name disciple. As a 6th Tribulation Transcender, he had naturally heard of this matter. Dao Lord 9 Firmament's in-name disciple. He was a 6th Tribulation Transcender, but he had never even seen Dao Lord 9 Firmament's face. The gap between people was often set at the very beginning. The grey-robed man looked around and said, "I'll be the host of this Cloud Summit competition. We'll start with the round-robin competition of the fourth heavens. There are a total of 11 people, and each person will have to fight with the other 10 people once. If they win, they will get 1 point. In the end, the top 6 will stay in the fourth heavens. The bottom 5 will fight with the top 5 in the third heavens to compete for the remaining 4 spots in the fourth heavens. Everyone understands, right?" "Understood," Jiang Xi and the 10 senior disciples said at the same time. Jiang Xi did not feel any pressure, and he seemed very relaxed. The 10 senior disciples looked at each other, and their expressions were very solemn. Jiang Xi's sudden rise had already confirmed that he had occupied a spot in the fourth heavens. Those who were originally confident of staying in the fourth heavens were destined to be eliminated to the third heavens. This is the order of battle. The grey-robed man pointed, and the order of battle appeared in the air. After Jiang Xi saw it, he suddenly shook his head, feeling that this competition was boring. Forget it, there's no sense of accomplishment in bullying these people. There's no need to use the Cloud Bundle 7 swords. There was naturally no need to explain the details of the battle in detail. With Jiang Xi's strength, even if he only used the sword to fight, he could easily crush the 10 senior disciples. The Green Lotus Sword Dao had 414 variations. With such strength, no senior disciple could compare to him. In the end, Jiang Xi won first place. There was no suspense in the result. The 10 senior disciples were not surprised. The higher-ups of the sect who paid attention to Jiang Xi's growth also felt that it was natural. However, compared to the Cloud Summit competition that was held once every 1,000 years, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments accepting a disciple after thousands of eras was more worthy of the attention of the higher-ups. Now, the higher-ups of the sect were all wondering whether Jiang Xi could master the second sword of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords in 1,000 years and become Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' personal disciple. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. In the quiet bamboo forest in the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, perfected Lord Unfeng entered the Nine Firmaments realm that was filled with baleful aura through a small path in the forest. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' slaughter clone still stood in the void in his blood-red armor. In the silent world, only his blood-red hair swayed slightly, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Master, perfected Lord Unfeng bowed respectfully. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments opened his eyes. I'm here to report on junior brother Jiang Xi's cultivation situation, perfected Lord Unfeng said. He has already comprehended the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments raised his voice slightly. Yes and no, perfected Lord Unfeng said seriously. Perfected Lord Unfeng said seriously. After junior brother River Word became Master's in-name disciple, it only took him 60 years to comprehend the fourth evolution process. 60 years? A hint of surprise flashed through Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes. He knew that Jiang Xi had fused 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. According to his estimation, Jiang Xi would need around 300 years to fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao. He did not expect that it would only take 60 years. That was beyond his expectations. Interesting, interesting. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Over the endless years, he had naturally seen geniuses who cultivated faster than Jiang Xi. However, there were not many who could truly surprise him. It seemed like Jiang Xi had far more secrets than he had seen. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments realized that there was still some hesitation on perfected Lord Unfeng's face. Is there anything else? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. Master, in fact, junior brother Jiang Xi has almost mastered the second sword of the Cloud Bookworm 7 swords. Perfected Lord Unfeng took a deep breath and said with a bitter tone 200 years ago, he was still telling Jiang Xi how difficult it was to master the Cloud Bookworm 7 swords. Oh? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finally revealed a surprised expression. Tell me in detail. Yes. Perfected Lord Unfeng said respectfully, after junior brother Jiang Xi fully comprehended the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, I began to guide him to cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Bookworm 7 swords. After that, he used 100 years to comprehend the basics of the second sword. After another 40 years of cultivation, he's close to greater mastery now. At the latest, he'll be able to master the second sword in a year. In that case, even I was wrong about him. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Perfected Lord Unfeng said hurriedly, Master, you're exaggerating. Actually, I feel that junior brother Jiang Xi is a little strange. When I was guiding him in his cultivation, I realized that the parts that should be difficult to comprehend were not difficult at all for him and he broke through them easily. Instead, he would look for me to explain in detail the parts that I thought were simple. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Everyone has their secrets. The more talented they are, the more secrets they have. There's no need to delve too deeply into it. Yes. After perfected Lord Unfeng left, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked down at the boundless land of blood. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space and landed on Jiang Xi in Nine Firmaments City. Ever since Earth was discovered, Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai, the three most talented people on Earth, became the focus of the upper echelons of the human race. This was because Earth was the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance. To be precise, it was the ancestral land of the human race that had been forgotten by the human race for countless eras. And Jiang Xi, as a peerless genius who walked out of the ancestral land, naturally received the most attention. 200 years. 1,000 years. I hope you can bring me more surprises. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments muttered to himself and closed his eyes again. At this moment, Jiang Xi was on the roof of his stone house. He looked up at the sky and observed the heaven and earth Tao that could be seen with the naked eye. After mastering the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords, he returned to his previous balanced cultivation state sword Tao, wind, fire, and metal. The 4 Tao techniques advanced side by side. At the same time, he used the interface to deduce and upgrade them. Perfected Lord Unfeng thought that he was about to master the second sword. In fact, he had already mastered it 40 years ago. Cloud Booklet 7 Swords, Level 2, 1 billion 1 billion. After the initial comprehension, the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords on the interface became the second level. To him, 1 billion experience points could be easily maxed out. Although he had already mastered it, he could not display it immediately. That would be illogical. Therefore, he controlled the subsequent upgrade time to about 40 years. From initial comprehension to greater mastery, he used a total of 150 years. It was in line with his identity as a genius of the New Age, but it was not exaggerated to the point of being heaven-defying. However, this also led to a problem. When perfected Lord Unfeng came to guide him, he could only pick a few parts that he thought were difficult and let perfected Lord Unfeng answer them. Little did he know that in perfected Lord Unfeng's eyes, these difficulties were actually very easy. Because he did not have a complete cultivation process, Jiang Xi really did not know which parts were difficult and which were easy. In Jiang Xi's opinion, other than the initial comprehension, there were no other difficulties. I'll wait for another half a year. Then I'll go see Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Jiang Xi thought to himself and went back to cultivating. Half a year later, he got up and left the stone house. He walked along the wide stone path toward 9 Firmaments Palace. Along the way, he met some cultivators below the immortal Tao realm who would bow to him. It was the same even for Tao integration stage cultivators. After 200 years, the news that Jiang Xi had become Tao Lord 9 Firmaments in-name disciple gradually spread. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Tao origin world were not too bad. They were also very well informed. Most of them knew about this matter. Now, only immortal Tao experts did not need to bow to Jiang Xi when they saw him. In the face of everyone's bow, Jiang Xi did not show any arrogance. He still greeted everyone like before. When he met cultivators who often attended the public lectures together, he would chat with them for a while. After arriving at the inner city of 9 Firmaments Palace, the Tribulation Transcender Guards did not stop Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, Lord 9 Firmaments has already given the order. After you arrive, you don't need to report. You can go in directly, the captain of the Tribulation Transcender Guards said with a kind smile. In terms of status, Jiang Xi had already surpassed these Tribulation Transcender Guards. Many thanks. After Jiang Xi thanked him, he walked into the depths of the inner city. Looking at Jiang Xi's back, the Tribulation Transcender Guards were even more emotional. Even some true monarchs need to report before they can enter the inner city. Only the personal disciples of Lord 9 Firmaments and those powerful existences can enter directly. It seems that Lord 9 Firmaments has already decided to accept him as his personal disciple. Jiang Xi entered the 9 Firmaments realm through the small path in the bamboo forest. After passing through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he arrived in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. He looked at his master's slaughter clone, who was wearing blood-colored armor and had blood-colored hair. Jiang Xi couldn't help but feel a huge pressure in his heart. Then, he respectfully saluted. Disciple greets master. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be the source of baleful aura. Only his eyes were gentle. He softly said, "Have you already mastered the second sword?" "Just now." "Perform it once." "Yes." Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out Scarlet Heaven Sword. He took a deep breath and began to perform the second sword of the Cloud Encirclement 7 Swords. Although he hadn't performed the second sword until now, the level and experience on the interface had already been filled. This meant that he had completely grasped the essentials of the second sword. With a thought, 1,105 green lotuses appeared in front of him. Then, these green lotuses merged into Scarlet Heaven Sword in a mysterious way in an instant. Suddenly, a mysterious aura rose, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. The second sword. Jiang Xi's eyes focused as he slashed out with his sword. A huge sword light whistled and landed on a mountain of corpses in front of him. Boom! The power of the immortal path erupted. The earth trembled, endless baleful aura surged, and space began to shatter. What surprised Jiang Xi was that the mountain of corpses remained motionless. He was confident that this sword had at least the power of a fourth tribulation transcender, but it didn't cause any damage to the mountain of corpses. It seemed that the cultivation of the corpses piled up on the mountain of corpses was unfathomable when they were alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments ignored Jiang Xi's surprise, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. You didn't feel any awkwardness when performing the second sword. It seems that you have completely grasped it. Jiang Xi respectfully listened. His experience had already been filled, so he must have completely grasped it. If other sword cultivators were to practice the Cloud Encirclement 7 swords, they might not be able to confirm whether they had completely grasped a certain sword. However, he didn't have this problem. He only needed to look at the level and experience of the secret technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a serious expression, "In that case, from today onwards, you are my personal disciple." Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi also respectfully kowtowed. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Xi's kneeling figure, and a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. He had experienced countless great calamities and lived for countless years. He no longer had any blood relatives, so the people closest to him were his personal disciples. Jiang Xi, who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, had become the youngest and weakest of his personal disciples. The youngest and weakest was naturally the most doted on. If Jiang Xi could become a true monarch, the master-disciple relationship between the two of them would last for countless years. Thinking of this, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed softly. Before you, there were a total of 40 personal disciples. 7 of them have already died. Of the 33 who are still alive, 1 is a Tao Lord, and 32 are true monarchs. You are still very young, so you have to work harder in the future and strive to become a true monarch. Disciple will remember, Jiang Xi said. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He was actually more than 500 years old, but in Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes, he was still young. Perhaps only those who had lived for more than 100 million years could be considered adults. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave Jiang Xi a message imprint and said, "If you have any difficulties in cultivation in the future, you can send me a message directly. When you reach the Tao integration stage and before you leave the ancient Tao origin world, come to the Nine Firmaments realm at other times. If there is no need, don't come to the Nine Firmaments realm for the time being. You have yet to become an immortal, so it won't be good for you to come too often." Yes. Jiang Xi nodded in response. Millimeter, cultivate well. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said one last sentence. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xi disappeared. Jiang Xi stood in front of the bamboo forest, a little confused. He was already a personal disciple, but there was no greeting gift. Before he came, he was full of expectations. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was an existence who stood at the peak of the human race. Just a casual pull of his hair would bring him endless benefit. Perhaps he doesn't want me to rely on external things. After all, my senior brothers are at least true monarchs, and I'm still far from that. I need to continue cultivating hard. Chapter 520. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the human race. Becoming his personal disciple would bring him both glory and pressure. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't relax. Instead, he became even more anxious. Previously, he had set 3 goals: first, to deduce the Gale, departing fire, and Vajra Dao techniques and strive to reach the level of Grand Dao. Second, to cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords and make this mystic technique appear on the interface. Third, to comprehend the remaining 3 Dao techniques of the 5 elements, water type, earth type, and wood type. Now, he had already accomplished the first 2 goals. In fact, he had exceeded his expectations. Only the last one was left to comprehend the water type, earth type, and wood type Dao techniques. Originally, I only had 300 years to cultivate in the ancient Dao source world. Master, Tao Lord 9 firmaments, increased it to 1,000 years. Now, I have more than 700 years left. I can consider cultivating these 3 Tao techniques to the level of Grand Tao. Then, I can fuse my soul with Tao and advance to the Tao integration stage. This was because once the primordial spirit and Tao technique fused, it was equivalent to having a solid foundation. It would be difficult to comprehend new Tao techniques. Moreover, it wasn't just 100 or 1,000 times more difficult. It was 10,000 times more difficult. After correcting his new goals, Jiang Ci began to devote himself to cultivation. Through the palm of the golden mark Do Huang, Tao Lord, he comprehended the water type, earth type, and wood type Tao techniques. He used the experience interface to deduce the sword Tao, wind type, metal type, and fire type Tao techniques. He went outside the city to hunt spirits of the Tao and obtained experience points. In the 288th year after entering the ancient Tao source world, which was also the 38th year after becoming Tao Lord 9 Firmament's personal disciple, Jiang Ci comprehended the wood-type Tao technique. In the 320th year, he comprehended the earth-type Tao technique. In the 332nd year, the cloud-top competition for the nascent soul realm began again. Jiang Ci won first place without a doubt. In the 392nd year, he comprehended the water-type Tao technique. In the 518th year, the wood-type and earth-type Tao techniques were deduced to the level of Grand Tao. In the 610th year, the cloud-top competition for the nascent soul realm began again. And Jiang Ci won first place in the 675th year, the water-type Tao technique and wood-type Tao technique. In the 860th year, his primordial spirit finally successfully fused with the 7 Tao techniques and advanced to the early stage of Tao integration. Even though he had cultivated 3 more Tao techniques, which greatly increased the difficulty of his deduction, his cultivation speed was many times faster here in the ancient Tao origin world. On top of that, Jiang Ci had 99 times the Daoist affinity. After spending countless EXP, he successfully completed his goal. 9 Heavens City, on the roof of Jiang Ci's stone house, Jiang Ci slowly opened his eyes. Now, his actual age had finally surpassed 1,000 years. The Tao integration stage in 1,000 years was neither fast nor slow. However, if he also cultivated the 7 Daoist techniques, he would only need 1,000 years to reach the Tao integration stage. This was definitely a godly speed. The difficulty of fusing 7 Tao arts was more than 10,000 times that of fusing 1 Tao art. It could be said that in the countless years since the beginning of time, no one had ever been able to complete the fusion of 7 Taos. Because the lifespan of a primordial soul stage cultivator was only 5,000 years, there was simply no time to do this. If I didn't have the EXP panel, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Jiang Ci's eyes glowed with great confidence. Not to mention the other secret techniques, just the Tao integration technique of fusing 7 Taos was enough to increase his spiritual power amplitude exponentially. His base spiritual power amplitude was now 20,000 times, sword intent. Once he used the Tao integration technique, his base spiritual power amplitude would be multiplied by 7, which would be 140,000 times. Under such circumstances, Jiang Ci wasn't sure how strong he was. However, he was sure that if he met another ghost immortal, he could easily kill them. Next, he carefully sensed the changes in his strength and got up to head to 9 Heavens Palace. Master, Tao Lord 9 Heavens, asked me to meet him after I reached the Tao integration stage and after I left the ancient Tao origin world. He must have something to tell me. Jiang Ci walked along the stone path of 9 Heavens City and stepped into the inner city of 9 Heavens Palace under the watchful eyes of many. Then, he passed through the bamboo forest and entered the 9 Heavens realm. After reaching the Tao integration stage, Jiang Ci still felt great psychological pressure amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When he reached the depths of the 9 Heavens realm, he saw the figure with blood-red hair and wearing blood-red armor. It was Tao Lord 9 Heavens' slaughter doppelganger. However, this time, there was a middle-aged man in a starry robe beside Tao Lord 9 Heavens. He was bowing slightly and saying something. From afar, he could see that this man's face was ordinary, but he had a dignified aura that made people feel awe. The imperial robe that symbolizes supreme power? Jiang Xi had already guessed the man's identity. Only the Emperor of the Heavenly Court dared to wear this robe in front of Tao Lord Nine Heavens. He was Tao Lord Nine Heavens' other personal disciple. After approaching, Jiang Xi bowed respectfully to Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Disciple greets master. Then, he bowed to the man in the robe. Greetings, Emperor. Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor had already stopped talking and looked at Jiang Xi. I just mentioned you to your senior brother. I didn't expect you to come, Tao Lord Nine Heavens said with a smile. Little junior brother, we can address each other as senior and junior brothers in front of master. I'm master's 7th personal disciple. You can call me 7th senior brother. The Emperor revealed a kind smile. Greetings, 7th senior brother. Jiang Xi bowed again. The Emperor nodded with a smile and stood at the side without saying anything. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Heavens stared at Jiang Xi for a while and said with a serious expression, "You have comprehended 3 more Tao techniques? 7 Tao integration stage?" Yes. Jiang Xi admitted honestly. There was nothing he could do if he did not admit it. Tao Lord Nine Heavens could see it himself. Beside him, the Emperor revealed a surprised expression and looked at Jiang Xi a few more times. He was also a Tao Lord expert, but he could not tell what Tao technique Jiang Xi cultivated. Fusing 7 Tao arts into one was an unprecedented and shocking feat. You are surprising me more and more. You are also very bold. Tao Lord Nine Heavens gave his evaluation and asked, have you considered the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Xi shook his head hesitantly. Is it very difficult? Junior brother, you dare to walk 7 Tao paths at the same time without understanding the heavenly tribulation? The Emperor could not help but ask. Jiang Xi shook his head again. While the 7 Tao paths gave him great strength, it also gave him great confidence. In fact, even if he wanted to understand, he had no reference because no one had been able to achieve 7 Tao integration stage before. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. The Emperor glanced at Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Tao Lord Nine Heavens explained, the heavenly tribulation is mysterious. The more heaven-defying a person is, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be. If you cultivate 7 Tao integration stage at the same time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be at least 10,000 times stronger than a normal heavenly tribulation. Moreover, there are a total of 9 tribulations for tribulation transcenders, each stronger than the last. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi frowned. If even Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor said that it was difficult, it was definitely not simple. It seemed that he had been too confident before. Of course, your current foundation is many times stronger than that of ordinary Tao integration cultivators. You might have a chance in the future. With such a strong foundation, once you succeed in transcending the tribulation, the strength you gain will be huge. Tao Lord Nine Heavens suddenly smiled. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. His foundation was more than many times stronger than that of ordinary Tao integration cultivators. It was estimated to be at least 10,000 times stronger. Tao Lord Nine Heavens said, when you reach the Tao integration stage, you will have to create your own mystic techniques. If you want to have a greater chance of transcending the heavenly tribulation, apart from other methods, mystic techniques are ranked first. Every expert has their own mystic techniques. The mystic techniques that you learned and cultivated before are powerful. Although it was powerful, it still belonged to someone else. It was something that the creator of the secret technique had created for himself. Even if you cultivate those mystic techniques to the highest realm, it will be difficult for you to unleash the power of the mystic technique. Therefore, your next cultivation direction is to create your own mystic technique. Create a powerful mystic technique that truly belongs to you. The stronger the mystic technique you create, the greater your chance of facing the heavenly tribulation in the future. This was the first time Tao Lord Nine Heavens had taught Jiang Xi about cultivation. Jiang Xi listened carefully. Tao Lord Nine Heavens continued, Sword Tao is the Tao of killing. You need a lot of life and death battles to find inspiration in creating mystic techniques. In terms of cultivation, I can guide you. However, you need to experience battles yourself. It just so happens that after you reach the Tao integration stage, I have also prepared a Dharma treasure for you. It can increase your combat and life-saving abilities. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Heavens waved his hand and took out an item that floated in the air. Buzz! As soon as this Dharma treasure appeared, the entire Nine Heavens realm seemed to tremble slightly. Jiang Xi's gaze was immediately attracted. It was a Dharma treasure formed by 3 mountains. The mountains were of different heights. When combined, they were integrated and exuded a heavy aura. This treasure is called the Triple Mountain. It has 2 major functions. It can transform into armor and conceal space. As for how to refine and use it, it's all in this jade slip. Go back and cultivate well and try to refine it as soon as possible. Tao Lord Nine Heavens waved his hand and took out a red jade slip, handing it to Jiang Xi. Yes. Jiang Xi took the Triple Mountain and the jade slip. At this moment, the emperor who was standing at the side said with a smile, "Junior brother, this is the first time we've met. I'll give you a Dharma treasure as well. Although it can't compare to the Triple Mountain given by Master, it can increase your life-saving ability." As he spoke, he took out a purple token with golden patterns. This is a major shift talisman. With your cultivation, you can shift a distance of 1 light year after using it. Coupled with the ability of the Triple Mountain to seal space, it's enough for you to deal with many life and death crises. However, it can only be used 10 times. After that, it'll be useless. You have to use it carefully. The emperor smiled. Thank you, 7th senior brother. Jiang Xi received it happily. If he could shift a distance of 1 light year at random, as long as he didn't encounter a perfected lord, no one could kill him. 10 times was enough. Tao Lord Nine Heavens looked at the conversation between the 2 brothers, then said to Jiang Xi, "Go back first. When you're ready to leave the ancient Tao origin world, come here again." "Yes, Master." Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Then, heaven and earth spun, and he disappeared from the Nine Heavens realm. Only Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor were left in the sea of corpses. The materials to refine major shift talismans can only be found in the ancient immortal world. "You don't have many left, right?" Tao Lord Nine Heavens asked. "That was the last one. Since I have no use for it, I might as well give it to junior brother." The Emperor smiled. The next opening of the ancient immortal world is not far away. Prepare well. Tao Lord Nine Heavens looked into the void with a deep gaze. "Yes, Master." The Emperor bowed. The change in cultivation level could not be hidden from others, because there were many powerful cultivators in the ancient Tao origin world. They could easily see through Jiang Xi's cultivation level. In the following days, the news of Jiang Xi's advancement to the Tao integration stage gradually spread. This news quickly caused a huge uproar. Clearly, Jiang Xi's actions had exceeded many people's expectations. Even though he had participated in 3 primordial soul stage competitions, he had only cultivated for 1,000 years. For a 4th heaven primordial soul stage disciple, this was too short, and it was difficult for him to accumulate much. However, when they thought about how Jiang Xi had easily won 1st place in the 3rd level primordial soul stage competition, they all felt that it was strange. Everyone felt that it was normal for Jiang Xi to break through to the Tao integration stage. Moreover, he had Tao Lord Nine Heavens guiding him. How could he go astray? On the other hand, the other 4th heaven primordial soul stage disciples finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Jiang Xi had reached the Tao integration stage, they did not have to compete with him. They had 1 less mountain to climb. Some people were happy, while others were sad. After the news of Jiang Xi's advancement to the Tao integration stage reached the Purple Heaven sect headquarters. At the 5th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, in the residence of Immortal Wu Yi, a 6th tribulation transcender. Immortal Wu Yi was silent for a long time, his gloomy eyes flickering. Tao integration, is there no chance left? When he learned that Jiang Xi had become Tao Lord Nine Heavens' personal disciple, he had already despaired. Now, he was even more desperate. No, there is still a chance. He still has to go through life and death training. If he dies in the process, the Purple Heaven Sword Sutra will choose a new inheritor. Even if he successfully completes the life and death training, the next step is to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. The more heaven-defying one's talent is, the stronger the tribulation. The chances of him failing the tribulation are very high. In the endless years, many peerless geniuses with outstanding talent had fallen under the tribulation weight, at most 10,000 years. Immortal Wu Yi closed his eyes again. For a certain path, he was willing to wait. Of course, Jiang Xi did not know what had happened behind the scenes. Going to the realm of the 9 heavens and getting 2 powerful magic weapons was something he didn't expect. It was a pleasant surprise. After returning, he began to seriously study the Triple Mountain. There was no need to study the Great Teleportation Talisman. It could only be used 10 times, and he could not waste it. The red jade slip recorded detailed information about the Triple Mountain, as well as the refining and usage methods. Jiang Xi scanned it with his spiritual sense and memorized the information. There was not much content, except for some introductions and the refining and usage methods. As the name implied, the Triple Mountain had a total of 3 seals. The first seal could confine the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 6th tribulation transcender at most. The second seal could confine the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 9th tribulation transcender at most. The third seal could confine the space within a radius of 100 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 1st tribulation Tao immortal at most. It can actually defend against the attacks of a 1st tribulation Tao immortal. Jiang Xi laughed. This way, he would be more confident. With the Great Teleportation Talisman, he would be fine as long as he did not provoke perfected lords in the future. Then, he began to refine the Triple Mountain according to the refining method in the jade slip. Just as he formed a few hand seals, Ni Shong's surprised voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Strange, it's clearly an origin treasure. Why doesn't it have an artifact spirit? Ni Shong was the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Tower. All these years, she had been quietly refining the corpses of those tribulation transcender monsters, working hard to remove the first seal of the Heavenly Tower. Ni Shong, you said that the Triple Mountain is also an origin treasure? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. Yes, there's no mistake. It has the aura of an origin treasure, Ni Shong said. The artifact spirit might have been erased by my master. Jiang Xi speculated. Tao monarchs are not that stupid. An origin treasure with an artifact spirit can unleash greater power. Ni Shong denied this speculation. That's strange. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He could not ask Tao Monarch 9 firmaments again because with his current strength and status, under normal circumstances, he would not be able to know anything about origin treasures. If he went to Tao Monarch 9 firmaments, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had other origin treasures on him. And the Heavenly Tower was a secret that could not be revealed. According to Ni Shong, he could only reveal this origin treasure if he had the strength of a Tao monarch. There's no point in thinking too much. In short, the Triple Mountain is a powerful artifact. It can't be wrong. Jiang Xi temporarily put this question in the bottom of his heart. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 9 Firmament City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Xi came to drink with his master again. These 1,000 years in the ancient Tao Source world was the period he had spent the most time with Wine Sword Immortal. Up until now, he had a total of 3 masters, Daoist Ge, Wine Sword Immortal, and Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments. Among them, he had spent the shortest time with Daoist Ge, less than 15 minutes. Jiang Xi only felt gratitude towards this master of his. The inheritance imprint that Daoist Ge had left for him had been of great help to his later cultivation. This was especially so for the purple firmament sword scripture. Even now, it was still of great use to his sword Tao. In terms of true feelings, Jiang Xi felt the closest to Wine Sword Immortal. This was because Tao Monarch 9 firmaments gave him a lot of pressure. In front of Tao Monarch 9 firmaments, he could not help but feel a sense of reverence and respect. In comparison, he was the most relaxed in front of Wine Sword Immortal. Of course, Wine Sword Immortal's wine was also very tasty. In these 1,000 years, Jiang Xi had almost become an alcoholic. Kid, you're here to drink again. You've drunk so much of my wine. Next time, you have to get me some good wine. Wine Sword Immortal pointed at Jiang Xi and asked him to sit down. Master, don't worry. Next time, I'll get you a 100,000-year-old Guanghan precious wine. Jiang Xi sat down with a smile and filled his own cup. You said it. A 100,000-year-old wine, even 99,000 years won't do. Wine Sword Immortal's throat clearly moved. 100,000-year-old Guanghan precious wine was extremely rare. Even if he was the famous Wine Sword Immortal, he did not have the qualifications to get it. Jiang Xi was now Tao Monarch 9 Firmament's direct disciple, so he would have the opportunity in the future. Next, when the wine was half drunk, Wine Sword Immortal suddenly covered the wine gourd and said, "I'm not drinking today, I'm not drinking. Master, I haven't had enough." Jiang Xi looked at the empty wine cup. "Next time you come to the ancient Tao origin world, come and drink with me. I'll leave this wine for you." Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. "Master knows that I'm leaving?" Jiang Xi was a little surprised. "This time, you have a faint baleful aura on your body. I think you're preparing to go out and undergo a life and death training." Wine Sword Immortal said. "Master has good eyes." Jiang Xi smiled. "If I can't see that, then can I still be Wine Sword Immortal?" Wine Sword Immortal laughed and then said seriously, "Since you've decided, Master only hopes that you can survive and come back to drink with me. This disciple will remember." Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. "Go." Wine Sword Immortal waved his hand casually. After Jiang Xi left Wine Sword Immortal's palace, he went to 9 Firmament's palace, which was not far away. According to Tao Monarch 9 Firmament's instructions, he had to meet him again before leaving the ancient Tao origin world. In the 9 Firmament's realm, Tao Monarch 9 Firmament's slaughter clone stood in the void amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Disciple greets Master." Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. "You're leaving?" Tao Monarch 9 Firmament's deep gaze fell on Jiang Xi. "Yes, I've cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for nearly 1,000 years, and I'm about to reach a bottleneck." Jiang Xi nodded. "That's good. There are no battles here, no pressure. It's not a place for a little guy like you to cultivate for a long time." Tao Monarch 9 Firmament smiled. "Have you thought of where to go? The extraterritorial battlefield or the universe mystic realm?" he asked again. Jiang Xi said, "The extraterritorial battlefield." According to Purple Firmament Sect's cultivation path, Tao integration stage core disciples had to undergo life and death training. There were 2 choices, the extraterritorial battlefield or the universe mystic realm. The extraterritorial battlefield was a place where the various races of the universe fought. There were countless experts of other races who secretly hunted immortal Tao experts of other races. Moreover, it was not just immortal Tao experts, the cultivator armies were equally terrifying. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. This was a phrase used to describe cultivator armies. For example, the combined attack of 1,000,000 cultivator armies could easily kill an immortal Tao expert. The universe mystic realm was naturally not any less dangerous than the extraterritorial battlefield. Just like the sword gate genius Liu Yang from 8 million years ago. In terms of talent, he was an epoch genius who was many times stronger than Jiang Xi. Cultivating was as easy as drinking water, but in the end, he died in the universe mystic realm. There were some extremely dangerous places in the universe that even true monarchs did not dare to enter. The reason why Jiang Xi chose the extraterritorial battlefield was because there were more fighter jets there. In comparison, the life and death training in the universe mystic realm had a higher chance of experiencing life and death danger. It was easier to experience the terror of life and death. It was not suitable for his current situation. He needed a large number of battles to find inspiration for his own secret technique. The extraterritorial battlefield? Tao Lord 9 Firmament frowned slightly and said, "You're my personal disciple now. With your identity as an epoch genius, you're definitely in the top 3 of the assassination list. If you go there, you'll probably be targeted by them." Jiang Xi's expression was normal as he smiled. I'm mentally prepared. Many years ago, I was assassinated by the ghost race in the land of reincarnation. At that time, I wasn't so famous. Now, they'll probably pay a higher price to assassinate me. Ghost race. Dao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes shot out a blood-red light. Boom. The sky suddenly changed color as if doomsday had arrived. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. These two words seemed to have angered Dao Lord Nine Firmament. There are 3 peak races in the universe: humans, ghost race, and monster race. The war between the 3 races has lasted for countless eras. In this era, the monster race and ghost race are secretly working together to fight against us humans. The monster race is ferocious and the ghost race is sneaky. Remember, when you go to the extraterritorial battlefield, the first thing you have to be careful of is the ghost race. Dao Lord Nine Firmament said solemnly. I'll remember. Jiang Xi said respectfully. If you encounter any danger that you can't deal with, you can send me a message. I'll rush over as fast as I can. However, I hope that you can rely on your own strength to become a true expert. You'll become an expert that will make the extraterritorial race tremble in fear. Dao Lord Nine Firmament exhorted. I understand. Jiang Xi nodded. Go and come back alive. Dao Lord Nine Firmament's gaze was deep. Yes. Jiang Xi kowtowed respectfully before leaving the Nine Firmament realm. Chapter 521. Encrypted Intelligence, Jiang Xi, Human Race, Identity, Personal Disciple of Dao Lord Nine Firmaments and a 4th Stage Dao Integration Disciple of the Purple Firmament Sect. Rank, Target number 1 on the Assassination Leaderboard. Whereabouts. Has left the ancient Dao origin world and is suspected to be heading to the extraterritorial battlefield. To be confirmed, similar encrypted intelligence quickly appeared in the spy organizations of the peak races, the Yarrow race, the Ghost race, and many other peak races. After the spy organizations reported this information, the upper echelons of these races also received this information. The corresponding orders were immediately passed down. The immortal Dao experts of foreign races in the extraterritorial battlefield were only enemies of the human race. Almost all of them received the same order: confirm Jiang Xi's whereabouts and execute the mission to kill him. Secluded Night Star, one of the 9 great armies of the human race. It was a fixed teleportation point to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. Only through here could one enter the extraterritorial battlefield. This large planet, which was similar to a transit station, had a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. Large numbers of human cultivators and cultivator armies were teleported here every day. Then, they were continuously teleported to the extraterritorial battlefield to participate in the war between races. On this day, Jiang Xi appeared at one of the secluded Night Star's teleportation points, wearing dark red battle armor. His appearance had been altered so that even Jiang Dudu wouldn't be able to recognize him. The armored guards at this teleportation point were clearly different from the guards at the teleportation palaces on the planets of the 9 domains of the Dao Alliance. Every one of them exuded an aura of steel and killing intent. Even though the armored guard's cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, he still blocked the Dao integration stage Jiang Xi with a solemn expression. Cultivator, please show me your identification jade slip, the armored guard said in a low voice. Wandering cultivator, Shan, from the Heavenly Sun region's Flame Split Star region's Yingluan Star. Jiang Xi took out a jade slip. His identification card wasn't made up. It was information recorded in the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance. After checking it, the armored guard said, wandering cultivators are different from cultivator armies. You need to gather a certain number of people before you can teleport to the extraterritorial battlefield. Follow this passage for 10,000 kilometers and you'll reach the gathering point for Dao integration stage cultivators. You can wait there. As he spoke, he pointed at the passage behind the teleportation point. There were 2 passageways, one for the army of cultivators and the other for rogue cultivators. Thank you very much. Jiang Xi nodded gently, put away the identity jade slip, and turned to enter the rogue cultivator passage. There were no problems with this process. The Heavenly Court's Emperor was his 7th senior brother. It was too easy for him to come up with a fake identity. He was a prodigy of this era of the human race and a personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. If the outsiders knew that he had entered the battlefield, it would probably attract a large number of foreign experts. Therefore, he had prepared everything before he set off. In fact, even if he showed his true appearance, it would be very difficult for anyone to recognize him. This was because he had cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 1,000 years, while 3,600 years had passed in the origin universe. It had been almost 4,000 years since he had participated in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. For true immortal Tao experts, this might be a very short period of time. However, cultivators below the immortal path could only live for 10,000 years at most. After 4,000 years, there were only a few who could still remember what Jiang Xi looked like. These preparations were only due to the caution that was ingrained in his bones. After flying for 10,000 kilometers along the path of the wandering cultivators, he saw a large hall. The human race would not mistreat the warriors who fought in the battlefield, so this hall was not a very serious environment. There were all kinds of resting facilities in the hall. The environment was elegant, and pleasant music flowed slowly. It was pleasant to the ears. At this moment, there were already more than 80 people in the hall. They were all Tao integration cultivators. They were gathered in groups of 2 or 3. It was obvious that they were traveling together. Only a very small number of them were traveling alone. After Jiang Xi arrived, many people only glanced at him and did not pay much attention to him. Cultivators who dared to enter the battlefield were only those who had nowhere else to go. They were the kind of cultivation maniacs who wanted to increase their strength through large numbers of battles. Therefore, none of them were easy to deal with. Jiang Xi also understood this. After all, he was not easy to deal with. The female attendant in the hall was the kindest. The female attendant walked in front of Jiang Xi. "Hello, cultivator. What would you like to order?" She waved her hand and summoned an illusory interface. A large amount of information was displayed on it. There was food, drink, and entertainment. Everything one could think of. Jiang Xi casually ordered a star beverage. At the same time, he asked, "When can we go to the battlefield?" The female attendant smiled. The price of teleporting from the human race's territory to the battlefield is very high. Therefore, a certain number of people must be gathered. Because there are many cultivator armies, they can be teleported directly. 4 itinerant cultivators, only 100 of you Tao integration cultivators are needed. You are quite lucky. There are already more than 80 people. The first person who came has already waited for more than half a month. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Itinerant cultivators were scattered all over the Tao Alliance. It would indeed take some time to gather them. This was especially true for Tao integration cultivators. There were very few cultivators at this level. It was even more difficult to gather a certain number of people. Then, Jiang Xi found a place to sit down like the others and waited quietly. There were also people who were very friendly. He had just sat down when 2 youths from the 3-eyed race approached Jiang Xi. "Friend, are you alone?" one of the tall youths asked Jiang Xi with a smile. Jiang Xi was not a cold person. He smiled. "That's right. I admire you. People who dare to enter the battlefield alone are definitely not weak," the tall youth from the 3-eyed race praised. Jiang Xi smiled. With the strength of his spiritual sense, he could easily see that these 2 were late-stage Tao integration cultivators. However, they could not see through his cultivation. You 3-eyed race are most proficient in the soul. When the 2 of you work together, there are not many Tao integration cultivators who can defeat you. Jiang Xi smiled. "Haha, I like that." The tall youth from the 3-eyed race laughed loudly. "I am Mu Jian. This is my younger brother, Mu Chen." The other youth from the 3-eyed race, Mu Chen, was much more silent. He only nodded at Jiang Xi. "You can call me Shan," Jiang Xi said. The 2 brothers from the 3-eyed race looked at each other. This name was too common. They could find many people with this name on any planet. They felt that this should be Jiang Xi's fake name, but they did not ask. The three of them sat together. Only Jiangxi and Mu Jian were chatting casually. Mu Chen had been sitting quietly by the side the whole time. Then, from time to time, new Dao integration cultivators would come to this hall to gather. 2 days later, the number of people finally reached 100. A tribulation transcender wearing black armor appeared in the hall out of thin air, and a strong bloody aura spread out. Obviously, this was a powerhouse who had been through hundreds of battles. He solemnly said, "Gather." Jiangxi and the other 100 Dao integration cultivators quickly came in front of this tribulation transcender. The black-armored tribulation transcender looked around and said, "Everyone, you chose to enter the battlefield in the foreign battlefield, which shows that you are all people with great courage. You are also outstanding people from various galaxies. However, there are rules everywhere, especially on the battlefield. You can't be as free as you were when you were loose cultivators. The army is a place with a clear hierarchy, and the subordinates must obey the superiors. Therefore, before you are teleported to the battlefield in the foreign battlefield, your strength level needs to be confirmed." Everyone looked at each other, and then a Dao integration powerhouse asked, "Strength level? Sir, can't you just look at our cultivation level?" The black-armored tribulation transcender shook his head and said, "What is tested here is actual combat power. Cultivation level cannot completely reflect a person's actual combat power." Everyone came to a realization. Everyone understood this logic. Cultivation level was only the most superficial strength. For example, some people had high realms, and some people had powerful secret techniques. These could allow a person to have actual combat power that was far beyond their cultivation level. For example, Jiangxi was comparable to an invincible Dao integration cultivator when he was at the peak nascent soul stage. At this time, someone raised a new question. "Sir, how do we determine our strength level? Do we have to show it ourselves? Or do we have to compete with each other?" As soon as this question came out, some people whispered. No one was willing to reveal their hidden trump cards to the public, but strength level was obviously very important now because it was related to what kind of identity and authority they could obtain in the foreign battlefield. Jiangxi also frowned slightly. He didn't want to expose his strength. The black-armored tribulation transcender didn't care about everyone's doubts, and solemnly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We can determine your strength level with this thing." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out an item. It was a closed eye suspended in the air. It was a clone of the heavenly eye. All of the Dao integration stage cultivators recognized the origin of this eye. The Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance would set up a Heavenly Court building on each important life planet. In these buildings, there were similar clones of the heavenly eye. Since it was the heavenly eye, everyone no longer had any doubts. The heavenly eye covered the entire universe, so it shouldn't be difficult for it to detect their strength level. The black-armored tribulation transcender continued, "There are a total of 3 strength levels, which are first-class Dao integration, second-class Dao integration, and third-class Dao integration. Most Dao integration cultivators are third-class Dao integration cultivators. Those who have initially comprehended the Great Dao belong to second-class Dao integration. Those who have walked a certain distance on the Great Dao belong to first-class Dao integration. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 100 second-class Dao integration cultivators can reach first-class Dao integration. So, you should be clear now. First-class Dao integration cultivators are the strongest, and their status is naturally the highest." Speaking of this, he glanced at Jiangxi and the others. Everyone nodded. Normal Dao integration cultivators were all at the level of the Great Dao of heaven and earth. If they had initially comprehended the Great Dao, their strength would definitely be stronger. "Now, walk in front of this heavenly eye." The black-armored tribulation transcender made a hand seal. Suddenly, the closed eye opened. Although the eyeball was dull, it seemed to be able to see through everything. The 100 Dao integration cultivators lined up and walked in front of the heavenly eye. Buzz, the heavenly eye shot out a light that enveloped everyone. Then, their strength level appeared in the light. Second-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Third-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Jiang Ci was secretly surprised. Basically, they were all second-class Dao integration cultivators, which meant that they had initially comprehended the great Dao. It stood to reason that the number of third-class Dao integration cultivators was the highest, and those who could comprehend the great Dao were the minority. After thinking about it, Jiang Ci understood. Since they dared to enter the foreign battlefield as loose cultivators, they must have some skills. However, the number of first-class Dao integration cultivators was also very small. After half of the test, there had not been a single first-class Dao integration cultivator. Soon, it was Jiang Ci's turn. The light emitted by the heavenly eye shrouded Jiang Ci's body. The light changed, revealing Jiang Ci's strength level. First-class Dao integration. Suddenly, the hall became lively, and all eyes were focused on Jiang Ci. Although the black-armored tribulation transcender had just said that out of 100 second-class Dao integration cultivators, there would generally be one first-class Dao integration cultivator. But when they saw it, everyone was still surprised. First-class Dao integration cultivators had already walked a certain distance on the Great Dao, and their strength was definitely stronger. In contrast, the two youths from the three-eyed race were not too surprised. The souls of the three-eyed race were very strong, and correspondingly, their spiritual senses were also stronger. Previously, they had gone to talk to Jiang Ci because they could not see through Jiang Ci's strength. They had long expected Jiang Ci's strength. The black-armored tribulation transcender said with appreciation, "Not bad, what's your name?" A smile finally appeared on his face. "Shan." Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. "Very good, I hope you can survive in the foreign battlefield." The black-armored tribulation transcender nodded. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Ci bowed again and retreated to the side with a calm expression. The remaining Dao integration cultivators continued to confirm their strength levels. Second-class Dao integration. Third-class Dao integration. First-class Dao integration. Whoosh. In an instant, the hall became lively again. Another first-class Dao integration cultivator had appeared. Out of 100 Dao integration cultivators, there were 2 first-class Dao integration cultivators. This was a very rare situation. Jiang Ci also looked over and saw a thin young man with sword intent faintly exuding from his body. He had a long sword on his back and looked quite arrogant. Is he also a sword Dao cultivator? I wonder if he's from the 3 gates and 6 sects. Jiang Ci guessed. Those who cultivated the sword Dao and could reach the level of sword intent were at least from a top immortal sect. This was because it was very difficult for rogue cultivators to cultivate sword intent when they lacked resources. The black-armored tribulation transcender asked for the name of the thin young man, Xiuzhu, just like he had asked for Jiang Ci. Soon, the strength levels of the 100 Dao integration cultivators were all confirmed. There were 2 first-class Dao integration cultivators, 78 second-class Dao integration cultivators, and 23rd-class Dao integration cultivators. These are your strength badges. Remember, you only have one chance to refine each badge. The black-armored tribulation transcender raised his hand and waved it. 100 badges of different colors fell into everyone's hands. First-class Dao integration cultivators had gold badges, second-class Dao integration cultivators had white badges, and third-class Dao integration cultivators had black badges. Then, the black-armored tribulation transcender said, "In the foreign battlefield, if you encounter cultivators of the human race or other races in the same camp as the human race, you will be able to identify their badges. At the same time, you can also exercise the corresponding authority of your identity. Each badge could only be refined once. In other words, the possibility of being robbed by powerhouses of the enemy camp was eliminated. Start first, change later." Chapter 522. Secluded Night Planet, inside the main hall where the Dao integration stage rogue cultivators were gathered. After all 100 Dao integration stage cultivators had refined their badges, the black-armored tribulation transcender said, "The extraterrestrial battlefield is a huge star field that belongs to the myriad races of the universe. Over countless years, that star field has been divided into 36 main battlefields. According to the order, Your group of rogue cultivators will be teleported to the 9th battlefield. All of the Dao integration stage itinerant cultivators began to discuss in low voices. The 9th battlefield. It is said that among the 36 battlefields, it is ranked in the top 5 in terms of danger, and the mortality rate is more than 90%. This also shows the intensity of the war on this battlefield. This is even better as we can encounter more battles. This is bad, we've been assigned to such a dangerous place. Some were excited, some were worried, and some remained calm. Jiang Xi belonged to the calm type. For him, the 9th battlefield was a good place. What he needed was a lot of battles. At this time, the black-armored tribulation transcender said, "Our human race has set up 360 frontline barracks in each main battlefield. This time, we will be heading to the 3rd barracks in the 9th battlefield. If there are no other questions, we can set off now." No one dared to raise any questions. At this point, they still wanted to be deserters. They probably didn't want to live anymore. There was a giant interstellar teleportation array in the depths of the main hall, and the group stepped into it. After the array was activated, the 100 rogue cultivators, as well as the black-armored tribulation transcender, disappeared in a dazzling light. After crossing an unknown number of light-years, after nearly 30 breaths of time, the space changed. Everyone stood still again and appeared in a new place. Unlike the main hall of the assembly point just now, this place was open air, and one could see the endless starry sky when looking up. This was obviously a huge starry sky continent. Outside the interstellar teleportation array, there was a team of soldiers wearing standard battle armor guarding this place. The soldiers did not stop them and allowed the black-armored tribulation transcender to take Jiang Xi and the others away. Jiang Xi remained silent along the way and did not release his spirit sense to explore this place. After all, his behavior had to be in line with his current identity. With just a simple look, one could tell that the military camp was extremely strict and filled with a somber aura. Rows and rows of cultivator armies were either training or patrolling. In terms of cultivation, the division was also very clear. The nascent soul stage, primordial soul stage, and Dao integration stage were divided into 3 regions. After a while, the black-armored tribulation transcender took them to a camp. The black-armored tribulation transcender did not immediately take them in. Instead, he solemnly said, "Everyone, this is the camp of rogue Dao integration cultivators. In a while, in the camp, there may be a small group of rogue cultivators who will invite you to join them. I hope you can choose carefully." This was because the way rogue cultivators and cultivator armies moved on the battlefield was different. Armies fight in battle formations, while you rogue cultivators fight in small groups. The stronger the team, the higher the chance of survival on the battlefield. Everyone listened attentively, and their expressions became very serious. Walking into the campsite, one could see that it was a huge lounge with all kinds of entertainment facilities. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao integration cultivators resting in this hall. So many Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Jiang Xi was shocked. This was only the 3rd frontline military camp of the 9th battlefield, and there were 360 such frontline military camps in the 9th battlefield. If that was the case, the number of Dao integration cultivators in the 9th battlefield would definitely exceed 100 million, and this was just those who were resting. What about those who were fighting outside? Were there so many Dao integration cultivators in the human race? Before he could finish this thought, ding, the entrance of the hall suddenly flashed with colorful light, and at the same time, a cheerful voice sounded. "Everyone, please welcome the new recruit." The noise in the hall was slightly lower, and then it became more lively. "Welcome. Welcome to the battlefield of cultivators. The land of the brave welcomes you." Hundreds of thousands of Dao integration cultivators raised their glasses together. All kinds of welcoming voices were like huge waves, causing the 100 Dao integration recruits to fall into a short suffocation. Then, everyone was infected, and their blood boiled. The black-armored tribulation transcender with a dignified face also showed a smile at this time. This was a surprise for the recruits. After 10 breaths, the welcoming ceremony was over. The black-armored tribulation transcender suddenly said, "Let me remind you, there are 2 first-class Dao integration cultivators in this batch of recruit. After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and flew away. The hall became lively again. First-class Dao integration cultivators? Our team just happens to need to replenish its strength. First-class Dao integration cultivators, our team wants them. Soon, tens of thousands of Dao integration cultivators immediately rushed over. Because they all wore strength badges in the military camp, they could directly recognize who was a first-class Dao integration cultivator through their aura. Their eyes fell on Jiang Xi and the thin young man, Xiao Zhu. The 2 of you, join our team. Our team, 3421, has killed nearly 200 Dao integration cultivators of foreign races. The captain of our team is a tribulation transcender powerhouse. If you join us, your chances of survival in the future will be higher, and it will be easier for you to obtain military credit. The members of our team are all first-class Dao integration cultivators. Come here and join us. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but their targets were only Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu. The other 98 second-class and third-class Dao integration cultivators were ignored. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu looked at each other. Not long after, the 2 of them sat down in an elegant lounge. Opposite them was a short and stout man with a pair of golden hammers hanging from his waist. The aura he exuded revealed his identity. He was a tribulation transcender. Among the many invitations just now, only this person had personally invited them as a tribulation transcender. Therefore, the 2 of them temporarily followed. As for whether they would join or not, they had to find out first. The 2 of you, let me introduce myself first. My name is Bo Hai, and I'm the captain of Team 3619 in the 9th battlefield. The short and stout man smiled and said, Shan Hai. Xiao Zhu. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu also said their names. Haha, Shan Hai, both of our names have the word Hai. It seems that we are fated. Bo Hai laughed. Then, he said, if the 2 of you have any questions, feel free to ask now. He didn't put on airs as a tribulation transcender. While talking, he poured wine for the 2 of them. Xiao Zhu seemed to be more arrogant. In the end, it was Jiang Xi who asked first. Captain Bo Hai, why are there so many Dao integration cultivators here? And these are only the ones resting. There should be a large number of them who haven't returned from the battle outside. There are 36 main battlefields, and each battlefield has 360 barracks. If we calculate, there are probably more than 10 billion human Dao integration cultivators in the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. There are a total of 3,600 star zones in the 9 realms of the Human Dao Alliance. On average, there are several million Dao integration cultivators in each star zone. Are there so many powerful cultivators in the human race? This was something that Jiang Xi couldn't understand. It had to be known that the number of Dao integration cultivators on the pale blue planet, which was the core of a star zone. Beside him, Xiao Zhu nodded. Obviously, he had the same question. Haha, basically every new Dao integration cultivator has the same question. It seems that you are all humans living on this planet. Bo Hai laughed. Humans living on this planet? Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu glanced at each other. Bo Hai explained with a smile, this isn't a big secret. If you investigate carefully, you will be able to find out. The entire human race isn't just made up of humans from the 3,600 star zones. In addition, there are large numbers of humans living in the grotto heaven worlds of the various forces and the star continents of the various mystic realms. For example, the number of humans living on some star continents is no less than the number of humans in a star zone. In addition, some star continents in mystic realms have a much better spirit chi environment than many life planets. Their unique cultivation conditions make it easier for the humans living there to become powerful cultivators. Therefore, with the addition of the grotto heaven worlds and star continents, it's not surprising that there are so many Dao integration cultivators in the human race, Bo Hai said with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. He thought of the battle pattern continent and the myriad mountains star ocean. The people there could easily cultivate to the golden core stage. The number of 4-striped Dao integration dozongs was more than the number of Dao integration cultivators in a star zone. In addition, There was a star continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years under the Purple Heaven sect's ninth heaven world. There were countless humans there. Moreover, there was more than one star continent like this in the human race's territory. Jiang Xi saw 3 of them. The Purple Heaven sect, the Tao Alliance, and the Heavenly Court each had one. The other one was in the Jade Pool mystic realm on Earth. Of course, it had already been developed by the Purple Heaven sect. The 3 of them drank and chatted. Jiang Xi learned a lot of useful things from Bo Hai and had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the extraterritorial battlefield. Not long after, a short-haired woman dressed in green armor walked in from outside to rest. She nodded at Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu, then sat in front of Bo Hai and asked, "Captain, how did the discussion go?" "I'm still trying to understand the situation." Bo Hai smiled and introduced her to Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu. "This is Ling Long, the main force of our team. She is also a first-class Tao integration cultivator and specializes in the Tao of illusion." "The Tao of illusion?" Jiang Xi was a little surprised. Xiao Zhu also took a few more glances at Ling Long. The Tao of illusion was a very rare Tao technique. Out of 100,000 people who comprehended Tao techniques, there might not be one who cultivated the Tao of illusion. Jiang Xi had only seen one person since he started cultivating, and that was Fairy Wang Qing, a 9th tribulation transcender from the Guanghan sect. She was an immortal Tao expert who had mastered the Tao of illusion. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The same was true for Tao techniques. The Tao of illusion was famous for its strangeness. It often caused the opponent to unknowingly fall into a disadvantageous position or even die. Ling Long raised her wine cup and drank it in one gulp. She laughed and said, "This is nothing. Our 3619 team has a total of 4 people. Apart from the captain, who is a first tribulation transcender, the other 3 are all first-class Tao integration cultivators. The remaining 2 are not weaker than me. One of them specializes in the Tao of the saber, and the other is a Buddhist disciple. Now that I've said this, the 2 of you should know the strength of the 3619 team, right?" Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu nodded. The Tao of the saber was most suitable for killing on the battlefield. Buddhist disciples were even more mysterious and were rarely seen outside. Therefore, as a veteran, I advise you not to hesitate and join our team. You should know that if you want to live longer in the foreign battlefield, aside from strength, the most important thing is experience. And our 3619 team is an experienced elite team. Ling Long had a straightforward personality and did things very straightforwardly. She didn't let Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu continue to think. The thin young swordsman, Xiao Zhu, finally opened his mouth and said, "In that case, I'll join the 3619 team. Haha, welcome." Bo Hai laughed. Then, he asked Jiang Xi, "Shanghai, what about you?" Jiang Xi muttered to himself for a moment. Every cultivator who entered the foreign battlefield was equivalent to participating in the war between races and becoming a soldier. Entering the battlefield was a mission, and one had to accumulate a certain amount of military merit. Of course, there would be rewards for completing the mission. However, before accumulating enough military merit, one had to obey the orders of their superiors. The army of cultivators was already organized. As for loose cultivators, they had to first join the various teams of loose cultivators and obtain the organization. They had to obey the orders of the captain. Jiang Xi said with a smile, "No problem, I'm willing to join." Since he had to obtain the organization, joining an elite team led by a tribulation transcender should be a good choice. More importantly, it could be seen from the conversation between Bo Hai and Ling Long. The atmosphere of this team was pretty good. Good. Bo Hai clapped his hands and said with a smile. At the same time, his spiritual sense covered the hall and he sent a sound transmission. "Quickly come over." Not long after, 2 people rushed over from afar and entered the lounge. One was a cold-looking, long-haired youth with a tiger head saber on his back. His armor was stained with blood, and he was full of killing intent. The other was a monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He held a demon-subduing pestle in his hand and wore a tattered kasaya. His exposed muscles were very sturdy and gave off a strong feeling of strength. Bo Hai smiled at the two of them and said, "We have a new member. Let me introduce him to you." Bo Hai pointed at Xiao Zhu and said with a smile, "This is Xiao Zhu, a first-class Dao integration expert. Didn't you guys always say that our team lacked a sword expert? Now, one has come. We can see." The long-haired youth and the monk nodded at Xiao Zhu with a smile. This was because Xiao Zhu had always been carrying a sword on his back. It was obvious that he practiced the sword. In contrast, Jiang Xi was empty-handed and did not have any Dharma treasures or weapons on his back. "This is Shan Hai, a first-class Dao integration expert." Bo Hai pointed at Jiang Xi and introduced him. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "By the way, Shan Hai, what are you good at?" Jiang Xi smiled and said, "I'm also good at sword Dao." "Haha, that's great. With two sword experts, our team's overall strength will rise to another level." Bo Hai laughed loudly. Ling Long and the other two old members were also full of smiles. Xiao Zhu took a serious look at Jiang Xi, his proud eyes flickering. Jiang Xi smiled slightly. It was obvious that the entire team of 3,619 was a team that leaned toward strength and went berserk. Whether it was the long-haired youth's saber, the monk's demon-subduing pestle, or Bo Hai's heavy hammer, they were all strength types. Ling Long, on the other hand, was good at illusion techniques and was obviously a support type. This meant that they lacked a dexterity type cultivator. Sword Dao was a dexterity type. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 523. Team combat was all about balance. Too much force and too much softness would result in loopholes. Combining force and softness was the right way. The original 3619 team was too tough. What they lacked was nimble cultivators. Amongst the nimble cultivators, the strongest was naturally the sword Dao, followed by the wind Dao arts. Although sword Dao cultivators were common, it was rare to see someone who could cultivate to a high level and comprehend great Dao level sword intent. Now that they had two first-level Dao integration cultivators who cultivated sword Dao, the 3,619 team was naturally overjoyed. Then, the remaining two old team members introduced themselves. "My name is Duan, first-level Dao integration cultivator. I specialize in saber Dao," the cold-looking long-haired youth said softly. "I'm Hong Xin, first-level Dao integration cultivator. I specialize in the great Dao of strength." The muscular monk raised one hand. As expected, Jiang Xi glanced at Hong Xin discreetly. This was a warrior monk. In fact, since the first time he left Earth and stepped into space more than 3,000 years ago, he had been in awe and vigilant of Buddhism. That was because the peacock visualization he cultivated was excavated from the Buddhist ruins on Earth. Its origin was extremely mysterious. When he was apprenticed to Daoist Ge's remnant spirit, Daoist Ge had reminded him not to reveal the existence of the peacock visualization to Buddhism. Later, when Earth changed, Buddhism also sent monks to Earth. They were now in a grotto heaven world in the ancient Tianzhu region. This Hong Xin is a warrior monk. I wonder if he cultivated any Buddhist visualization, Jiang Xi thought to himself. He did not show any abnormalities. "Benefactor of the mountain sea, have you seen me before?" Hong Xin suddenly asked. "No, it's just my first time seeing a Buddhist disciple, so I'm a little curious." Jiang Xi chuckled. "That's fate." Hong Xin nodded and then said in a muffled voice, "Benefactor of the mountain sea has a Buddhist nature. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the Buddhist domain. I can introduce you to a Buddhist arhat." "Oh, thank you," Jiang Xi said and did not say anything else. The Buddhist domain. He would not go there. This warrior monk Hong Xin definitely cultivated Buddhist visualization. His spiritual sense was so sharp. Just now, he had only glanced at her without leaving a trace, and she had already noticed him. A trace of doubt flashed through Hong Xin's eyes, but he didn't say anything else. After that, Captain Bo Hai submitted Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu's identities to the higher-ups. In this way, Squad 3619 increased from the original 4 members to 6, greatly increasing their strength. As for how much it had increased, He had no idea. After joining the team, they didn't have to enter the battlefield immediately. Firstly, Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu were new recruits. They did not know much about the situation on the battlefield. Secondly, this huge military camp was enveloped by a formation that connected the heavens and the earth. It would only open every once in a while, and only then could one enter the battlefield. Therefore, before the barrier was opened, the new recruits had the opportunity to learn from the experience of the veterans. Jiang Xi kept his posture very low and humbly learned from him. It was true that he was a prodigy of the new era, and he also had the strength to annihilate the entire 3,619 squad. However, this was the off-world battlefield. There were countless immortal Dao experts stronger than him. Moreover, there were also many immortal Dao experts who were good at hiding. If he was careless, he would be attacked by them. Even if you were strong, others would be stronger and more experienced than you. If you didn't respect an unfamiliar environment, you wouldn't even know how you died. Although the battlefield is cruel, it is also the easiest place to increase one's strength. A large number of battles can allow one to comprehend a great opportunity between life and death. Basically, immortal Dao experts have come to the off-world battlefield to temper themselves. Only after going through a baptism can they become stronger. In addition, on the battlefield, other races are not necessarily enemies. The ghost race and monster race have vassal races, and so do we humans. This is the difference between camps. When we meet each other, we can use the strength badges we refined before to identify if they are from the same camp. Also, Bo Hai was a very responsible captain. Although he was only a tribulation transcender, he seriously imparted his experience on the battlefield to Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu. On the side, Ling Long, Duan, and Hong Xin, these three old members, would also add on from time to time. The atmosphere of the team was very good. This was because they all understood a principle. On the battlefield, everyone was a unit that depended on each other for life and death at this time. If they still tried to ostracize and bully the newcomers, that would be the same as having their brains dug out. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu also listened seriously. As for Jiang Xi, he had already understood the experience imparted by Bo Hai and the others. Because he was the personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, his status in the human race was extremely high. The information he could access was naturally incomparable to those of the outside world. However, Jiang Xi didn't relax in the slightest. In the process of imparting, Bo Hai would mix in a lot of unique experiences and techniques that couldn't be found. For half a month, Squad 3619 spent their time in such a rhythm. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu, the two new recruits, were also quickly adapting to everything and growing rapidly. On this day, the sound of thunder resounded through the world. This was the horn that symbolized war. Countless cultivators gathered at the third frontline military camp in an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. An army of nascent soul and nascent soul cultivators was formed by tens of millions of cultivators. They were arranged in a formation and majestically stepped onto a huge starship. At the same time, tens of thousands of flying ships rose into the sky. These were all Dao integration stage teams. What a spectacular sight! Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. This scene couldn't be seen in the 9 realms of the Dao Alliance. This was because there were many interstellar teleportation arrays within the human race's territory. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there were no teleportation arrays and no teleportation arrays could be set up. Thus, flying ships became the best means of transportation. "Let's go," Bo Hai roared. It was as if he had become a different person. He was swift and decisive, and there was no smile on his face. Whoosh, Bo Hai waved his hand, and a flying ship that was 1,000 feet long appeared in front of the 3,619 squad. The 3 old members, Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu, all quickly boarded the flying ship. "It's actually a supreme-grade spirit ship." Jiang Xi looked around in surprise. A supreme-grade spirit ship meant that it was a supreme-grade spirit ship. Bo Hai was a tribulation transcender and had been in the extraterritorial battlefield for so many years. It shouldn't be difficult for him to buy a low-grade immortal ship, right? Low-grade immortal ships were faster and had stronger defenses. Naturally, They were safer. You think the flying ship's grade is too low? Ling Long could tell what Jiang Xi was thinking. Jiang Xi nodded. Ling Long smiled. With the captain's status, of course he can buy a low-grade immortal ship. However, in the extraterritorial battlefield, immortal ships are living target. Of course, there are other reasons. You'll understand when you meet them later. She didn't finish her sentence, but her explanation was already very clear. Jiang Xi came to a realization. Indeed, in the extraterritorial battlefield, immortal ships were too big of a target and could easily attract powerful enemies. Right at this moment, a colorful barrier appeared in the sky. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled, and ripples appeared in the space. Soon, a gap with a radius of 1 million kilometers appeared in the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivator army's giant galactic battleships took the lead. One giant galactic battleship after another accelerated and entered the boundless starry sky. Then, it shuttled through the source space and headed toward the extraterritorial battlefield. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of Dao integration stage cultivators followed. The flying ships were even more agile. Tens of thousands of flying ships of different sizes also accelerated to the speed of light and disappeared into the source space. The battle was about to begin. Launch first, then change later. Chapter 524. The colorful source space was filled with all kinds of strange nebula-shaped energy bodies. A supreme-grade spirit boat was shuttling through the source space at high speed, constantly breaking through clusters of nebula energy bodies. Inside the spirit boat's resting cabin, Captain Bo Hai and 3 other senior members were sitting casually to one side. Xiuzhu, relax. Shuttling through the source space is the safest. The only female in the team, Ling Long, suddenly smiled. It was obvious that Bo Hai was a little nervous. He sat there with his whole body tense. In contrast, Jiang Xi was very calm. He would occasionally chime in when the senior members were chatting. We're going to an ancient battlefield ruins called the Chenyu Sea. It's almost 100,000 light-years away from Camp 3. It'll take about 3 months to get there in the source space. We won't encounter any enemies during this time. Once we enter the Chenyu Sea, we'll have to be 120% alert. Bo Hai said seriously. Xiuzhu squeezed out a smile and took a deep breath. Then, he glanced at Jiang Xi. When he saw that Jiang Xi's expression didn't change, he relaxed a little. Jiang Xi's vigilance was hidden in his heart. No one else could see it. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous about entering the battlefield for the first time. Especially in Battlefield 9, where the mortality rate was as high as 90%. In other words, out of 10 cultivators who came here, only 1 would return alive. However, as Bo Hai said, the source space was the safest place before entering the battlefield. The foreign race's spiritual senses couldn't detect the situation in the source space. Naturally, they couldn't attack them. Team 3619 was an experienced team. This time, they had 2 newbies with them. Naturally, they wouldn't go to a place that was too dangerous. Battlefield 9 was an area of space with a diameter of tens of millions of light-years. Such a huge area was naturally very complicated. The Chenyu Sea they were going to this time was at the edge of the battlefield. It was an ancient battlefield ruins with a diameter of less than 100 light-years. It was a place where foreign race experts often appeared. Rogue cultivator teams were different from cultivator armies. They fought with foreign races using guerrilla warfare. They didn't have to participate in a large-scale war. The Chenyu Sea was a very good place for guerrilla warfare. You two don't have to be too nervous. What you need to do now is to get used to the environment of the battlefield. Even if a battle were to break out, it would be the captain and the 3 of us who would fight the enemy. You guys just wait on the side for an opportunity to act. See if anyone needs help, then you can attack, Ling Long said with a chuckle. Jiang Xi and Xiuzhu both nodded. It could be seen that Ling Long should be the second in command in the team, second only to the captain Bo Hai. Even Bo Hai seemed to respect Ling Long a lot. He would discuss many things with Ling Long. The other 2 old members, Hongxin and Duan, were also obedient in front of Ling Long. They listened to everything she said. This situation showed that Ling Long was very strong, even though she specialized in the Tao of illusions. In the following time, as the old team members chatted, they also continued to impart their own experiences to Jiang Xi and Xiu Zhu. Soon, 3 months later, the supreme-grade spirit vessel began to decelerate and leave the source space. Wang. Space rippled, and the spirit boat appeared in the desolate starry sky. Jiang Xi spread out his spiritual sense. The starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers was within his grasp. After leaving the military camp, there was no need to hide here. With the strength of his spiritual sense, even the captain Bo Hai, a first tribulation transcender, would not be able to discover his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense was like a tentacle, feeding back all the information in the area it covered to his mind. It was just that the amount of information was enormous. Of course, with the strength of his spiritual sense, it took him less than a second to process all this information. In his mind, a 3-dimensional hologram was formed. The Thousand Isle Sea was actually a sea of stars made up of countless nebulas, meteorites, star fragments, and war wreckage. It was like an island or an ocean. Therefore, the Thousand Isle Sea was just an illusion. The environment here was complicated, so the flying boat naturally could not accelerate to the speed of light. This is the outer starry sky of the Thousand Isle Sea. We can only travel at sublight speed. There might be foreign race powerhouses hiding in these star fragments and wreckage. Therefore, we might be attacked at any time. Everyone, be vigilant, Bo Hai said. Jiang Xi, Xiu Zhu, and the 3 old team members immediately changed from their previous relaxed state to a battle-ready state. The top-grade spirit boat flew at sublight speed, carefully avoiding the star fragments and war wreckage. In the desolate starry sky full of ruins, there was a star fragment that looked very ordinary from the outside. However, there were many nests hidden inside. A large number of blood-red foreign race eggs were waiting to hatch. At the core of the star fragment, there was a vast space. A huge blood mosquito 100 kilometers long was floating inside. A strange aura mixed with the aura of the immortal Tao permeated this space. It was obvious that this huge blood mosquito was a tribulation transcender monster. The blood mosquito race was a top-notch bloodline among the monster race. Moreover, this huge blood mosquito was the queen of the rarest blood mosquito race. The foreign race eggs in the nests were laid by this blood mosquito queen. Raising blood mosquito larvae and using them to fight was the strongest method the blood mosquito queen had to survive in the foreign battlefield. Although the blood mosquito queen was a monster, she had an extremely bewitching human face. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and bloody light burst out of them. She was incomparably ferocious. A top-grade spirit boat of the human race? Her bewitching face changed, as if she had 1,000 faces. However, some of her faces were bloody, as if she had been seriously injured. Not long ago, she had been seriously injured when dealing with a foreign tribulation transcender in the Thousand Jewels Sea. As such, she had no choice but to hide here. I didn't expect to encounter human food after escaping to the edge of the Thousand Jewels Sea to recuperate. It's a good chance to replenish myself. There's a first tribulation transcender and 4 humans. Apart from that tribulation transcender being a bit troublesome, the others are negligible. Let's attack. The blood mosquito queen's eyes flashed fiercely. Although she had lost a large number of larvae in the previous battle, it was more than enough to deal with a human team with only a first tribulation transcender. In the ruins of space 30 million kilometers away, Team 3619's top-grade spirit boat was carefully flying. We're still at the edge of the Thousand Jewels Sea, so we won't encounter any foreign immortal path powerhouses. We'll reach their range of activity 1 light-year later. Even so, we can't let down our guard. Caution is our greatest life-saving treasure in the foreign battlefield, Bo Hai reminded Jiang Xi and Xiu Zhu with a serious expression. Understood. The 2 nodded at the same time. At this time, Jiang Xi's eyes moved slightly. His spiritual sense had sensed some changes in the starry sky. Also, if we're in danger in the foreign battlefield. Bo Hai wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Alert. Fight. Two loud shouts sounded almost at the same time. It was Bo Hai and Ling Long. Boom boom boom. Thousands of scarlet light beams came from all directions, directly hitting the top-grade spirit boat that was flying at sublight speed. The spirit boat was instantly shattered into pieces. Bo Hai's reaction was very fast. Before the spirit boat exploded, he wrapped the 5 members with his immortal power. After the explosion subsided, the 6 of them were in the starry sky and could clearly see their surroundings. Buzz buzz buzz, they saw blood mosquito larvae that were 10 kilometers long appear out of nowhere. When they flapped their wings, they emitted ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The scarlet light beams just now were shot by these blood mosquito larvae. 4,000 Dao integration stage demons. Ling Long's expression changed. These are blood mosquito larvae. There must be a tribulation transcendent blood mosquito queen hiding behind them, Bo Hai said solemnly. Danger. The other 2 members, Hong Xin and Duan, also had extremely grave expressions. Prepare for battle. Charge out, Bo Hai shouted. Then, he said to Jiang Xi and Xiu Zhu, you 2 follow behind. Leave the battle to us. At this moment, 4,000 Dao integration stage blood mosquito larvae flapped their wings and attacked from all directions. Whoosh, Bo Hai's immortal power surged, and he smashed out a golden hammer with each hand. A red silk appeared in Ling Long's hand, which transformed into thousands of illusions and unleashed an illusion attack. The 2 of them were the fastest, and their coordination was excellent. Bo Hai's hammers were extremely violent, and each of his hammers could severely injure a blood mosquito larva. As for Ling Long, she followed behind Bo Hai and used him as a shield to constantly cast illusion attacks. The blood mosquito larvae fell into the illusion before they could even get close, and the ferocious light in their eyes gradually extinguished, silently killing the enemy. On the other side, Mu. The Buddhist disciple Hong Xin let out a deafening sound from his mouth and nose, and the blood mosquito larvae that were pouncing from both sides were knocked back thousands of kilometers. Then, the muscles on his arms bulged, and he swung his demon-subduing pestle. Golden light swept across thousands of kilometers and disrupted the formation of the blood mosquito larvae. The long-haired youth was waiting for this moment. He took advantage of this opportunity to slash out with his tiger head saber, and a huge saber light accompanied by saber intent slew the blood mosquito larvae one after another. From the moment the blood mosquito larvae attacked to the beginning of the battle, only 1 breath of time had passed. However, the 4 members of Team 3619 reacted in the shortest amount of time, and their coordination was as good as a whole. Bo Hai was at the front, while Ling Long was at the center. Hong Xin and Duan cleaned up the flanks, constantly attacking the blood mosquito larvae. However, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the blood mosquito larvae that were 10 kilometers long had already formed a sea of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They attacked them one after another without any fear of death. Captain, there's too many of them, Duan shouted. Don't talk nonsense. Just charge out of the encirclement. Bo Hai's expression darkened, and he continued to attack with his hammers. There were indeed too many of them. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, there were 4,000 blood mosquito larvae. Even if their intelligence was low, their cultivation base was there for all to see. Moreover, there was a tribulation transcendent blood mosquito queen controlling them. No matter how good Team 3619's coordination was, if they couldn't charge out, they would eventually be exhausted to death. Moreover, Jiang Xi and Xiu Zhu were rookies and hadn't integrated into their battle formation yet. They could only fight on their own. Xiu Zhu was just like his name. He was like bamboo, and his sword was also like bamboo. When he used his sword Dao, hundreds of sword bamboo phantoms would descend, forming a small sword bamboo realm that could deal with dozens of blood mosquito larvae at the same time. This scene should have made the veteran team members happy. However, they couldn't feel happy about the situation before them. If Xiu Zhu's bamboo realm could cover tens of thousands of kilometers, it would be of great help to them. Unfortunately, the bamboo realm was only a few hundred kilometers wide. At this moment, Jiang Xi wasn't idling around. He was one step slower, mainly because he was using his divine sense to search for traces of the blood mosquito queen. It was obvious that finding the blood mosquito larvae was the most effective way to break out of the encirclement. However, he didn't find any blood mosquito queen nearby. Even within tens of thousands of kilometers, he didn't find any blood mosquito larvae. He could only withdraw his divine sense and focus on the encirclement in front of him. He swung his red heaven sword. Whoosh! 1,000 green lotuses suddenly appeared. Sword intent soared into the sky, and countless sword auras condensed. The area within 10,000 kilometers had become Jiang Xi's sword realm. Kill. Jiang Xi's heart stirred. Sword auras accompanied by sword intent scattered in all directions. Basically, dozens of sword auras were enough to kill one blood mosquito larvae. Green Lotus Sword Dao? Xiaozhu was shocked. He, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help but exclaim. This was the strongest sword path among the human cultivators. Only true sword path geniuses were qualified to cultivate it. Bo Hai and the other 3 senior members were pleasantly surprised. Of course, they knew about the Green Lotus Sword Dao. Ha, Shan Hai, good job. As expected of our high generation, Bo Hai laughed. From his words, he seemed to have relaxed a lot. The Green Lotus Sword Dao is a great weapon in group battles. Now, we have a chance to break out of this encirclement. Ling Long also laughed. Hong Xin and Duan were also full of smiles. Their attacks became sharper. Next, the 6 of them charged forward. Jiang Xi's 1,000 green lotuses circled around them, constantly shooting out sword auras. After being exhausted by the sword auras, the number of blood mosquito larvae that could still reach them decreased drastically. Even if they managed to reach them, they suffered injuries of varying degrees. With the strength of Bo Hai and the others, they could easily deal with them. Suddenly, the blood mosquito larvae that had been surrounding them flapped their wings and quickly left. They retreated. Bo Hai let out a long sigh. Ling Long, Hong Xin, and Duan also stopped. They didn't chase after them, Captain. We're not chasing. Xiaozhu was puzzled. They had the upper hand now. We can't chase. Bo Hai shook his head and said, I just used my spiritual awareness to investigate. I didn't find that blood mosquito queen within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. This means that there are 2 possibilities. Either the blood mosquito queen's cultivation is far superior to mine, or she's 1,000,000 kilometers away. Even if we chase, we won't be able to gain much. Instead, it'll be easier for us to fall into a bigger encirclement. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. Indeed, they couldn't chase after them. Before coming to the extraterritorial battlefield, he had studied the top bloodlines of the demon race and ghost race in detail. The blood mosquito queen was the top bloodline of the demon race. After reaching the immortal Dao stage, it wouldn't be a big problem for her to nurture 100,000 blood mosquito larvae. Because the blood mosquito larvae had low intelligence, they were like energy life forms. Their cultivation was easy to increase, but it required more resources to nurture them. If he really chased after them and encountered tens of thousands of blood mosquito larvae, he would have to reveal more of his strength. This was a situation that Jiang Xi didn't want to see. No matter what, that blood mosquito queen has suffered a great loss. Bo Hai laughed. This is all thanks to Shan Hai. He actually cultivates the Green Lotus Sword Dao. Ling Long turned to look at Shan Hai, her beautiful eyes glowing. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 525. In the desolate ruins of space, the inconspicuous star fragment suddenly exuded a dense blood aura. In the hidden space of the nest, the queen of the blood mosquitoes, which were hundreds of kilometers long, had a bewitching expression on her face. A human itinerant cultivator team actually has such a prodigy in the Sword Dao and 1,000 green lotuses. And that woman who cultivates in the Dao of illusions. She can kill my children silently with her illusions. These 2 variables made it difficult for her 4,000 Dao integration stage blood mosquitoes to display their full strength. Instead, she had lost nearly 1,000 of them. An angry snort echoed in this space. Count yourselves lucky. If I hadn't lost 80% of my children, you wouldn't have escaped this time. In the starry space, only the corpses of the blood mosquitoes were left. Team 3619's leader, Bo Hai, waved his hand and took out a new supreme-grade spirit ship. It was identical to the one that was destroyed just now. Seeing this, Jiang Xi's heart stirred. He finally understood why Bo Hai, a first tribulation transcender, only used a supreme-grade spirit ship. Not only was he afraid of being a live target, but he also wanted to save money. If the inferior-grade immortal ship was destroyed, it would really be a pity. As for supreme-grade spirit ships, it didn't matter much. The price of one inferior-grade immortal ship could buy hundreds of supreme-grade spirit ships. "Let's leave this place quickly," Bo Hai said. They hurriedly boarded the spirit ship and sped up to leave this space. The battle just now had caused a huge commotion. It might have attracted other powerful beings of other races. After the spirit ship flew 1,000,000 kilometers away, everyone finally relaxed. Duan, who originally had a cold expression, revealed a kind smile. He patted Riverward on the shoulder and said, "Shanghai, you don't usually show off, but the moment you make a move, you gave us a huge shock. 1,000 green lotuses. You're really freakish." "Indeed. The last time I saw a second tribulation sword immortal who cultivated the green lotus sword Dao, he could only display 500 green lotuses at most." Bo Hai also nodded with a smile. "Very powerful." The proud Xiao Zhu was also impressed by Jiang Xi's strength. His sword Dao was far inferior to Jiang Xi's. "Benefactor of the Mountain Sea realm, you are the most talented swordsman I have ever seen," Hong Xin praised. "In short, our team's greatest gain this time is the addition of a great expert," Ling Long said with a smile. "Haha, not bad." Bo Hai laughed and said, "With the Mountain Sea, Ling Long will be able to use illusions without worry. That way, our team's strength will not only rise by 1 level, but by 2 levels. Shanghai, you'll protect me in the future. Captain and the others are all strength maniacs. I'm afraid I'll get hurt if I follow them," Ling Long joked. Jiang Xi looked at Exquisite in surprise. From what she said, it seemed that Ling Long was even more powerful than he had imagined. "Shanghai, Ling Long is very accomplished in the art of illusion. In a battle 1,000 years ago, she almost killed a first tribulation great demon with her art of illusion," Bo Hai explained. "A first tribulation great monster? Isn't that the same as a first tribulation transcender?" Xiao Zhu was shocked. Jiang Xi was also very surprised. Strength comparable to a first tribulation transcender and being able to kill a first tribulation transcender belonged to 2 different levels. Moreover, illusions were not the Tao of killing. Ling Long was able to have such strength with illusions alone, which meant that she was indeed very talented. If she was in the Purple Heaven sect, she would probably become a second heaven or even a third heaven core disciple. "Amazing," Jiang Xi praised. "Illusions are very disadvantageous on the battlefield, so I have to have teammates with me who are strong enough. Otherwise, it will be difficult to display the power of illusions," Ling Long said with a smile. Then it's settled. The Mountain Sea Realm's sword Dao is more flexible than ours, so he will be responsible for protecting Ling Long from now on. Bo Hai became serious. "No problem." Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. He had no objections to this arrangement. In any case, it would not take much effort. After this battle, the old team members' impression of the 2 newcomers changed greatly. In addition to Jiang Xi's amazing strength, Xiao Zhu was not bad either. With his bamboo sword realm, he could deal with dozens of Dao integration stage blood mosquito larvae at the same time. Even among first Dao integration stage cultivators, he could be considered one of the best. However, Jiang Xi's performance was too abnormal, which made his bamboo sword realm somewhat pale in comparison. Next, Team 3619 rode on a supreme-grade spirit ship and continued to travel through the space ruins. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period of time, they were attacked by the foreign races twice, and at the same time, they also attacked a foreign race expert once. All 3 battles were easily resolved. After all, it was rare to encounter tribulation transcender powerhouses at the edge of the Thousand Jewels Sea. An elite team with 1 first tribulation transcender and 5 first Dao integration stage cultivators was enough to run rampant in this area. The first battle where they were besieged by the blood mosquito larvae was an exception. Moreover, they did not encounter a tribulation transcender great monster at that time. That blood mosquito queen had been hiding very far away and had not appeared. We have to go deeper into the 1,000 jewels sea. The speed of accumulating military credits at the edge is too slow. Yeah, the weaker the opponent, the lesser the military credits provided. Moreover, some foreign races immediately fled when they saw that we had tribulation transcender powerhouses. They didn't give us a chance at all. Inside the supreme-grade spirit ship, Ling Long, Hong Xin, and Duan were discussing. How about you two? How do you feel now? Bo Hai did not participate in their discussion. Instead, he turned to ask Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu hesitated and said, I don't feel any pressure. Captain, let's go deeper. The battles here are not interesting, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Bo Hai laughed and said, all right, let's go deeper into the 1,000 jewels sea and beat up those foreign races. Everyone immediately became lively and excited. Ling Long suddenly asked Jiang Xi, by the way, Shanghai, what's your military credit mission? Military credit mission? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. As mentioned earlier, every cultivator who entered the extraterritorial battlefield was a warrior who had participated in the war between races. They would be assigned a corresponding military credit mission. Only by completing the mission could they regain their freedom. Then, they could choose to continue fighting or retire. They could also use their military credits to exchange for various cultivation resources. Exchanging for cultivation resources was the main goal of many loose cultivators who entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Yeah, I haven't asked about your military credit mission. Hong Xin also looked at Jiang Xi curiously. Duan speculated, with Shanghai's talent, I think it should be very high. Beside them, Bo Hai and Xiao Zhu also looked over. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently and said, mine is a 1 billion military credit mission. 1 billion? Are you sure? Ling Long's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Yeah, it shouldn't be much. Jiang Xi nodded. He was a bit puzzled. Was it a lot? 1 billion. Why are you still so calm? Don't you feel the pressure? The cold Duan could no longer remain calm. Benefactor, you've shocked this poor monk. Hong Xin raised one hand. First move, then correct. Chapter 526. 1 billion military contribution points. In the rest cabin of the supreme-grade spirit vessel, the other 5 members of Team 3619 were shocked by the number that Jiang Xi said. Bo Hai stared at Jiang Xi for a long time with his eyes wide open. Then, he turned and asked another recruit, Xiao Zhu, what about you? What's your mission? Mine is 300 million. Xiao Zhu took a deep breath. He thought that his mission was already very difficult, but he didn't expect Jiang Xi's to be so much more difficult than his. The difficulty of a mission directly reflected one's strength. Before entering the extraterritorial battlefield, the more difficult the mission was, the stronger one would be. Xiao Zhu's mission is not bad among first-class Dao integration experts. It's about the same as ours. It's just that the Mountain Sea mission is too abnormal. 1 billion. This is the highest difficulty for Dao integration cultivators. Ling Long, Hong Xin, and Duan were still amazed. Jiang Xi was still puzzled. Was 1 billion very high? He wasn't pretending, but he was really puzzled. In fact, he didn't know much about missions. Before entering the extraterritorial battlefield, he had only looked up information about the ghost race, the monster race, and other foreign races. He hadn't thought of looking into missions. He had come to the extraterritorial battlefield to temper himself and accumulate combat experience. In his eyes, missions were purely incidental missions. There was no need to look into them. They had to be completed anyway. Bo Hai saw Jiang Xi's puzzlement and sighed. From the difficulty of a mission, you can more specifically judge a person's strength. For example, the missions for itinerant Dao integration cultivators. Third-class Dao integration is between 1 million and 10 million. Second-class Dao integration is between 10 million and 100 million. First-class DAO integration is between 1 billion and 100 million. Bohai looked at Xiaozhu again and sighed. Most first-class DAO integration missions are 100 million. Xiaozhu's 300 million is already very rare. It shows that his talent and strength are not bad. His gaze then turned to Jiang Ci. However, compared to you, he's much weaker. Although it's only a difference of 700 million, there's an insurmountable gap between an immortal and a mortal. That's because a mission of 1 billion military merit points is the upper limit for first-grade DAO integration cultivators. If you're assigned this level of difficulty, it means that you already have the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender. Ling Long and the others were still looking at Jiang Ci in shock. The DAO integration realm had the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender. Most importantly, Jiang Ci was a new recruit who had just entered the battlefield, and this was only his starting point. This was even more shocking than the fact that Ling Long had almost killed a tribulation great demon. This was because Ling Long had fought in the alien battlefield for many years. Only after experiencing countless battles did she possess such strength. In other words, if Jiang Ci also experienced so many battles, his strength would definitely be stronger in the future. At that time, not only would he possess the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, but he would also be able to easily kill a first tribulation transcender, or even a second tribulation transcender. The shocked senior members had overlooked one point. In fact, regardless of whether a first-tier DAO integration expert had the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, a second tribulation transcender, a third tribulation transcender, or even a fourth tribulation transcender, the upper limit of military merit missions was 1 billion. They didn't know Jiang Ci's true strength. They subconsciously thought that a new DAO integration cultivator with the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender was already very heaven-defying. Combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, so there's such a saying. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. Bohai shook his head and sighed. The alien battlefield is like a furnace for powerhouses. Putting aside luck, a truly talented DAO integration cultivator will eventually become a first-class DAO integration cultivator after a lot of battles. However, those who can truly cross the gap between immortal and mortal and possess the combat strength of a tribulation transcender at the DAO integration stage are few and far between. For example, there are millions of DAO integration cultivators in our number 3 army camp, but the number of first-class DAO integration cultivators can be counted with one hand. Now, in our team, there are 2 of them. Bohai looked at Jiang Ci and Ling Long and laughed. Hong Xin, Duan, and Xiaozhu also smiled. This way, Squad 3619 had 3 people with the combat strength of a tribulation transcender. Their chances of survival in the alien battlefield in the future had greatly increased. Ling Long glanced at Jiang Ci. If they were to fight head-on, she was actually a bit weaker. In a situation where no one cooperated with her, it was very difficult for her to display the true power of her illusory techniques. In comparison, Jiang Ci had the combat strength of a tribulation transcender. Faced with these praises, Jiang Ci pretended to be enlightened and didn't say anything. What could he say? 1 billion wasn't a lot. This mission had been assigned to him by the cultivator armies of the Heavenly Court of the DAO Alliance before he had entered the outskirts of the battlefield. The upper limit for DAO integration loose cultivators was 1 billion. Thus, he took this mission. In fact, his life and death tempering in the alien battlefield was a mission assigned to him by the Purple Heaven sect. In this regard, the Purple Heaven sect's mission requirement was that he had to accumulate 10 trillion military contribution points before he could leave the alien battlefield. 1 billion was the mission requirement of the Heavenly Court. 10 trillion was the mission requirement of the Purple Heaven sect. The difference between the two was 10,000 times. In comparison, Jiang Ci really didn't care about the 1 billion mission. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't look up the military contribution missions in advance. When he received these 2 missions, he didn't have much of a reaction. As a DAO Integration Stage 4 disciple of the Purple Heaven sect and a personal disciple of DAO Lord Nine Clouds, he was the number 1 disciple in the entire alien battlefield. It could be said that he was the number 1 figure among all the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. No one dared to object if he was said to be the strongest genius of his generation. Naturally, the sect's requirements for him were also high. The 10 trillion military contribution mission was definitely the most difficult mission for a Tao integration stage disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense swept across the golden strength badge, which recorded his current military contribution points. This strength badge was also a magic treasure. In addition to reflecting his identity, it also recorded his military contribution points. The military contribution points he obtained from killing the foreign races in the alien battlefield would be recorded in real time on this badge. 1. 35 million military contribution points. Jiang Xi shook his head inwardly. At the edge of the Qianyu Sea, it was indeed very difficult to obtain high military contribution points. In 3 months, apart from the blood mosquito larvae he encountered the first time, he killed more than 100 Tao integration stage blood mosquito larvae and obtained nearly 8 million military contribution points. As for the other 3 battles, he didn't obtain much. According to his calculations, the military contribution points he could obtain from killing Tao integration stage foreign races should be at least 100,000. He still didn't know what the highest was. Moreover, the military contribution points obtained from solo and team kills were different. The former gave more. I'll complete the 1 billion military contribution mission first. When I regain my freedom, I'll leave the army and act alone. It just so happens that I'm not too familiar with the alien battlefield. I can accumulate some experience by following Team 3619. When the 1 billion mission is completed, I'll be more or less familiar with the alien battlefield and won't need to follow a team of loose cultivators. During this time, I can also help the team leader. Jiang Xi secretly made a decision. In general, there were 3 types of battles in the alien battlefield. First, there were army battles. Those who participated in these battles were nascent soul and essence soul stage cultivators, as well as second and third class Tao integration stage cultivators who couldn't find a team. Under the leadership of tribulation transcenders, these cultivators would form an army of cultivators and engage in huge space battles. Second, there were guerrilla battles. Those who could join these squads were all elites among Tao integration stage cultivators. Some squads even had tribulation transcenders as captains. For example, the combat strength of Team 3619 was comparable to that of an army of cultivators. There were also guerrilla squads made up entirely of tribulation transcenders, which were even stronger. Third, there were loners on the battlefield. Cultivators who could travel alone in the alien battlefield were naturally very strong. They were at least third tribulation transcenders. Armies, squads, and loners, there was a difference in strength between them. The stronger one was, the more freedom they had on the battlefield. If I erupt with my full strength in the alien battlefield, I'll easily be targeted by foreign races. There will definitely be people who will suspect my identity. After all, in this era, I'm the only prodigy of the human race. When I'm truly familiar with the environment of the alien battlefield, traveling alone will be the best choice. Even if I expose my strength, I'll be able to quickly move. Next, Team 3619 boarded a supreme-grade spirit boat and went deep into the Thousand Isles Sea. During this process, they would still encounter foreign squads, and sometimes a battle would break out. But most of the time, after discovering that Team 3619 was made up of tribulation transcenders, the other party would directly flee. Of course, they would also encounter other human squads or foreign squads that were on the same side as the human race. Both parties could identify which side they belonged to by relying on the aura of their identity badges. After exchanging greetings with their spiritual sense, they would go their separate ways. As they went deeper and deeper, Team 3619 started to encounter more and more foreign powerhouses. In the first month, they encountered a fairly large elite squad of the monster race. There were no less than 100 Tao integration stage monsters. With the strength of Team 3619, it didn't take them much effort to wipe out the other party. Jiang Xi's performance in this battle was quite normal, which was in line with his current strength. In the second month, they encountered 4 foreign squads in succession. One of them was an elite squad from a subordinate clan of the monster race, and the captain was also a first tribulation transcender. But since Team 3619 had 3 First Tribulation Transcenders, the other party could only be buried in the desolate starry sky. It was worth mentioning that Bo Hai was the main attacker in killing this First Tribulation Transcender. Jiang Ci didn't receive much military credit. In the 3rd month, there were much fewer battles. Because they had officially entered the Thousand Islands Sea, they became even more cautious. On this day, an ordinary-looking supreme-grade spirit boat was shuttling through the starry sky of the Thousand Islands Sea at sublight speed. Suddenly, Bo Hai's expression changed. The spirit boat made a sharp turn and desperately shuttled in another direction. That direction was filled with star fragments and battle wreckage. It was a good place to escape. Exquisite asked, "Captain, what's the matter?" Bo Hai usually used a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the spirit boat. He rarely used his full strength to control the spirit boat. Bo Hai let out a long breath and said, "Just now, my spiritual sense discovered that there were 4 Ghost Tribulation Transcenders lying in ambush in that direction. 4 Ghost Tribulation Transcenders. That was close. The ghost race is as sinister as ever." Ling Long and the others were shocked. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. He had already discovered them with his spiritual sense. However, the ghost race's tribulation transcenders were all First Tribulation Ghost Immortals. Although Captain Bo Hai discovered them a bit later, the distance of 1 million kilometers was enough for Team 3619 to turn around and leave without too much danger. First move, then change. Chapter 527. In the next 6 months, Team 3619 often encountered such hidden dangers. However, thanks to the team's rich experience and Jiang Ci's occasional warnings, they were able to survive. Once they encountered an enemy they could not defeat, they would quickly flee. If there was a suitable opponent, they would show their sharp teeth. In addition, when there was no battle, although they would remain vigilant, they would cultivate on their own most of the time. Jiang Ci was the same. His spiritual awareness was constantly monitoring the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers. At the same time, he was also silently deducing Dao techniques. On this day, the team of 6 flew through the desolate starry sky of the Qianyu Sea on a flying boat as usual. Jiang Ci was in a state of cultivation. His eyelids moved but did not open. After a minute, team leader Bo Hai suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. "Another suitable target. Haha, there's finally another battle." Ling Long could not wait. "How strong is the opponent?" "Team leader, what kind of opponent is it?" Hong Xin and Duan asked one after another. "A team of 9 Dao integration cultivators from the Putuor race. They are in the debris of the stars 800,000 kilometers ahead," Bo Hai said. "The Putuor race? That's an extremely rare race in the universe. We actually encountered 9 of them at once. We can't let them go." Ling Long's eyes lit up. "We definitely can't let them go. The Putuor race is a vassal race of the ghost race. When facing humans, they are even more ferocious than the ghost race." Bo Hai nodded. Jiang Ci did not speak, but information about the Putuor race appeared in his mind. Although the Putuor race was a vassal race of the ghost race, in terms of overall strength, they were a top race in the universe. However, the scale of their race was too small, so they had no choice but to become a vassal of the ghost race. Therefore, in terms of individual strength, the Putuor race was very strong. Usually, they would reach the primordial soul stage when they reached adulthood. With a little effort, they could comprehend a Dao technique and reach the Dao integration stage. In addition, this was a race known for their strong bodies. When they reached adulthood, their bodies were usually between 30 to 50 meters. Although they also walked upright, their upper bodies had the appearance of a ferocious-looking ghost Li. The debris of the stars 800,000 kilometers away was not very big. The largest diameter was less than 100,000 kilometers. However, a simple space inside was dug out. The 9 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Pochuo race were chatting and laughing within this space. "Leader, the human squad we killed the day before yesterday gave us another 1 million military merits. At this rate, I think we will be able to complete the Ghost Race's military merit mission in at most 100 years, A 40-meter-tall Putuor laughed and said. After completing the mission, leader will have the opportunity to enter the Ghost Race's holy mountain and learn the Ghost Race's powerful secret technique. Another Putuor clan member echoed. Back then, that elder looked down on the leader. When the leader learns a powerful secret technique, he will definitely regret it when we return. He forced leader to come to the extraterritorial battlefield, thinking that leader would die here, but he didn't expect that this would be the place where leader could rise again. The others also complimented him with words of flattery. The so-called leader was actually the shortest Dao integration stage super mighty figure from the Pochuo tribe. An adult Putuor clan member was no less than 30 meters tall, but this leader was only 10 meters tall. Hearing everyone's words, his protruding fangs twitched as if he was sneering. Those people in the clan forced me into a desperate situation, but they didn't know that this gave me a chance to be reborn. The supreme-grade spirit vessel shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed. In just 3 seconds, it arrived at 100,000 kilometers away from the star fragment. The 6 members of Team 3619 left the spirit vessel and entered the starry sky. This position is just right. Bo Hai smiled and put away the spirit vessel. At the same time, he said, their spiritual senses probably haven't discovered us. I'll give them a blow first. Even if they don't die, they'll be severely injured. Leader, hurry up and do it. Ling Long urged. Let's give them a devastating blow first. Hong Xin raised a palm with one hand. It's been a long time since I've seen leader's ultimate move. Duan Yi smiled. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu were rather curious. In the past 6 months, Bo Hai had attacked so many times. Could it be that he hadn't used his ultimate move yet? They saw Bo Hai standing in the void. He didn't make any hand seals. Instead, he directly released streaks of immortal power in the next moment. The surging immortal power continuously absorbed the drifting energy in the surroundings. Soon, a ball of immortal power with a diameter of over 100 kilometers appeared in the starry sky. Then, it continued to compress and compress. In the end, it formed a white ball of light with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. The surrounding space faintly began to collapse. Now, Jiang Xi understood. This wasn't an ultimate move. This was a pure immortal power attack without any Dao power mixed in. However, from another perspective, it was indeed an ultimate move. This was because only immortal powerhouses could use this kind of pure immortal power attack. Moreover, this kind of attack required sufficient time to accumulate power. This was also the reason why Bo Hai hadn't used it in all the previous battles. Haha, here it comes. Bo Hai laughed loudly. His figure flickered. Holding the white ball of light with one hand, he crossed 100,000 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the star fragment. Then, he suddenly threw the white ball of light. Boom! The white ball of light, which was completely condensed from immortal power, landed on the star fragment that was 100,000 kilometers in diameter. In the simple space deep in the star fragment, the 9 Pochuo people's faces changed drastically. Enemy attack. Run. They didn't have any intention to fight. The enemy was already in front of them, yet they hadn't noticed. This meant that their strength was far greater than theirs. However, almost instantly, the white ball of light exploded like a miniature supernova. The terrifying energy it had condensed was instantly released. Boom, boom, boom. The space collapsed. The star fragment that was 100,000 kilometers in diameter was directly turned into even smaller fragments. The 9 Pochuo people at the center of the explosion bore the strongest impact. Buzz, the weakest Dao integration stage Pochuo, didn't even have the chance to scream before his primordial spirit returned to Mount Sumeru. Damn it! The shortest Putuor leader roared. His demon-like face was extremely ferocious. The remaining 8 people were trying their best to use their spiritual energy and Dao power to support a protective barrier. However, the tyrannical immortal power attack caused their protective barrier to continuously crack. Terrifying cracks also appeared on their bodies, which they were proud of. Finally, the explosion of energy gradually subsided. The strength of the 8 surviving Pochuo people had decreased by at least 40%. However, they didn't hesitate and desperately rushed out. At this time, a powerful figure emitting an immortal aura appeared in front of them. A human. It's a first tribulation transcender of the human race. The expressions of the 8 Dao integration stage Pochuo people changed drastically. The leader took a deep breath and solemnly said, "It's just him alone. The 8 of us might not necessarily lose." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, another 5 figures appeared from the distant starry sky. It was Jiang Ci and the others. "Everyone, fight with your lives on the line. I'll stall that human tribulation transcender, and you guys quickly take care of those 5 Dao integration stage humans. That way, you might have a chance." The leader's eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. "Kill. Kill those humans. Even if we die, we'll take one down with us." Several Pochuo people roared with incomparable madness. In fact, there was often no right or wrong in a war between races. What they fought for was luck, territory, and so on. The 6 members of Team 3619 didn't underestimate them. "Be careful. Although it's not difficult, if the Pochuo people go crazy, you might be injured," Bohai said. "Don't worry, Captain. When have we ever relaxed?" Ling Long and the other senior members laughed. As for Jiang Ci and Xiu Zhu, they couldn't relax either. Boom boom. The battle directly erupted. The short leader of the Pochuo people held a trident in his hand and went straight toward Bohai, who was the strongest. Of course, his short stature was only relative to his own race. This leader was more than 10 meters tall. In front of Jiang Ci and the others, these Pochuo people were all giants. The other 7 Pochuo people rushed toward Jiang Ci and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 300-meter-long tridents attacked them with tremendous power. "Shanghai!" Ling Long shouted. "Don't worry and use it." Jiang Ci chuckled. Suddenly, a green lotus appeared in front of him. It wasn't to kill the enemies, but to protect Ling Long from being attacked. Ling Long beamed with joy. The red silk in her hand danced wildly, turning into a series of phantoms as she instantly used an illusion attack. The 7 Pochuo people were seriously injured, and their strength had decreased by at least 40%. At this time, it was difficult for them to defend against Ling Long's illusion. Suddenly, their speed slowed down, and their eyes became a bit blurry. "Haha, kill." Hongshin didn't look like a Buddhist monk. Instead, he looked like a god of death. He swung his demon-subduing pestle and smashed a 40-meter-tall Dao integration stage Pochuo into pieces, killing him on the spot. Duanyi didn't fall behind. He slashed with his tiger head saber and killed another one. "Hey, don't steal my military merits." Jiang Ci couldn't take it anymore. As he spoke, the 1,000 green lotuses he had just used condensed into wisps of sword chi with soaring sword intent that wreaked havoc in the starry sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 4 of the 5 remaining Dao integration stage Pochuo people died and 1 was seriously injured. Then, Xiuzhu reacted quickly and killed the last seriously injured Dao integration stage Pochuo. At this time, the Pochuo leader was still fighting with Bohai. However, he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Bohai. "Ah!" The Pochuo leader roared in despair. Complicated patterns appeared on his ghostly face. It was as if he had been awakened, and his aura suddenly increased. "The Pochuo race's racial talent. I didn't expect you to be a genius." Bohai wasn't surprised. This was because killing geniuses would give him more military merits. Die. Bohai's gold-patterned hammer smashed heavily into the Pochuo leader's body like a mountain. Crack crack, "I can't accept this." This was the Pochuo leader's indignant voice before he died. The 6 members of Team 3619 didn't feel any psychological burden from this battle. This was a race war. It was either you die or I die. Want to be compassionate? Then don't come to the extraterritorial battlefield. If you came to the extraterritorial battlefield with compassion, you would be courting death. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 528. After the battle ended, the 6 of them quickly left. Less than 10 minutes later, several small groups of foreign races arrived in this area of space. Those guys from the Putuor race are dead. The other party is so fast. As expected of a team with a tribulation transcender. Let's leave quickly. These alien squads belonged to the Ghost Race camp and knew that the Putuor race team was active nearby. After receiving the message, they immediately rushed here. Unfortunately, they were too late. The atmosphere in the spirit vessel of Squad 3619 was very good. Mountain Sea, you're too fast. You killed 4 of the 9 Putuor race members. Ling Long expressed her dissatisfaction. The Putuor race is strong, and they get a lot of military credits. Mountain Sea made a big profit this time. Bohai smiled. Duan, Hong Xin, and Xiuzhu nodded. It can't be helped. My sword is faster. Jiang Ci grinned. He had roughly figured out a pattern, which was the military credits he could get after killing alien powerhouses. Killing a third-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 100,000 military credits. Killing a second-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 1 million military credits. Killing a first-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 10 million military credits. Of course, this was if he killed them alone. If it was a team battle, the military credits would be less. In other words, he had to kill at least 100 first-class alien Dao integration cultivators to complete the mission of 1 billion military credits. In fact, even among alien races, there weren't many first-class Dao integration cultivators. In the past 6 months in the Chenyu Sea, his military credits had only increased from 1 million to 41 million. Of which, 13 million came from killing the 4 Putuor race members just now. The Putuor race was very strong. One of the 4 was a first-class Dao integration cultivator, while the other 3 were second-class Dao integration cultivators. It's not a problem to complete a mission of 1 billion military credits in the squad. However, it's impossible to complete a mission of 10 trillion military credits. I estimate that I won't even get 10 trillion credits after my lifespan is exhausted. What's more, there aren't that many alien Dao integration cultivators waiting for me to kill. The sect obviously wants me to fight those alien tribulation transcenders. Jiang Ci was very clear about this. Next, Squad 3619 continued to look for the next enemy. This time, their luck was pretty good. They soon found a suitable team of foreign races. A battle broke out. 4 million kilometers away, an alien ship that looked like a meteor was flying through the starry sky at high speed. Inside the airship were 2 tall foreign creatures, both emanating immortal auras. They looked similar, like a centaur with 2 arms and 4 legs, but their heads were covered in purple flames. The purple flames of the Tribulation Transcender alien in the lead were more intense, while the flames of the other alien Tribulation Transcender were fainter. There were also 30 smaller Dao integration stage foreign race Dao integration stage cultivators behind them. They belonged to the same race as these 2 Tribulation Transcender foreign race cultivators. One of the Tribulation Transcender outsiders asked, "Cam, that Putuor race team is already dead. What are we still doing in this starry sky?" Naturally, it's to hunt. The Tribulation Transcender in the lead smiled, and purple flames flickered. Then, he said, the overall strength of those 9 Putuo clansmen wasn't weak. The human squad that killed them definitely had a first Tribulation Transcender. Let's search this area for a while longer. Maybe we can find that human team. Moreover, Sako, you know that the Putuor clan and us are both vassal clans of the Ghost Race. As allies, of course, we must avenge them. The Tribulation Transcender Cam let out a sinister smile. The other Tribulation Transcender, Sako, also smiled. He understood Cam's intention. Their team had 2 Tribulation Transcenders, which was enough for them to run amok in the starry sky surrounding the Thousand Jewels Sea. This also meant that there weren't many Tribulation Transcender powerhouses in this area. It wasn't easy to encounter Tribulation Transcender level prey, so of course, they couldn't let it go. Moreover, killing humans would give them the most military merit. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed another 2 million kilometers. Heh! There are fluctuations of immortal power, Cam's purple flame skull exclaimed in surprise. His spiritual sense quickly discovered Team 3619, which was more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. It's a human team. 1 tribulation transcender and 5 Tao integration stage cultivators. It must be them. Cam clearly investigated the situation there then. He shouted, "Everyone, get off the flying boat. We'll fly over there so that we won't be discovered by that tribulation transcender." At this time, Team 3619 was fighting with their new target. The other party was 5 Tao integration stage foreign race cultivators. Jiang Ci was still responsible for protecting Ling Long, so his task wasn't too heavy. His spiritual sense had already discovered that small group of outsiders. It should be said that he had already discovered them when they were 10 million kilometers away from him. A skull with purple flames and a centaur body. From the looks of it, they should be the Purple Flame Tribe, a vassal tribe of the Ghost Race. 2 tribulation transcenders and 30 Tao integration stage cultivators. With our team's strength, it'll be a bit difficult to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Ci quickly calculated in his mind as he controlled the sword Tao Green Lotus. 1 minute later, the 5 Tao integration stage foreign race cultivators were successfully killed. Haha, our luck is pretty good this time. We encountered 2 foreign teams in a row. Bo Hai laughed. It's just that these foreign races are a bit weak and don't have many military merits. I still want to exchange for a low-grade immortal tool battle armor. This speed of accumulating military merits isn't good. Team leader, why don't we go deeper into the 1,000 jewels sea? Ling Long and the others expressed their opinions. Bo Hai nodded. The 1,000 jewels sea is about 100 light-years in diameter. At most, we can go deeper. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. The 2 Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcenders, along with 30 Tao integration stage cultivators, had already stealthily arrived at a position 100,000 kilometers away from Team 3619. You finally found us. It's too late. Cam laughed loudly. Whoosh. The 2 Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcenders stepped on the void and traversed 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they spread open their arms and instantly condensed 2 huge purple balls of immortal power. Although the degree of compression wasn't as good as the immortal power balls that Bo Hai had condensed earlier, their power was still astonishing. Boom. The 2 purple balls of immortal power, each with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, pierced through the void and headed straight for Team 3619. In the distance, Team 3619 was already on high alert after hearing Bo Hai's not good. Then, without needing Bo Hai's reminder, they discovered the 2 immortal power balls with astonishing power. 2 tribulation transcenders and 30 Tao integration stage cultivators. Bo Hai's expression was solemn as he waved his twin hammers and shot out 2 majestic beams of immortal power. In an instant, they collided with the 2 immortal power balls. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. After that attack, Bo Hai quickly said, "I'll deal with one. Ling Long, Shan Hai, you 2 deal with one. The remaining Tao integration stage foreign races will be left to the 3 of you." The last sentence was directed at Hong Xin, Duan, and Xiu Zhu. Whoosh! Immortal power surged around Bo Hai's body. At the same time, the power of Tao spread out as he rushed toward the captain of the Purple Flame Races team, Cam. At the same time, Jiang Ci and Ling Long also rushed toward the other Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcender, Sako. 2 Tao integration stage cultivators of the human race, are you here to be my snacks? Sako laughed strangely. He stepped on the starry sky and fiercely rushed over. Ling Long shouted, "Shan Hai, this monster is looking down on us. Let's teach him a lesson." Jiang Ci grinned and waved Scarlet Heaven Sword, unleashing 1,000 green lotuses. Suddenly, sword chi spread out, and the starry sky became his sword world. Green Lotus Sword Tao. Sako cried out in surprise as his speed suddenly decreased. Then, he laughed wildly. "Boss, there's a human genius here." In the distance, the Purple Flame Race's Cam was already fighting with Bo Hai. The starry sky around them was constantly collapsing, and the surging immortal power formed a violent wave that constantly collided with each other, erupting with astonishing power. After hearing Sako's words, Cam's spiritual sense instantly discovered the 1,000 green lotuses, and he laughed excitedly. Haha, killing him will be a great contribution. This was really an unexpected gain, Bohai sneered. Daring to look down on Shanhai and Ling Long, he had to pay the price. What? In the next moment, Cam was shocked because the situation on the other side had suddenly changed. But before he could carefully observe the battle on the other side, he had no choice but to focus on the battle in front of him. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Who are you looking down on? Bohai shouted and smashed his 2 hammers with a mighty aura. At this time, Sako discovered that the one in front of him was a human genius of the sword Dao. He was wild with joy and naturally ignored Ling Long. Then, before he could make a move, he was hit by Ling Long's illusion attack. Even though he was a first tribulation transcender, he was unable to block Ling Long's illusion and fell into an extremely short illusion. In a battle between powerhouses, even a 10,000th of a second could affect the outcome of the battle. Not to mention, this extremely short period of time was not even a 10,000th of a second. Jiang Xi made his move at the same time. The 1,000 green lotuses condensed countless sword chi and suddenly turned into a huge green lotus sword. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, shattering the starry river. When Sako broke free from the illusion, the huge green lotus sword also arrived in front of him. Not good. Sako could no longer laugh like a madman. Shocked, he waved the saber in his hand and hastily blocked Jiang Xi's attack. Bang! The power of the huge green lotus sword was already at the immortal Dao level. It easily defeated Sako's counterattack and landed on his body. Ah! Sako cried out in alarm. A small part of his immortal body was directly cut off, and the scattered immortal power immediately spread for tens of thousands of kilometers. He had never expected such a situation to occur. Originally, he was confident that he could kill the so-called human genius of the sword Dao, but he didn't expect that there would be a human genius of the illusion next to him. Kill that woman first. Sako instantly changed his mind. However, the situation would not develop according to his will. Buzz, Ling Long's red silk danced wildly, and the Dao of illusion descended once again. Sako, whose strength had already been reduced by half, was even less likely to be able to block it. Killing enemies like this is really easy. Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't feel any pressure. He slashed out again, and the huge green lotus sword fell on Sako's purple flame skull. This time, both his immortal power and primordial spirit were instantly reduced to nothingness. The first tribulation transcender of the purple flame race had died. You killed a first tribulation transcender. Experience points plus 100,000. The notification of the experience points panel sounded in his mind. Because this was a battle worth remembering. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had killed a tribulation transcender powerhouse. Last time, in the land of reincarnation, that third tribulation ghost immortal had died by self-detonation. Haha, Shanhai, Ling Long, well done. However, you guys should also come and help. In another battlefield, Hong Xin, Duan, and Xiaozhu were fighting against 30 Dao integration stage foreign races. The 3 of them were naturally at a disadvantage. Jiang Xi and Ling Long looked at each other and smiled. You go and help the captain. I'll go and help Hong Xin and the others, Ling Long said with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded. His figure flickered, and he rushed toward the place where Bo Hai and Cam were fighting, which was 40,000 kilometers away. In the distance, Cam was already panicking. The strength of this human team was far beyond his expectations. Apart from a first tribulation transcender, there were actually 2 top-notch geniuses of the human race. When they joined forces, Sako didn't even have a chance to resist. Sako is dead. Once they join forces, I might also die here. Run. Seeing Jiang Xi rush over, Cam quickly made a decision. Want to run? Bohai sneered. He used his full strength to suppress and restrict Cam's movements. At the same time, the twin hammers suddenly became 10,000 times larger. They were like 2 mountains, and their might covered the starry sky as they crashed down. Do I have no choice but to fight with my life on the line? Cam was anxious and full of unwillingness. Fight with my life on the line? Cam roared. The purple flame on the skull suddenly became even more intense and spread throughout his body. Crack, crack, all the bones in his body seemed to be cracking, and the immortal power in his body surged to the extreme boom. In an instant, Cam's huge immortal body exploded, and purple immortal power swept through hundreds of thousands of kilometers of starry sky like a raging tide. This foreign tribulation transcender wants to escape. At this time, Jiangxi's was also covered by the purple immortal power. He could clearly feel that this immortal power was mixed with spiritual sense. It was obvious that this foreign tribulation transcender didn't want to self-destruct, but wanted to use a similar method to escape from this starry sky. After transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, the body of an immortal powerhouse would absorb endless immortal power and transform into an immortal body. An immortal body could transform into endless immortal power, and vice versa. The premise was that the primordial spirit had to maintain a certain degree of integrity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to restore it after transforming into immortal power. When the primordial spirit of this foreign tribulation transcender exploded just now, it had already integrated into the purple immortal power. Now, if he wanted to kill this foreign tribulation transcender, he had to destroy this purple immortal power. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the purple immortal power around Bo Hai directly exploded. It formed a powerful shockwave, and while overturning the two hammers, it also pushed Bo Hai back 10,000 kilometers. Not only that, but the huge power generated by the explosion of immortal power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The space suddenly shattered like a mirror. Jiangxi naturally wasn't afraid of such an explosion. His body was comparable to a top-grade spirit treasure 1,000 times stronger, and it didn't affect him in the slightest. However, he still used the 1,000 green lotuses to protect his body and put on an act. At the same time, the purple immortal power that covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers condensed 400,000 kilometers away and transformed into the appearance of the purple flame race's Cam. However, his aura was obviously weaker. Then, he quickly fled without looking back, covering a distance of 100,000 kilometers with each flash. By the time the explosion subsided, Cam was already nowhere to be seen. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 529. The tribulation transcender from the purple flame race escaped at sublight speed. With a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, it would be difficult to catch up even with the flying boat. After the shattered starry sky stabilized again, he actually got away. Bo Hai steadied himself and cried out in pity. Jiangxi shook his head and said, "It's really hard to catch him if he explodes his immortal power to escape." When an immortal Dao powerhouse explodes their immortal power and primordial spirit at the same time, it would produce even more power. Similarly, the damage to oneself would also be huge. As everyone knew, immortal power was difficult to accumulate, and primordial spirits were even more difficult to recover. That tribulation transcender from the purple flame race had exploded at least 1/5 of his immortal power and primordial spirit. Without 1,000 years, he would definitely not be able to recover. Of course, if he spent a lot of resources, he could recover in advance. In any case, the other party would be distressed for a long time. However, Jiangxi and the others did not care whether the enemy was distressed or not. Team 3619 only knew that they had lost a huge amount of military credits because a tribulation transcender from another race had escaped. Therefore, Bo Hai and Jiangxi vented their anger on the remaining Dao integration stage experts of the purple flame race. In just a moment, only the 6 members of Team 3619 were still alive in this part of the starry sky. They did not stay for too long. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting their spoils of war, they quickly left this place. Inside the flying spirit boat, the 6 people raised their cups to celebrate. Bo Hai laughed and said, "To celebrate another big harvest. One more time, and my military credits will be enough to exchange for a low-grade immortal armor. I want to exchange for a mystic technique of the Tao of illusion. I want to exchange for the right to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world. Then your goal is very ambitious. The few of them discussed what they wanted to exchange their military credits for, each with their own goals. Jiang Xi also casually mentioned his goal. If cultivators were considered rich second-generation heirs, then he was definitely one of the top rich second-generation heirs of the human race. The resources that Ling Long and the others needed could be easily obtained by him. However, for loose cultivators, the difficulty was very high. The difference between people was often determined from the very beginning. It was difficult for loose cultivators to obtain good cultivation resources. Therefore, many people would choose to enter the foreign battlefield to earn military credits and then exchange them for the resources they needed. This was a fair method. The only drawback was that it was easy to die. In addition, the items that could be exchanged at the military function were also very rich. There were Dharma treasures, cultivation methods, secret techniques, pills, and spirit herbs. According to the purchase price, 1,000 military merits were equivalent to 1 point. For example, a low-grade immortal armor would cost around 100,000 points, so it would require 100 million military points to exchange for it. An ordinary Dao integration cultivator would need to accumulate 100,000 points for thousands of years to accumulate this wealth. But in the extraterritorial battlefield, with a bit of strength and luck, one could settle it in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Team 3619, who had obtained a great victory, was overjoyed and did not notice that a strand of imperceptible violet immortal energy remained on the armor of their captain, Bo Hai. This strand of immortal energy was unusual. At the same time, a flying boat disguised as a meteorite was flying carefully. Inside the flying boat, the Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcender, Kamu, was covered in purple flames, showing his anger. Humans. Damned humans. This battle had completely wiped out the accumulation he had accumulated for nearly 10,000 years in the extraterritorial battlefield. His good brother who had accompanied him for 10,000 years was gone, his team was gone, and he had even lost 20% of his immortal energy. 20% of my immortal energy and primordial spirit will take thousands of years just to recover. This will affect my success rate in the next heavenly tribulation. If he had a 30% chance of surviving the second heavenly tribulation before, now he did not even have a 10% chance. Damned humans, you almost cut off my path to immortality. I will make you pay the price. Fortunately, I left a mark when I detonated my immortal energy. The violet flames on Kamu's body flickered wildly. That mark was like the innate magical ability of the Purple Flame Race. Only the Purple Flame Race's immortal Dao powerhouses could use it once infected. Unless one's strength far exceeded his, they would not be able to discover it. Moreover, he would be able to sense it no matter how far away it was. I definitely won't be able to take revenge on my own. I can only contact other tribulation transcenders and find a few more. Kamu suppressed his anger and calmed himself down. After pondering for a while, he had a target. I heard that Lord Sonos of the Ghost Race's Silver Yakshaw race appeared in the Thousand Isle Sea 3,000 years ago. I wonder if he left. I remember that before Celso became an immortal, he had followed Lord Sonos. I can go ask him. Celso was also a member of the Purple Flame Race. The two were quite familiar with each other and had been active in the Thousand Isle Sea. With that in mind, Kamu flipped his hand and took out a secret transmission array with an area of hundreds of square kilometers. A secret transmission array was similar to a communication pearl, but its effect and range were far inferior. Moreover, it was very inconvenient to use. The communication pearl was small, but the secret transmission array was very large. Seeing this, Kamu thought of the despicable humans, and his anger rose again. The Ghost Race is a peak race, but their transmission methods are far inferior to the humans. The three peak races of the universe were the humans, the Ghost Race, and the Devil Race. Only the humans could transmit messages across the entire universe. This was thanks to the power of their supreme treasure, the Heavenly Eye. The Ghost Race and the Devil Race did not have such a method. They still relied on the primitive secret transmission array. As a vassal race of the Ghost Race, the Purple Flame Race naturally used a secret transmission array. Every time they wanted to send a message, they had to set up a secret transmission array before they could send a message. Moreover, the range of the transmission was limited. If the distance was too far, the transmission would fail. Therefore, the humans only had one method of transmitting messages across the entire universe, and it was enough to crush all the other races. It was not surprising that the humans were able to become a peak race of the universe and occupy the 9 best starfields in the universe. On the other side of the Thousand Isle Sea, in the distant starry sky, inside a star fragment surrounded by war wreckage, Celso, a first tribulation transcender from the Purple Flame race, was temporarily resting here. Even immortals had to rest occasionally. With my current accumulation, it will be very difficult to transcend the next heavenly tribulation. This was Celso's problem. For those peerless geniuses who could transcend several tribulations in a row, they would rarely consider such a problem. Peerless geniuses considered how to reverse life and death and become a true monarch. However, peerless geniuses were in the minority. Most immortal Tao experts had to accumulate strength step by step before finally transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal. After becoming an immortal, they had to consider the next heavenly tribulation. Next to him, Celso's Tao integration stage subordinate said in confusion, "Master, you can ask Lord Sonos for help. Lord Sonos is a genius of the Ghost Race's Silver Yakshaw race. He cultivated with you before. As long as he can help you apply for the opportunity to enter the Ghost Race's holy land to cultivate, transcending the second heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a big problem." "What do you know?" Celso scolded, then said, "Lord Sonos also faces all kinds of competition in the Ghost Race. How can I ask him for help so easily?" The experience of cultivating with a noble silver yakshaw for 100 years was something he was most proud of. Even though he was also an immortal Tao expert, he was still full of respect for that silver yakshaw. "I'll wait for another 1,000 years. If I still don't have the confidence to transcend the second heavenly tribulation, then I'll ask Lord Sonos for help," Celso thought to himself. At this time, he discovered that his secret transmission array had received a message. "Cam, this arrogant guy is contacting me of his own accord." Celso was a bit surprised. After accepting the message, a transmission phantom appeared in the secret transmission array that spanned over 100 square kilometers. "Hey, Cam, long time no see," Celso greeted with a smile. However, Cam said in a low voice, "Celso, Sacco is dead." "Sacco is dead?" Celso's tone turned grave. The Purple Flame race wasn't a large race in the universe, but they had quite a few immortal Tao experts. Celso, Cam, and Sacco were all Purple Flame race experts who had grown up in the same era. Thus, they were the closest to each other in the Thousand Isle Sea. "How did he die?" Celso asked in a low voice. "A human team killed him," Cam replied. "A human team? Cam, you're here to take revenge on them?" "That's right. Are you crazy? The two of you aren't a match for them even if you work together. Even if the two of us go, we'll only be sending ourselves to our death. Moreover, this is the extraterritorial battlefield, a war between the 3 peak races. It's perfectly normal for Sacco to die at the hands of humans. Are you going to help?" Cam stared at Celso. The purple flames on Celso's head pulsed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How strong are they?" "1 first tribulation transcender and 5 Tao integration realm experts. 2 of them are human Tao integration realm experts and have the combat power of a first tribulation transcender. They worked together to kill Sacco," Cam said. "Human geniuses?" Celso was surprised. "Yes. 1 cultivates the Green Lotus Sword Tao, while the other cultivates the Tao of Illusions. 3 first tribulation transcenders. I'll say it again. There's no hope for the 2 of us working together." Celso shook his head. "Don't worry. I won't take the initiative to throw my life away. I came to you because I want you to help me contact Lord Sonos of the Silver Yakshaw race. I remember that Lord Sonos appeared in the Thousand Isle Sea 3,000 years ago. He shouldn't have left yet, right? As long as we can get his help, exterminating this human squad will be a piece of cake," Cam said. "Lord Sonos?" Celso was a bit hesitant. He asked again, Do you think Lord Sonos will take a liking to this human team? The Silver Yakshaw race was one of the top bloodlines of the Ghost race. It was a true royal race. Although Sonos was a second Tribulation Ghost Immortal, his combat power was already at the level of a third Tribulation Transcender. He could definitely crush 3 first Tribulation Transcenders. As long as you help me contact them, I'll be able to convince Lord Sonos. Cam was full of confidence. Celso didn't continue asking. He also didn't ask if he could find the location of the human team. Since Cam had decided to take revenge, he must have used the innate skill of the Purple Flame race to leave an imprint on one of the humans. First, then change. Chapter 530. In the desolate starry sky, inside a star fragment surrounded by the wreckage of war, Celso used a secret communication array that covered an area of over 100 square kilometers to send out a message. Soon, the message was successful. He said, "Our luck is pretty good. Lord Sonos hasn't left the Thousand Isles Sea yet." Kamu heaved a sigh of relief. If Sonos wasn't in the Thousand Isles Sea, they probably wouldn't be able to contact him given the range of the secret communication array. Celso asked, "But are you that confident that you can convince Lord Sonos?" Kamu nodded. "Of course. You'll know in a while." He thought to himself, if the information I received last time is correct, I should be able to convince Lord Sonos this time. The two waited quietly. After a while, the secret communication array in front of them flickered. "It's here." Their eyes lit up at the same time. A transmission phantom slowly condensed. This was due to the distance being too far, resulting in a poor signal. It was a handsome young man with silver hair, golden eyes, and blue skin. Of course, this handsome was only relative to the Purple Flame race. Kamu and Celso bowed at the same time. "Greetings, Lord Sonos." Sonos asked in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for me?" Celso respectfully said, "Lord Sonos, my clansman, Sacco, was killed by a human squad not long ago. Therefore, we would like to ask for your help to hunt down that human squad." Celso answered respectfully. Sonos snorted and said, "Are you going to waste my time like this? This is a battlefield in outer space, a war between races. A large number of powerhouses are dying at every moment. Do you want to take revenge for every one of them?" "Lord Sonos." Kamu stepped forward and respectfully said, "That human squad is extraordinary. It's definitely worth your time." Sonos coldly said, "Speak." Kamu hurriedly explained, "That human squad has 2 geniuses at the Tao integration stage. One of them comprehended 1,000 green lotuses of the sword Tao, while the other cultivates the Tao of illusions. They can make my clansman, Sacco, fall into an illusion for a short time." Celso added, "Sacco was also a Tribulation Transcender. Those 2 geniuses joined forces to kill him. Is that true?" Sono's tone became a bit higher, hiding his excitement. Kamu said, "I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Did you track their location?" Sonos asked. "Your Excellency, don't worry. I've already used my innate secret technique to leave a mark on that human Tribulation Transcender." Kamu nodded. He understood that this matter was settled. "Good. If things are really as you two say, you'll be in for a lot of benefit." Sonos laughed. "Thank you, sir." Cam and Celso were overjoyed. After that, they agreed on a rendezvous point before ending the communication. Celso was still a little confused. "Cam, how are you so sure that Lord Sonos will help?" Cam smiled, "Because I heard a piece of news before. Within the Ghost race, if you can kill a human genius, there will be a special reward." Celso nodded in realization. No wonder Lord Sonos was so excited after hearing it, and even promised to reward him. Squad 3619 had originally planned to venture 10 light-years deeper into the Thousand Isle Sea. However, after the battle with the Purple Flame tribe, they gave up on that idea. In the end, they decided to go 1 light-year deeper. The top-grade spirit boat carefully sailed through the starry sky, looking for suitable targets to kill while avoiding dangers that they couldn't deal with. With the passage of time, everyone's military merits were slowly increasing. Of course, the biggest military merit was the battle with the Purple Flame tribe. Jiang Xi's military merits had also reached 140 million. Sure enough, killing tribulation transcenders is the fastest way to obtain military merits, Jiang Xi said inwardly. Killing a Dao integration realm expert alone would give a minimum of 100,000 military merits and a maximum of 10 million military merits. Killing a tribulation transcender alone would give a minimum of 100 million military merits and a maximum of 1,000 trillion military merits. Although he had killed the Purple Flame Tribe's tribulation transcender together with Ling Long, the military merits he obtained were close to 100 million. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to encounter a tribulation transcender in the Thousand Isle Sea. Sometimes, they might not even encounter one in a year. After all, this was a huge sea of stars with a maximum diameter of 100 light-years. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Squad 3619 didn't encounter another tribulation transcender squad. On the other side, Kamu and Celso of the Purple Flame Tribe arrived at the agreed place and successfully met up with Sanos of the Silver Yakshaw race. The two boarded Sanos' flying boat and respectfully saluted. Lord Sanos. Sanos wasn't a lone wolf. He also led a team composed entirely of tribulation transcenders. Where's that human team now? Sanos asked. Kamu replied, I've been sensing that, Mark. They are now about 0.3 light-years away from here. Sanos nodded and said, then let's go. Let's get close to them first and then predict their location to prepare an ambush. This was the standard method of ambush hunting. As a genius of the Ghost Race's Silver Yakshaw race, Sanos wasn't the kind of genius who only had talent for cultivation. He knew very well that he couldn't underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand out in the fierce competition of the Ghost Race and become an immortal powerhouse step by step. The Ghost Race was different from the human race. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe and had extremely rich cultivation resources. On the other hand, the Ghost domain where the Ghost Race lived was far inferior. Especially after they lost the first ancestral land of the Ghost Race countless years ago, their competitiveness was even worse than that of the human race. Therefore, they could only form a non-alliance with the monster race and turn their guns to the human race. In addition to Sano's team, there were 3 other first tribulation transcenders of the Ghost Race. Now, with Kamu and Celso, there were 6 first tribulation transcenders. They rode Sano's flying boat and flew at sublight speed, constantly approaching the 3619 team. 2 months later, the distance between them and the 3619 team was finally only 10 million kilometers. Sanos stopped the flying boat and said, "This is the distance." Then, he said to Kamu, "Predict their location. We'll find a place to ambush them." Kamu didn't hesitate and quickly did as he was told. It didn't take long for him to come up with a prediction and describe a rough route. Sanos immediately made a decision and found a suitable hiding place along the route. Including him, there were a total of 6 tribulation transcenders. They scattered and hid in the starry sky within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. They believed that as long as they didn't expose their immortal energy and spiritual sense in advance, that first tribulation transcender of the human team wouldn't be able to discover them. At this time, the 3619 team was searching for their next target. Inside the Supreme Grade Spirit Boat, the team members weren't cultivating and were chatting. Helplessly said, "It's a pity that we haven't encountered a tribulation transcender team in the past 6 months. My military merits have increased too slowly. When will I be able to afford a low-grade immortal armor?" Duan said helplessly. Ling Long ruthlessly said, "I feel that you've been neglecting a problem. Even if you encounter one, you won't be a match for a tribulation transcender. What you're getting are the military merits of those Dao integration experts." Helplessly, Ling Long fell silent. "Ha ha," Bo Hai and the others laughed. Jiang Xi chuckled at the side, but his eyes flashed. Ever since he entered the battlefield in the outer realm, he hadn't retracted his spiritual sense and had been monitoring the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers. A second tribulation transcender of the Silver Yakshaw race and 3 first tribulation transcenders of the Ghost race. There are also 2 first tribulation transcenders of the Purple Flame race. One of them is the one who escaped last time. They must be unwilling to accept their defeat last time and are now looking for helpers. But how did they catch up with us? Jiang Ci was very puzzled. The Thousand Jade Sea was so big that it was impossible to lock onto them with spiritual sense alone. Moreover, it had been more than half a year since they last fought. It was even more impossible for the other party to catch up with them. But now that the other party had caught up, it could only mean one thing. Spiritual sense imprint. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed. This was the only thing that wasn't limited by the distance. He used his spiritual sense to carefully check everyone's bodies. Soon, he discovered that there was a faint trace of purple immortal power left on Bohai's battle armor. If not for the fact that his spiritual sense was far stronger than that of a first tribulation transcender, it would have been difficult for him to discover it. What a good move! River Word inwardly praised. At this time, he discovered that the 6 tribulation transcenders of the other races had spread out and were hiding 10 million kilometers away. Looking at their hiding position, it just so happens that it's on the sailing route determined by the captain. In that case, we'll definitely be surrounded by them. Jiang Ci pondered in his heart. It seems that I'll have to make a move this time. 6 tribulation transcenders. That second tribulation transcender of the Silver Yakshaw race should have the strength of a third tribulation transcender, and his military merits should be even higher. I wonder how the other 5 are like. Hopefully, they'll all have 100 million military merits. Hopefully, I'll be able to gather 1 billion this time. Jiang Ci decided to make a move. If he could gather 1 billion military merits this time, he would be able to leave the team. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to expose some of his strength. Under the circumstances of flying at sublight speed, they could cross 10 million kilometers in 1 minute. The supreme-grade spirit vessel was constantly approaching the hiding position of Sanos and the others. A minute later, the spirit vessel passed by a group of meteorites. Boom! A big explosion occurred in the starry sky, and immortal power surged. Tens of thousands of marble were instantly turned into powder, and the spirit vessel was also shattered. Team 3619, which was inside the spirit vessel, also reacted at the same time. Bohai spread out his immortal power at the fastest speed, covering everyone and resisting the attack. After the explosion subsided, the 6 of them didn't need to use their spiritual sense to see the current situation. They saw that the starry sky within a radius of 100,000 kilometers was firmly controlled by the 6 tribulation transcenders of the other races. Second tribulation transcender, Silver Yakshaw race. 6 tribulation transcenders of the other races. It's over. Bohai and the others had solemn expressions, and despair emerged in their hearts. Bohai took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, we can only resign ourselves to fate this time." Then, he used his spiritual sense to send a sound transmission to Jiang Ci and the others. "In a while, listen to my orders and scatter. There are 6 of us. If we're lucky, maybe 1 or 2 of us can escape. Let's go all out. Even if we die, we have to kill another tribulation transcender of the other races." Ling Long also revealed a crazy expression. "Attack first, then change later." Chapter 531. In the starry sky with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the immortal energy of the 6 tribulation transcenders of different races intertwined, trapping Squad 3619. 2 top geniuses of the human race, congratulations. You will become the cornerstone of my path to a higher realm. Sano's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden pupils emitted light. However, the gloomy ghostly energy emitted from his blue skin made one's heart palpitate. Geniuses were the future of their races. Therefore, the 3 peak races had special rewards for killing geniuses of the enemy camp, and the rewards were extremely generous. In terms of military merit alone, killing a genius with the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender at the Dao integration stage would give more military merit than killing a third tribulation transcender. Not to mention the other rewards. Therefore, when Sanos heard the situation from Kamu, he was immediately tempted. A blessing in disguise. Kamu was not only happy that he was about to succeed in his revenge, but he was also looking forward to the benefits promised by Sanos. He believed that Sanos, who was from the royal family of the ghost race, would give him something that would definitely not be bad. It would definitely be able to make up for his losses in the previous battle. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to befriend Sanos. Compared to them, the current situation for Squad 3619 could only be described as hopeless. Just a single-second tribulation transcender from the Silver Yaksha race was enough to crush them. In addition, there were 5 first tribulation transcenders. It could be said that 1 or 2 of them were lucky enough to escape. In the opinion of Bohai and the others, even if their squad had the combat strength of 3 first tribulation transcenders, they still had no hope in this situation. Brothers, from the moment you stepped into the battlefield in the outer realm, you must have been prepared to die. If you can't escape, even if you die, we can't let these damned outsiders have their way. Bohai transmitted his voice to everyone. Kill to your heart's content. Kill. Ling Long and the others roared furiously. This scene made the 6 tribulation transcenders of other races laugh wildly. Sanos loudly said, "Kill them." Both sides attacked almost at the same time. The surging immortal energy of the tribulation transcenders of other races burst out, either carrying gloomy ghostly energy or purple flames as they surrounded Squad 3619. Bohai, Ling Long, and the others also used all kinds of attacks, but their power was relatively weaker. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out and covered the entire starry sky. Suddenly, the attacks from both sides slowed down. Bohai, Ling Long, and the others turned their heads to look at the source of the terrifying aura. The 6 tribulation transcenders of other races also did the same, their gazes converging on a single point. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment, shock, and pleasant surprise. 6,000 green lotuses of swordsmanship appeared around Jiang Ci. His soaring sword intent caused the space to tremble, emitting a terrifying aura. Almost instantly, these green lotuses spiraled in a mysterious manner and merged into the Scarlet Heaven sword. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The aura of the Scarlet Heaven sword was like a giant scarlet dragon, stirring up heaven and earth. The pinnacle of sword arts, the cloud bookcase 7 swords. This is the mountain sea. Oh my god! This aura is even more terrifying than the Silver Yaksha. Bohai, Ling Long, Hong Xin, Duan, and Xiaozhu were completely stupefied. The situation had taken a sharp turn. On the contrary, the expressions of Sanos, Cam, Celso, and the other tribulation transcenders of other races changed greatly, and they were even a little frightened. No. This is impossible. Strength far surpasses that of a 3rd tribulation transcender. How can it be just a human at the Tao integration stage? Retreat. Run. The tribulation transcenders of other races panicked. They had no intention of continuing to fight and were about to turn around and flee. At this time, Jiang Ci waved his sword. One sword. A huge sword light that spanned thousands of miles poured out. Whoosh. The sword light carried the power of the immortal Tao that far surpassed that of a 3rd tribulation transcender as it swept through the starry sky. It instantly caught up with Sanos' 3 first tribulation transcender subordinates, as well as the 2 first tribulation transcenders of the purple flame race, Cam and Celso. Ah, no. I can't die. Damned human. The 5 first tribulation transcenders roared as they joined forces to resist this sword. However, they discovered that when their immortal energy and Daoist techniques collided with the terrifying sword light, they were like ice melting, unable to resist at all. They were in despair, and some wanted to escape by detonating their immortal energy. However, the power and speed of this sword made it impossible for them to use this escape technique. The sword light swept across. Whether it was the immortal energy or primordial spirit of these 5 first tribulation transcenders, they were instantly reduced to nothingness. Instant kill. Then, the sword light that came from the first sword of the cloud bookish 7 swords only weakened slightly as it continued to attack Sanos, who was slightly faster. He's clearly at the Tao integration stage. Why? Why is he so powerful? 6,000 sword Tao green lotuses. Could he be a peerless genius of the human sword sect? It must be. Sanos no longer had the confidence from before. At this time, he was extremely frightened. He knew that he was in danger today. I can't die here. Sano's spiritual sense sent out a distress signal in the shortest time possible through the transmission secret formation in his storage magical treasure. I'm Sano's, and I'm currently being chased by a peerless genius of the human sword sect. The other party has already grasped 6,000 sword Dao green lotuses. The transmission range of his transmission secret formation could cover the entire Thousand Isles Sea at most, which was 100 light-years. However, the transmission speed was far inferior to the heavenly eye of the human race. The communication pearl of the human race could almost achieve real-time transmission within the entire universe. As for the primitive transmission secret formation, even if it was within 100 light-years, it would take more than half a day to transmit a message. At this critical moment, he could not hold on for so long. Therefore, Sano's knew very well that he could only hope that there were tribulation transcender powerhouses of the ghost race or their camp within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. At this time, the sword light was about to hit him. Sano's had no choice but to stop. I'm a member of the royal family of the ghost race. I can't die here. His face was full of madness. Majestic immortal power mixed with gloomy ghost chi turned into a long ice dragon that directly collided with the sword light at the same time. He took out powerful immortal treasures one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The ice dragon and the immortal artifact magic treasure collided violently with the sword light. Countless rays of light flashed, and the space shattered, forming spatial turbulence. After everything calmed down and the sword light dissipated, Sano's was still alive. However, he had lost most of his immortal power and all his magical treasures. Haha. I blocked it. There's still a chance. Continue to stall. As long as I can hold on until my allies arrive, I can survive. Sano's desire to survive reached its peak, and he fled again. In fact, many powerhouses of the ghost race camp had already received Sano's message. Haha, poor Sano's. Good luck. 6,000 green lotuses. A genius of the sword gate. Going there is simply courting death. He can't go there to die. A human Dao integration stage powerhouse with 6,000 green lotuses has already surpassed a third tribulation transcender. TSK. He's only at the Dao integration stage, yet he has such attainments in the way of the sword. He's definitely a peerless genius of the human race. There will definitely be a special reward for killing him. It's even comparable to killing a fourth or fifth tribulation transcender. Unfortunately, I don't have the life to take it. After receiving the message, most of the tribulation transcender powerhouses of the ghost race camp had the same reaction. This was courting death. No. As tribulation transcender powerhouses, they were still active in the Thousand Isles Sea. This could only mean one thing: their strength had not surpassed the third tribulation transcender level. Otherwise, they would have already gone elsewhere. However, there were still 4 foreign race squads that immediately rushed over after receiving the message. Hopefully, Sano's can hold on for a bit longer. Inside one of the flying ships, a skinny 4th tribulation transcender of the ghost race was controlling the flying ship with all his strength. This 4th tribulation transcender was one of the top powerhouses of the ghost race camp in the Thousand Isles Sea. With his strength, he could already leave the Thousand Isles Sea and go to more dangerous places to hunt foreign races. However, he was cautious by nature and would not easily take risks. Thus, he did not leave the Thousand Isles Sea. If I can kill this human genius, I might be able to use the special reward to advance my cultivation, the 4th tribulation transcender thought to himself. All of this happened in an instant. At the same time, Sano's used most of his immortal power and immortal treasures to resist the first sword of the cloud bookish 7 swords. He blocked it. Jiang Ci was somewhat surprised. However, he did not care. If one sword was not enough, he would use 2. Second sword. Jiang Ci waved his sword once again. The second sword of the cloud bookish 7 swords. Scarlet Heaven sword emitted a blazing light and whistled out once again. This time, the sword light was vast and mighty for 100,000 miles. Sano's was in despair. He only had less than half of his immortal power left, and his treasures were all used up. He simply did not have the strength to block this attack. It's over. The sword light swept through his immortal body, and the terrifying power annihilated his immortal power and primordial soul. Although this silver yaksha is a second tribulation transcender, his actual combat strength is that of a third tribulation transcender. It seems that the power of the second sword of the cloud bookish seven swords is not bad. Jiang Ci watched as the enemy was reduced to ashes. This was the first time he had used the cloud bookish seven swords against an enemy. This made him look forward to the power of the third sword even more. The third sword of the cloud bookish seven swords was a move that had a qualitative change. As long as he mastered it, he would be invincible under the true monarch realm. Afterward, Jiang Ci's body flickered continuously in the starry sky like a phantom, and he put away the items left behind by the 6 tribulation transcenders into his storage treasure. Whoosh, after quickly doing all this, he flew toward Bo Hai, Ling Long, and the others. At this time, the 5 members of Team 3619 were still in shock. Mountain Sea. Ling Long was about to speak, but her eyes were full of shock. Jiang Ci chuckled, and said, "If you have any questions, wait until we leave." That silver yaksha must have asked for help. Bo Hai reacted and quickly said, yes, let's leave quickly." Although everyone had a lot of questions, they could only endure for the time being. They quickly boarded the supreme-grade spirit ship, shuttled through the starry sky, and left this place. Half a day later, the 4 tribulation transcender squads of the Ghost Camp arrived at this starry sky one after another. However, what was left for them was only ruins. Not long after, the news of Sano's death spread in the Ghost Camp of the Thousand Fish Sea. At the same time, the news of a peerless genius of the human race appearing in the Thousand Fish Sea also spread. First published, then changed. Chapter 532. Encrypted Intelligence, Peerless Genius of Unknown Identity, Human, Identity, to be confirmed 1. Sword Sects Lung Kong, 60% chance, 2. Purple Heaven Sects Jiang Ci, 30% chance, 3. Daoist Sects Daoist, 10% chance, rank, top 10 on the assassination list, tentative, whereabouts, currently active in the Chenyu Sea of the 9th battlefield after Sonos's death. This piece of information quickly appeared in the Ghost Camp of the foreign battlefield. The corresponding mission order was also spread among the tribulation transcender powerhouses of the Ghost Camp. Although this peerless genius of unknown identity was most likely Lung Kong of the Sword Sect, Jiang Ci attracted the most attention. Because Jiang Ci was the number 1 target on the assassination list, the reward for killing him was the highest. In the Chenyu Sea, a top-grade spirit boat was shuttling through the starry sky. Inside the spirit boat, Bo Hai, Ling Long, and the others didn't feel any joy from winning the battle. They stared at Jiang Ci. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know where to start. They were full of questions just now, but now, they were blank. Jiang Ci sat there casually with a faint smile on his face as usual. In the end, Captain Bo Hai spoke first. "Shan Hai, I really didn't expect you to be so strong." Bo Hai shook his head repeatedly. After the silence was broken, everyone could no longer remain calm. "He's more than strong. He killed 5 first tribulation transcender and a second tribulation transcender with 1 sword strike. No, although that silver yaksha was a second tribulation transcender, his combat strength was at the level of a third tribulation transcender. He's simply too abnormal. I think only the core disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects have such strength. Yes, many of the Tao integration Buddhas of our Buddhist sects also have such strength. They have the combat strength of a third tribulation transcender when they're at the Tao integration stage." Ling Long and the others discussed spiritedly. After opening their mouths, they began to express the shock in their hearts. In the face of this, Jiang Ci still smiled faintly. From these words, it seemed that everyone was just guessing his identity and didn't intend to pry into his privacy. Jiang Ci suddenly said, "Brothers." Everyone immediately stopped discussing. "Other than the 1 billion military contribution points mission, I actually have other goals for entering the battlefield," Jiang Ci said with a smile. "For someone of your strength, a mission of 1 billion is indeed too easy. I heard that the Tao integration core disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects all have life and death training requirements. It seems like you have one too, said Bo Hai. Jiang Xi nodded, and said, well, after killing those 6 tribulation transcenders of foreign races, my military service points have exceeded 1 billion. His current military merit points had exceeded 2 billion. The 5 first tribulation transcenders had given him 800 million military merit points. The silver yakshaw of the ghost race had 1 billion military merits. 1 billion. So you're free now? Ling Long was startled. Shanhai, are you ready to leave? Leave? Duan, Hong Xin, and Xiaozhu also looked at Jiang Xi, not knowing what to say. Yes, I'm leaving. Jiang Xi nodded calmly. Ling Long and the others had complicated expressions. They knew their limits. Previously, Shanhai's actions were restricted by the military's 1 billion military merits. But now, Shanhai was free. It was impossible for a powerhouse of his level to follow them around the Thousand Isles Sea. Bo Hai smiled, and said, that's good. With your strength, you can enter the 9th battlefield and become a loner. If we continue to follow you, we will easily become your burden. Captain is right. Ling Long smiled straightforwardly. Then, she said seriously, Shanhai, you're a great genius. When you become a peak powerhouse in the future, don't forget about these old teammates who roamed the battlefield with you. Hong Xin, Duan, and Xiaozhu also agreed. Jiang Xi laughed, and said, haha, you have my communication mark. When we leave the battlefield in the future, we can meet up. Then it's settled. We have to leave this battlefield alive. Bo Hai said again. Let's leave this place alive. Everyone nodded solemnly. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out several storage magic treasures. He said, I got these from killing those tribulation transcenders from other races. There are many things inside that I can't use. You can take them. No, we didn't contribute in the battle just now. Ling Long was the first to refuse. Yes, we can't take them. Hong Xin and the others also shook their heads. The wealth of 6 tribulation transcenders from other races was definitely comparable to their income from fighting in the battlefield for thousands of years. Bo Hai smiled, and said, everyone, take them. With Shanhai's strength, he can kill those tribulation transcenders with a wave of his hand. He doesn't care about these things. Ling Long and the others didn't refuse. Afterward, Jiang Xi chatted with these comrades of his for nearly 2 years for a while before deciding to leave. They were all people who had experienced life and death in the extraterritorial battlefield. When they parted, they didn't feel any reluctance. After saying goodbye, Jiang Xi flew away from Bo Hai's top-grade spirit ship. Then, under the watchful eyes of Bo Hai, Ling Long, and the others, he took out a top-grade spirit ship and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the starry sky. There were indeed many things in the storage magic treasures of those 6 tribulation transcenders that he couldn't use. However, he kept some of the more valuable ones and a large number of flying ships. In particular, flying ships were very useful in the battlefield and could be said to be one of the most expensive consumables. After careful calculation, he now had a high-grade immortal ship. This high-grade immortal ship was not a spoil of war. It was given to him by his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, when he left the ancient Tao origin world. It was worth 100 million points, and its maximum speed could reach 100 times the speed of light. It was one of his life-saving trump cards. In addition to the high-grade immortal ship, he also had 3 middle-grade immortal ships, 14 low-grade immortal ships, and more than 60,000 top-grade spirit ships. However, in the starry sky full of star fragments and war wreckage, it was impossible to accelerate to the speed of light. There was no difference in speed between these flying ships. In any case, they were all at sublight speed. Therefore, top-grade spirit ships became the most commonly used flying ships for cultivators of various races. They had 2 advantages: cheap and good camouflage. Inside the cultivation cabin of the top-grade spirit ship, Jiang Xi used a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the spirit ship to fly. Then, he flipped his hand and took out his communication bead from his storage magic treasure. He made a hand seal and summoned a 3-dimensional image of the starry sky map of the 9th battlefield. The starry sky map was a necessary item for interstellar travel, especially in the complicated environment of the battlefield. Otherwise, one would get lost in the vast starry sky. However, in the human camp, only tribulation transcenders and the captains of the various teams were qualified to obtain a complete starry sky map of the battlefield. Jiang Ci, with his identity as Shan Hai, could also apply for one if he returned to the Third Army camp. However, the process would be very troublesome, so he had to go back first. The starry sky map in his hand was given to him by Captain Bo Hai before he left. It saved him the time of going back and forth. Otherwise, it would take several years to go back and forth. Jiang Ci's gaze fell on the starry sky map. The three-dimensional image in front of him was composed of countless large and small vortexes, light spots, and nebulae. It was the starry sky of the ninth battlefield, which had been shrunk countless times. The ninth battlefield is a starry sky with a diameter of 10 million light-years. The Thousand Isles Sea is only at the edge, and it's also the closest ancient battlefield ruins to the Third Army camp. Although there are many alien races here, there aren't many true tribulation transcenders. Most of those in the Thousand Isles Sea are Dao integration stage teams. Only a few are led by first tribulation transcenders. There are very few powerhouses above the third tribulation transcender level. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. He had encountered 6 alien tribulation transcenders at once, and one of them was even a second tribulation transcender of the Silver Yakshaw race. The probability of such a thing happening was very small. It would be good if it happened once in 100 years. The Thousand Isles Sea is not a challenge for me. It's just that it will take a lot of time to search for alien tribulation transcenders. I have to go to a lively place with many powerhouses. Jiang Ci's gaze fell on the center of the starry sky map. It was a miniature continent surrounded by many nebulae, vortexes, and light spots. It looked small on the starry sky map, but according to the scale, this miniature continent was a starry sky continent with a diameter of 20,000 light-years. Surging Waves Island is the core area of the ninth battlefield. There are many powerhouses of various races fighting there. Those who can enter there are at least third tribulation transcenders. Even third tribulation transcenders have to form small teams. Otherwise, they will be easily hunted down. Those who have the confidence to survive in Surging Waves Island must be at least fifth tribulation transcenders. If I don't rely on the Heavenly Tower and the Third Layer Mountain, my current comprehensive combat strength should be around 6th tribulation transcenders. It will be very risky to enter Surging Waves Island rashly. However, there are many smaller starry sky islands around Surging Waves Island. Most of them are between 1 million kilometers and 1 trillion kilometers in diameter. I can move around on those small islands first. I will enter Surging Waves Island after I get used to its environment. Jiang Ci quickly made up his mind. With a move of his spiritual sense, he controlled the flying boat to travel through the starry sky according to the instructions on the starry sky map. The distance between Chenyu Sea and Surging Waves Island was more than 1 million light-years. It would take him more than 1 million years to fly at the speed of light. Therefore, he needed to accelerate to the speed of light in the starry sky and travel through the source space. If he only flew at sublight speed, he wouldn't be able to reach Surging Waves Island even if he died. 3 days later, Jiang Ci arrived at a spacious place. He put away the supreme-grade spirit boat and replaced it with the high-grade immortal boat. 100 times the speed of light. It will take me at most 3 years to travel through the source space. I can travel more than 1 million light-years. The distance ratio between the source space and the original universe was 1,3600. 1 light-year in the source space was 3,600 light-years in the original universe. After entering the source space, Jiang Ci used a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the high-grade immortal boat and then entered a state of cultivation. Not only was he deducing Daoist techniques, but he also separated a part of his spiritual sense to continue learning the 360 sets of ordinary secret techniques that his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, had bought for him. After reaching the Dao integration stage, the next step was to create his own secret techniques. Before that, not only did he need to fight a lot, but he also needed to study a lot of secret techniques to build a solid foundation of knowledge. Of course, These secret techniques could be improved through the experience panel. The prerequisite was that Jiang Xi had to comprehend the basics of the secret techniques himself and let the panel record them. It would take a lot of time and experience to learn the basics of the 360 sets of ordinary secret techniques. His lifespan had already reached 10,000 years, so he didn't lack time. In addition, during the 1,000 years in the ancient Tao origin world, he had killed the spirits of the Tao outside Nine Heavens City. His experience points had broken through the 4 trillion mark. Therefore, he didn't lack experience points. What he needed to do now was to accumulate knowledge of secret techniques and accumulate battle experience. Through these, he could find inspiration to create his own secret techniques and create his own top-tier secret techniques, or even ultimate secret techniques. This way, he would have a greater chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation in the future. This was because cultivation and Daoist techniques were only the foundation of one's strength. Only secret techniques could allow a cultivator to unleash greater strength on top of their original foundation. Start first, then change later. Chapter 533. Sorry, the map in the previous chapter was wrong. It should be Tongjiu Continent, not Vast Waves Island. Cultivation was boring, especially when traveling through the source space. In the source space, there were only colorful streams of light and strange nebula-shaped energy bodies. There was no sound at all, only a dead silence. However, Jiang Xi had already cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 1,000 years, so he didn't feel anything. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye as he immersed himself in cultivation. According to the star chart, he was now close to Tongjiu Continent. In the center of the star chart of battlefield number 9, there was a miniature square surrounded by light spots, nebulas, and vortexes. It looked small, but it was actually a vast starry sky continent. Tongjiu Continent's largest diameter is 20,000 light-years, and the narrowest part is 1,000 light-years. In comparison, the diameter of the entire solar system is only 1 light-year. I don't know how such a huge starry sky continent was formed. It can only be attributed to the wonders of the universe. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. With his current authority, he couldn't find the answer in the Eye of Omniscience network. Buzz. The desolate starry sky rippled as a high-grade immortal ship shuttled out. Jiang Xi quickly spread out his spiritual sense, and the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers appeared in his mind. In fact, he didn't need to use his spiritual sense. He could already see the breathtaking scene with just his eyes. In the distant starry sky, there was a vast starry sky continent quietly floating there. Tongjiu Continent. According to the star chart, this place should be 1 light-year away from Tongjiu Continent. One could imagine how big Tongjiu Continent was if he could see it with his eyes at such a distance. Jiang Xi felt as if there was an inexplicable aura permeating the entire starry sky, bringing a kind of psychological pressure. It's just like when I faced Master 9 firmaments, but it doesn't give me as much pressure as Master 9 firmaments. This thought flashed in his mind, but he didn't think too much about it and focused his attention on the surroundings of Tongjiu Continent. There were many large and small starry sky continents floating in the starry sky. The big ones were 1 trillion kilometers long, and the small ones were 1 million kilometers long. They surrounded Tongjiu Continent like islands. It looks like these fragmented starry sky continents fell off from Tongjiu Continent. I'll find a fragment close to Tongjiu Continent and find an opponent there to train myself. Jiang Xi once again switched to the supreme-grade spirit vessel and carefully shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed. With a distance of 1 light-year, Yang Kai estimated that it would take him a year to get close to Tongjiu Continent. Tongjiu Continent and the surrounding starry sky were unfamiliar environments to him, so he needed to be respectful. Therefore, his spiritual awareness was constantly spread out to investigate the situation within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Soon, the supreme-grade spirit boat approached the fragments that looked like islands in the starry sky. The outskirts were not Jiang Xi's destination. He did not stop and flew straight past them. During this period of time, he also encountered small groups of foreign races. Although their overall strength was 1 or 2 levels higher than the foreign races in the Thousand Jewels Sea, They were all easily dealt with by him. Up until now, he had never met a lone traveler like him. On this day, Jiang Xi once again passed by a fragment continent with a diameter of about 10 billion kilometers. His spiritual sense detected that a war between armies was taking place on the fragment below. The two sides were the human race and the monster race. The human race has an army of cultivators led by 3 tribulation transcenders, and the monster race is the same. It looks like the human race has the upper hand. Not bad. Jiang Xi did not plan to take action. Along the way, he had seen many battles between armies. He could not go and help every single one of them. He would only take action if the human race encountered a crisis that they could not resolve. Therefore, he directly left this place. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Jiang Xi drove the supreme-grade spirit vessel and shuttled through the starry sky. Suddenly, he received a message on his communication pearl. It's been a long time since someone sent me a message. Is it Dudu? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Ever since Old Man Bluestone took away Jiang Dudu more than 3,000 years ago, the two had not contacted each other. It was not that he did not want to contact her, but that every time he tried to send a message to Jiang Dudu, the message would always fail. Not only that, but he had also sent countless messages to Old Man Bluestone using the token. This unreliable big shot had never replied to him. Therefore, Jiang Xi often wondered if he had been deceived by this big shot. His spiritual sense swept through the communication pearl and checked the message. Jiang Xi's expression became slightly more dignified. The message was not sent by Jiang Dudu. It was a distress message from the human camp. I am the commander of the 9845 Legion, to obey. Our legion is being attacked by a 3 tribulation transcender of the ghost race. Powerhouses of the human camp nearby, please come and help us. Thank you. The interstellar coordinates were attached at the end. The strength of a legion commander generally did not surpass that of a 3 tribulation transcender. In other words, the 9845 Legion was in a precarious situation. Jiang Xi quickly located the location on the star map. It was 80 million kilometers away from here. It was very likely that he was the closest powerhouse of the human camp. The supreme-grade spirit vessel changed direction and quickly shuttled toward the location of the distress message. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xi was only 10 million kilometers away from the location of the message. His spiritual awareness had also probed the situation there. On a small piece of land in the starry sky, the army of cultivators from the human clan and the ghost clan were fighting fiercely. The cultivation of both sides ranged from the nascent soul stage to the tribulation transcender stage, and there were 2 tribulation transcender powerhouses on both sides. However, the 2 tribulation transcender powerhouses of the human race were 1 and 2 tribulation transcender respectively. As for the ghost race, there were 2 and 3 tribulation transcender powerhouses. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides caused the human side to be at a disadvantage. Hey, something's wrong. Jiang Xi's expression suddenly changed. Because when his spiritual sense swept through the cultivators of the 9845 Legion just now, he made an unexpected discovery. There were more than 100 cultivators of the Tao integration stage, more than 1,000 cultivators of the essence soul stage, and more than 30,000 cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Among the cultivators of the Tao integration stage, there was a figure that Jiang Xi was familiar with. It was a young-looking cultivator of the Tao integration stage. He was wearing a standard black battle armor and holding a blood-colored saber. Although his temperament and clothes had changed greatly, his appearance had not changed in the slightest. Old ancestor Qing Xian. Jiang Xi's eyes burst with killing intent. He had never forgotten this opponent. It could be said that since the first time he left Earth and stepped into the starry sky, old ancestor Qing Xian was the first opponent that gave him a real sense of crisis. And this sense of crisis had lasted until the great change on Earth. In the past, the Azure Star region's cultivator force, the Azure sect, had accidentally discovered Earth. Then, old ancestor Qing Xian sent powerhouses to occupy Earth. In the face of that kind of pressure, Jiang Xi had chosen to go to Murong planet. He had almost died there, but his actual combat strength had reached the level of an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. Only then did he kill the powerhouses sent by old ancestor Qing Xian and resolve the crisis on Earth. However, the sense of crisis brought by old ancestor Qing Xian had not disappeared. This was because when old ancestor Qing Xian was at the nascent soul stage, he could kill cultivators of the essence soul stage. At that time, he was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse. Later, when the 9 Regions Genius competition began, he became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Only then did he not fear old ancestor Qing Xian in terms of strength. At the same time, he had searched for traces of old ancestor Qing Xian through the power network of the Purple Heaven sect many times, but in the end, he had found nothing. It could be said that before Earth was discovered by the Dao sects and underwent great changes, Jiangxi had always regarded old ancestor Qing Xian as a potential threat. In the 9 regions of the Dao Alliance, apart from him, Jiang Dudu, Shen Tian and Li Baibai, only old ancestor Qing Xian knew the secret of Earth. After the Great Change, Jiangxi's mentality changed from being worried about Earth being discovered to working hard to cultivate and try to change the future of Earth as soon as possible. The secret of Earth that old ancestor Qing Xian knew was no longer a threat, but Jiangxi had not forgotten about this enemy. I can't believe that after 3,000 years, he has cultivated from the late-stage nascent soul stage to the early-stage Dao reunion stage. Looks like the extraterrestrial battlefield is really a place to train people. Jiangxi's eyes were cold. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to help this time. The supreme-grade spirit boat quickly traveled through the universe. It would take at most a minute to reach the continent 10 million kilometers away. This old ancestor Qing Xian is really sinister. The human race had more than 100 Dao reunion stage cultivators, while the ghost race had fewer. However, most of them were at the late-stage Dao reunion stage. Old ancestor Qing Xian was at the early-stage Dao reunion stage, so his strength was definitely not as strong as those late-stage Dao reunion stage ghost cultivators. However, Jiangxi's spiritual consciousness discovered that old ancestor Qing Xian had actually asked the other human cultivators around him to block a large number of attacks for him. If this continues, his chances of survival are very high. A large number of the other Dao reunion, nascent soul, and nascent soul stage cultivators in the human race army will die. A minute later, Jiangxi finally arrived in the sky above the continent. He put away the supreme-grade spirit boat and rushed down in a flash. This small starry sky continent was only a few million kilometers in diameter. The human and ghost cultivator armies were still fighting fiercely. The human race was obviously at a disadvantage. Big brother, the ghost race's attacks are too strong. The army is about to collapse. I will stay behind to block these ghosts. You guys get ready to escape. In the chaotic battle, old ancestor Qing Xian, who looked like a teenager, shouted anxiously. The 3 Dao reunion cultivators beside him were frantically fighting back against the ghost race. Hearing old ancestor Qing Xian's words, the middle-aged man in the lead shook his head. Qing Xian, you are at the early-stage Dao reunion stage. How can you block these late-stage Dao reunion stage ghosts? The 3 of us will stay behind and hold them back for a while. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Old ancestor Qing Xian looked anxious. The 3 of us are reaching the end of our lifespans. You are still young. There is no reason for you to stay behind and die. Haha, don't worry, Qing Xian. If you can escape, our deaths will be worth it. You will live well for us. The 3 human Dao reunion cultivators all laughed freely and fearlessly as they faced the ghost Dao reunion stage cultivators who were besieging them. Old ancestor Qing Xian watched from behind. His face was full of pain and indignation, but he was indeed very pleased with himself. Indeed, it is the easiest to make such sworn brothers in the extraterritorial battlefield. Without them, I would not have lived to this day. Unfortunately, I have been with these 3 sworn brothers for more than 800 years. I really do have some feelings for them. Of course, this was in the eyes of the crocodile. In the past 3,000 years, he had been in similar situations more than 100 times. It would be strange if there were true feelings. Goodbye, brothers, Old ancestor Qing Xian watched as his 3 sworn brothers helped him block the ghost Dao reunion cultivators and prepared to escape. But at this time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The attention of the 2 sides who were fighting fiercely was attracted. A figure wearing dark red armor and wielding a crimson longsword descended from the sky. Supreme-grade immortal artifact. The 2 human tribulation transcender powerhouses were pleasantly surprised. The 2 ghost tribulation transcenders who were fighting with them had grave expressions. Supreme-grade immortal artifacts were of the highest quality among immortal artifacts. Naturally, they were extremely rare. For example, although the price of a supreme-grade immortal artifact in the human race started from 1 billion points, it was basically priceless. Many 4th and 5th tribulation transcenders were still using high-grade immortal artifacts. Being able to use a supreme-grade immortal artifact already showed their strength. Second brother, we won this time. Tuor Bei, the commander of the 9845 Legion, laughed. We won for sure. The other human tribulation transcender also laughed. On the contrary, the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders were already preparing to retreat. But in the next moment, when their spiritual senses swept over the figure emitting a terrifying aura, they were stunned. Dao reunion. How is this possible? How can he be at the Dao reunion? The hope that had just risen in the 2 human tribulation transcenders was replaced by despair. What was the use of a Dao reunion cultivator? Haha. The 2 ghost tribulation transcenders laughed. Jiang Xi's figure flickered continuously, moving tens of thousands of kilometers each time. He did not choose to deal with old ancestor Qing Xian immediately. In the current situation, the most important thing was to solve the crisis of the human army. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with old ancestor Qing Xian in the future. His gaze was locked on the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders. One was a 3rd tribulation transcender and the other was a 2nd tribulation transcender. Although they looked similar to humans, their bodies exuded a strong gloomy ghost aura. Die. Jiang Xi ignored their gazes and waved his long sword. Whoosh, green lotuses appeared and merged into scarlet heaven sword. Boom. Suddenly, the world changed color, and a crimson dragon stirred up the world. A sword light swept across hundreds of thousands of kilometers and rushed toward the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders. The 2nd sword of the cloud bookcase 7 swords. What? Impossible. Not only were the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders shocked, but the 2 human tribulation transcenders were also in disbelief. The 2 ghost tribulation transcenders immediately fled, but their speed was not as fast as Jiang Xi's sword light. After all, the power of this sword light had already surpassed that of a 3rd tribulation transcender. Join hands and block it. We must block it. The 2 ghost tribulation transcenders shouted anxiously. The gloomy ghost aura, accompanied by immortal energy and the power of Daoist techniques, swept through the world like a tide, constantly colliding with the sword light. Boom. A big explosion occurred above the battlefield. However, their counterattacks did not have any effect. The sword light that seemed to penetrate the world passed through the bodies of the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders with unstoppable force. Crash, the bodies of the 2 ghost tribulation transcenders shattered, and the huge amount of immortal energy and primordial spirit were annihilated by Jiang Xi's sword light. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 534. One sword strike to kill the enemy. The 2nd tribulation transcender and 3rd tribulation transcender of the ghost race, who had the upper hand just now, couldn't even block one sword strike and died on the spot. The speed of the battle shocked everyone. This small starry sky continent, which had been filled with the sounds of fighting just now, suddenly quieted down. Whether it was the human or ghost cultivators, they were all stunned. Run. Quickly run. Tens of thousands of ghost cultivators were the first to react. They didn't care that they were fighting with the human cultivators and crazily fled in all directions. But at this time, the 2 tribulation transcenders of the ghost race had already died. Where could the remaining ghost cultivators escape to? The human cultivators who had survived the disaster regrouped and quickly chased after the ghost cultivators who were fleeing. Jiang Ci didn't care about the battle that was about to end. His figure flickered, and he put away the storage magical treasures of the two ghost tribulation transcenders. In the distance, the two human tribulation transcenders, the commander of the 9845 Legion, Tuor Bei, and his deputy, Fu Feng, flew in front of Jiang Ci. "Brother, thank you." The burly man Tuor Bei cupped his hands and thanked him with a smile. "Thank you. If it weren't for your help this time, our legion would have been finished." Fu Feng also smiled. His appearance was slightly ordinary and unremarkable. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. "As a fellow human, how could I not come when I received a request for help?" "Haha, you're right." Tuor Bei laughed, and then said, "I'm the commander of the 9845 Legion, Tuor Bei. This is my second brother, Fu Feng. How should I address you?" "Just call me Mountain Sea." Jiang Ci nodded. Tuor Bei said, "Brother Mountain Sea, the battle just now was very noisy. Let's quickly leave this place." Fu Feng smiled, and said, "Come with us. I'll treat you to a drink." "All right." Jiang Ci didn't refuse. He glanced at old ancestor Qing Xian, who was in the crowd below. Tuor Bei and Fu Feng looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were pleasantly surprised. They invited Jiang Ci with the intention of befriending him. He was only at the Dao integration stage, yet he already had such terrifying strength. When he became an immortal in the future, he would at least be able to transcend 6 tribulations in a row. Even becoming a 9th tribulation transcender wouldn't be a big problem if he didn't befriend such an existence now. There wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. Assemble. Tuor Bei's spiritual sense covered the entire battlefield. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a starry sky arc that was thousands of miles long. Down below, the human cultivators had already finished cleaning up the battlefield. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, we survived." Old ancestor Qing Xian excitedly reunited with his 3 sworn brothers. "Yes, we have to thank that sword immortal." The middle-aged man sighed. He killed 2 ghost race tribulation transcenders with a single sword strike. His strength is 100 times greater than that of the Legion commander. There's no hope for us to reach this level of strength. Among us 4 brothers, only Qing Xian still has some hope. Patriarch Qing Xian also joked with everyone in a relaxed manner. His lifespan had just passed 5,000 years and he was considered a young Dao integration itinerant cultivator. He stared at the terrifying figure in the sky, full of yearning. "If I accumulate more military merits and exchange them for more cultivation resources, I might have a chance to cultivate to immortal ascension. Only by becoming an immortal ascension can I not fear that Jiang Ci." Now that more than 3,000 years have passed, he might have reached the essence soul stage. Patriarch Qing Xian had always regarded Jiang Ci as his biggest threat and didn't dare to relax for a moment. It was just that ever since Jiang Ci became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, he couldn't collect any information about Jiang Ci. After hearing the order to assemble, Patriarch Qing Xian and his 3 sworn brothers prepared to board the Starry Sky Arc. At this time, Patriarch Qing Xian subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ci. Their eyes met. Boom! Patriarch Qing Xian froze as if he was struck by lightning, and his heart was instantly filled with fear. That familiar gaze. Jiang Ci. Although the appearance was different, he couldn't be more familiar with that pair of eyes. More than 3,000 years ago, he had almost communicated with Jiang Ci face to face through transmission. Therefore, he still remembered Jiang Ci's gaze at that time. It was confident and unruly. It was unforgettable. Later, Jiang Ci became famous in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, and the Skylink Mountain River diagram even broadcasted the scene of the tournament in real time. His impression of Jiang Ci, especially those eyes, became even more profound. In the next moment, Patriarch Qing Xian discovered that when that familiar gaze left him, it flashed with a trace of ridicule. This time, he was completely sure. It can't be wrong, it must be Jiang Ci. But, why is he here? How can he be so powerful? Patriarch Qing Xian panicked. He had already seen that sword just now. A sword immortal. Even those two powerful ghost tribulation transcenders couldn't block Jiang Xi's sword. He estimated that if Jiang Xi blew at him, he would be gone. Qing Xian, what are you doing? Quickly gather and leave. The middle-aged man next to him smiled and patted him. Oh. Patriarch Qing Xian recovered from his shock and quickly followed everyone to board the starry sky ship. The 10,000-mile-long starship was actually a mobile starry sky city. There were all kinds of living facilities inside. Patriarch Qing Xian was an early-stage Dao integration realm captain and could enjoy a luxurious manner alone. He declined the invitation of his 3 life-and-death brothers to celebrate and returned to his manor absent-mindedly. What should I do? What should I do? He was still panicking. In such a situation, it was difficult for anyone to calm down. It couldn't be helped because he had offended Jiang Xi too much. Ever since Jiang Xi became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, he knew that there would be a day when he would have to face Jiang Xi. He had fought in the Outer Realm battlefield for so many years just to become stronger. When that day came, he would have no fear of Jiang Xi. However, today's scene made him completely despair. More than 3,000 years of pursuit had turned into bubbles and illusions at this moment. Calm down, calm down. Patriarch Qing Xian sat cross-legged and kept reminding himself. Finally, his mind became a little clearer. He evaporated the cold sweat all over his body and thought carefully in his heart. If I face Jiang Xi now, there is no chance of me surviving. He has such strength at the Dao integration realm. He is definitely one of the strongest geniuses of the human race. Maybe I can leak this information to the foreign races and borrow their hands to kill him. He shook his head again. No, this is a crime against the human race. If I am found out, I will die. Moreover, I don't have the communication method of the foreign races. If I leak this information to the foreign races in person, they will probably kill me as soon as they see me. Moreover, the words of a lowly person carry little weight. The foreign races probably won't believe the words of a Dao integration realm cultivator. Most importantly, if I leave the army now, Jiang Xi will have a chance to kill me. I won't have a chance to leak this information to the foreign races at all. Patriarch Qing Xian thought for a long time but still couldn't think of a way out. But he didn't want to die. Leave the army? Leave. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of a crucial point. According to the laws of the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court, human cultivators in the alien battlefield are forbidden from killing each other. If they are discovered, they will be sentenced to the death penalty. Moreover, they will be executed on the spot. On the battlefield, every human cultivator wears an identity badge. The identity badge is a special magic treasure. Not only can it reflect a cultivator's status, but it can also monitor the situation of the battle in real time and record military contributions. In other words, as long as I stay in the army and keep my identity badge activated, Jiang Xi won't be able to do anything to me. Even if another war breaks out, I will follow everyone closely. Everyone else's identity badges can help me monitor everything. If he tries to do something amidst the chaos, the identity badge will record it. The law is merciless. If a genius is sentenced to the death penalty, he will also die. Patriarch Qing Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He believed that as a peerless genius of the human race, Jiang Xi wouldn't risk his life to kill an ordinary third-stage Dao integration stage cultivator like him. When a person was in a desperate situation, if he grasped onto a glimmer of hope, it would be like grasping onto a life-saving straw. He would hold onto it tightly and not let go. Then, he would fill in all kinds of seemingly reasonable deductions into this life-saving straw in order to increase his hope of survival. Patriarch Qing Xian was in such a situation. He grasped onto this life-saving straw and neglected some important factors. This was the extent of Jiang Xi's talent. It was far beyond his imagination. The heavenly court's the Arch was even Jiang Xi's senior brother. At this moment, in a luxurious hall at the center of the giant galactic arc, the commander of the 9845 Army, Tuor Bei, and his deputy, Fu Feng, had prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain Jiang Xi. Brother Shanhai, let us first toast you. This time, if you didn't arrive in time, at least one of us would have died. Tuo Bei and Fu Feng raised their cups together. Haha, the two of you don't need to mention this anymore. I believe that if you received the distress signal, you would also help. Let's drink, drink. Jiang Xi also laughed freely. In the bottom of his heart, he was the one who had to thank Tuo Bei and Fu Feng. If not for the two of them sending out the distress signal, he wouldn't have met his old enemy, Patriarch Qing Xian. With his current strength, his overall combat strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation transcender. Seeking revenge on an early-stage Dao integration cultivator sounded a little narrow-minded and unforgiving. However, in Jiang Xi's opinion, this was simply bullshit. Even if he was a Dao monarch now, he would still kill his old enemy, Patriarch Qing Xian, if he met him. The kind of situation where he would forget about enmity with a smile would not happen to him. For example, his spiritual sense was currently monitoring Patriarch Qing Xian's every move. He was very scared just now, but now he has calmed down. It seems that he has realized that as long as he doesn't leave the Legion, I can't do anything to him. Jiang Xi was naturally clear about the rules of the extraterrestrial battlefield. The human camp was not allowed to kill each other, and those who violated this rule would be killed. With his status, unless it was a last resort, he was unwilling to violate the Heavenly Court's rules. Although he violated the rules, he wouldn't be sentenced to death. However, that would make things difficult for Master Nine Firmaments and his senior brother Monarch. Even if the two of them didn't care, Jiang Xi was also a person who cared about his face. I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Since he was temporarily staying in the 9845 Legion with Tuo Bei, he naturally had a way to kill Patriarch Qing Xian without worrying about violating the Heavenly Court's rules. Patriarch Qing Xian thought that staying in the Legion was a lifesaver, but he didn't know that for an immortal Dao expert, there were too many ways to kill an early-stage Dao integration cultivator. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and asked with a smile, "By the way, Brother Tuo Bei, I just came to the Tongjiu continent and am not very familiar with this place. I plan to gain experience in the fragments around the Tongjiu continent first, but I don't know if there are any places I need to pay attention to." Brother Shanhai just came to the Tongjiu continent. Tuo Bei and Fu Feng looked at each other in surprise. Jiang Xi nodded gently. "It seems that our luck is really good." Tuo Bei laughed. "Then," he said, "if you ask me about the situation of the Tongjiu continent, I definitely don't know. Because those who dare to go there are at least third tribulation transcenders. If you want to establish a foothold there, you need to have the strength of a fifth or sixth tribulation transcender." Fu Feng also said, "If we go there, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive for more than 100 years. Brother Shanhai chose to gain experience around the Tongjiu continent first. I have to say that this is a very wise choice. As for the places you need to pay attention to, Tuo Bei muttered. "Then," he said, "with Brother Shanhai's strength, I think you just need to remember not to enter the Surging Waves Island." "The Surging Waves Island?" Jiang Xi was puzzled. Tuo Bei said, "Yes, the Surging Waves Island is called the Tongjiu continent. The Tongjiu continent is suspended in the Sea of Stars, and the fragments are like islands." Jiang Xi was a little surprised. The small fragments were 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, while the big ones were 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Yet, they were actually just islands. Tuo Bei continued, "The Surging Waves Island has a diameter of more than 800 billion kilometers, and its danger level is second only to that of the Tongjiu continent. Although the number of powerhouses there can't be compared to that of the Tongjiu continent, there are still a lot of powerful tribulation transcenders. I heard that if we don't count the humans, the Surging Waves Island has a total of 18 powerhouses above the fourth tribulation transcender realm. It's very dangerous. 18 powerhouses above the fourth tribulation transcender realm? I haven't fought a powerhouse above the fourth tribulation transcender realm since I came to the foreign battlefield." Jiang Xi was tempted. Tribulation transcenders had 9 tribulations, and every third tribulation was a big threshold. Although there was only one heavenly tribulation between a third tribulation transcender and a fourth tribulation transcender, the difference in strength wasn't small. "Brother Mountain Sea, I'm a bit older, so I'll give you a piece of advice. I think you should be more cautious. It said that there are 6 tribulation transcenders on the Surging Waves Island. You can kill 2 tribulation transcenders of the ghost race with a single sword strike, but Tuor Bay didn't finish his words. His meaning was very obvious. You're strong, but not strong enough. Thank you for your reminder, brother Tuor Bay. Jiang Ci sincerely thanked him. Tuor Bay's reminder came from the bottom of his heart, and he wasn't looking down on him. In Tuor Bay's opinion, he might be able to kill 3rd and 2nd tribulation transcenders of the ghost race with a single sword strike. However, if he were to face a powerhouse above the 4th tribulation transcender realm, it wouldn't be so easy. As for facing a 6th tribulation transcender, he might not even have a chance of surviving. Fu Feng smiled and said, Brother Mountain Sea, since you're not familiar with this place, why don't you follow our legion and adapt to the environment first? Tuor Bay also looked at Jiang Ci, full of expectations. Jiang Ci smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. His main purpose of staying here was naturally to deal with old ancestor Qing Xian. Secondly, he really wanted to familiarize himself with the environment. As the saying went, one had to be in awe of an unfamiliar environment. The Tong Ancient Realm was a place he was going to explore for a long time. He had to ensure that he was familiar enough with the place and collected enough information before choosing to enter. Although he was eager to fight a large number of powerhouses of different races, that was under the premise that he didn't have to worry about his life. If he rashly entered, he would be courting death. Start first, then change later. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.